started the stream a little early because I told a bunch of people to show up, and we're just gonna see how this goes. People show up. I mean, all those guys on the list, they're showing up. What my hope is that they don't all show up at the same time because it might be a bit of a clusterfuck. Pardon my language, but we have. I had a camera, a proper like nice AV setup here this morning when I did my check with the podcast team here at aNarcoPoco, and it was a nice camera set up that had a nice wide shot, so that if we do end up with 4 people on a microphone at once, that will work in the shot. But the camera was gone when I got here, so I can't explain it. I'm sure it was just miscommunication with some folks, and that's okay. That's forgivable. But anyways, that's what happened, and so I'm just gonna play with my laptop. Do you guys hear me okay? Let me know if the sound is okay. Is the volume low? Thank you for saying that. How's the screen? Down now. At aNarcoPoco. I've been invited to this conference for many years, and the stars never aligned, but they aligned this time, and so I'm here. It's awesome. So many good speakers here. So many good speakers. Coming up real quick here. We got Marjory Wildcraft, and I actually noticed I just spelled her name wrong on the stream. Sorry, Marjory. I put Marjory without an R. And you guys, and let me know too how Marjory's sound is as she talks. But what we're gonna do tonight is this is the aNarcoPoco variety show.
Hi, everybody.
It's Marjory Wildcraft, guys. You don't know her, you should.
Where have you been all my life?
You know my stuff, especially my older stuff where I was mostly just doing farming stuff. This woman, let me tell you, man, she's been disseminating the garden gravy for many years.
Yeah.
And,
I love it. Oh my God.
She's also a cool, awesome person to hang out with, and we've had a couple good bullshitting sessions here at aNarcoPoco. And so on tonight's
that's how we do it. It's like that. It's a weird, yeah.
On tonight's Anarchy Variety Show, let me just first tell you a little bit of who we got in store. So to start, we got Marjory Wildcraft in the flesh. We're gonna have Dr. Andrew Kaufman showing up.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna have Avocado Wolfe showing up.
Believe it, the Wolf.
The Wolf. His talk today was banger.
He was on it.
So high energy. He's like Tony Robbins meets the shaman. Like a mystical shaman. We're gonna have Alec Zeck coming in. We're gonna have there's Andrew Kaufman now. We're going to have Mike Winter coming in. We're gonna have Dave Weiss, Flat Earth Dave, coming in.
Oh God.
And so we'll see where
I will leave before then.
But, we're just getting her started here. So how are you doing, sister?
I'm doing great. Oh my God, this event is so fun. It really is just really amazing. And people here are great. And the food's pretty good. All right, I'm snob, but but they do pretty good.
We grow our own food and become food.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean that's what it is. But
meeting people and hanging out with people, and then the mind. There's so many new people have spent like a decade studying this and figuring that out. And you've never heard of it before. Like there's so much of that going on.
Yes,
it's amazing.
It is amazing. And the thing that I really like is that there is a different level of open-mindedness at an anarchist conference.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
Because anarchism is already a challenging issue, and it could be a divisive issue to people, but it's mostly a liberating thing for the idea of that. And people are generally fairly liberated here.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. And it's like so much. You've heard, we've seen so much and heard so much that now when something new comes to us, we're like, okay, maybe not. But there's a willingness for open-minded skepticism, and I think that's a very good characteristic of a lot.
And it's also let's make challenging conversations, right? Let's push the boundaries of things. So
yeah, it's actually also extremely uplifting because the message is very, very positive.
Very positive.
And honestly, the simple thing is we're at war. Like there are many, many layers to this war, but we're at war.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of solutions here. And then the other thing is just there's a lot of people talking about some of them. I know it flops down.
It's a bit higher up than expected. So people.
Yeah. Okay. So can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, she's coming out good. Give us a thumbs up. Her levels match to mine, so she should be fairly good.
I
think we're good.
Okay.
I'm seeing the level, and it looks about the same as mine. So.
Well, anyway, there's been a lot about our own history, which we don't know, and then about what some of the characteristics of some of the opponents that we have. Who and what are they, and what abilities do they do and don't have, and then the others. We're starting to shift more into your stuff and my stuff of solution. So like backyard food production, farming, making biochar, and doing all kinds of cool stuff like that.
So let's get into that a bit. Like, what are you really into right now? I'm interested, because I know what you're teaching and showing people, fairly rudimentary stuff for a lot of people, but for a guy like me, what are you into right now that's exciting you?
That's beyond
this a long time.
Yeah.
What's exciting you right now?
Okay, I will tell you.
I want to know.
Yeah. This is going to blow your mind. It's one of those other things that you never heard about. And so just to give everybody some background, I teach people how to grow food in their backyard, because backyard food production, as humble and as simple as it is going to be one of the most critical things in this war that we're in and deciding your future, because the food supply is being targeted. You know that. Anyway, so I always felt that it was a critical thing. And now as I get older, I'm realizing how more critical it is than ever. So I teach people how to grow half of their own food in their backyard, even if they have no experience or older, they're out of shape. And you're absolutely right. Like how many times have I taught people how to make compost or how to garden or all the stuff? So you're right. I do. So I'll tell you the story of how I got into what's exciting me now. So Egypt, and I might have the dates wrong, I think it was like in the 80s. They had a problem, an epidemic of hepatitis C. And the Egyptian government did something really, really smart, which is kind of interesting. So they had this competition where they invited all these different medical modalities. So they had, the pharmaceutical companies with their best interferon and all the bigger drugs. And then they had homeopaths and they had acupuncturists and all kinds of healers of every stripe, right? Mm-hmm. And they had like each healer group had 300 people. So there's involved thousands of Egyptians in this thing. Yeah. And it went over a 6-month period. In the beginning, of course, they do all the baseline. They do all the baseline tests.
Try to tinker if you want while you're doing this.
We're doing live.
And they took the AV setup, so they took the camera. No, if you want to play with it, try it.
Okay. Well, so anyway, they have this 6 months, and they do the benchmark, and then they look at people 6 months later, and they say, who got better, who got worse, like let's fix this problem with hepatitis C.
Yeah.
And so they invited this architect to join into the thing, and his name was Dr. Ibrahim Karim, and he said, I'll do it under one condition, and that is I don't know who my 300 are, and they don't know who I am, and there's no contact, there's only isolation. So they said, okay. So the competition goes on, and they do the reveal of the winner of it on Egyptian national television. and it was Dr. Ibrahim Karim, the architect, that won, and not by a little bit, by a long ways over every other healing modality that was there, and it was very thoroughly done. And he said, what did he do? And well, he made people a little pendant with some shapes scribbled on it, and he said, just wear that as much as you can during the day. At night, put it on your bedstand. That's it. Just wear this pendant that has these shapes scribbled on it. And his people won hands down. So of course,
and have you tried this?
I do have one of the pens. I'll actually get it in my backpack. So I'll get it out. But anyway, let me continue. So of course he upset every he's completely let loose a hornet's nest on the medical community. He says, okay, well then this is where I started to get intrigued. He says, well, let's do it where there could not possibly be any placebo or psychological, because they were all saying, oh, you told people or whatever, some kind of like, well, even if it was psychological, like he won, like why not, but they're all mad at him. So he goes to a chicken farmer, and they had CAFOs back then. The chicken farmer has 20 of these houses with 2,000 birds, and you know the formula, right? And Ibrahim goes, I want one of these houses of chickens, and let me do what I do. But do not, I think he fed the birds the same feed, but he said, do not do any antibiotics, don't do any hormones. Oh, we got that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Says, don't do anything that you normally do like that. And the farmer said, well,
put it down a bit there, Jack. Speed back in a bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit. The farmer said, well,
because you can hear that, right? That's helping, right? That's good. That's good. Yeah.
Right. So the farmer said, well, you're going to have to buy all those chickens right now. And Ibrahim said, why? And he said, because they're all going to die, right? Because there's a reason these farmers think they have to do antibiotics and hormones and all that stuff, right? Yeah. So Ibrahim comes back, whatever it is, 3 months later, chicken production time.
Yep.
And the whole thing is empty. And he goes to the farm. So Ibrahim, by the way, said, I'll just buy them right now from you, right? So he handles that. So he comes back and they're all gone. And he goes to the farmer and says, what happened to the chickens? And the farmer said, oh, well, first of all, when people heard that they were your chickens, I sold them for 4 times as much. So like, okay. And he said, the other thing is, and in the poultry business, commercial poultry, like they keep track of this stuff. He said, 15% less water. Track of this stuff. He said, 15% less water. 15% less feed. Yeah. But they gained 12% more weight. And when they processed them, they said, normally these birds all have all kinds of cuts and scratches and everything all over them because they're in a confined housing operation, right? Yeah. He said, all of your bird skins were just like beautiful, almost immaculate, showing that they had lived a very, and I'm like, what did that man do to that chicken coop? And he just put up some colors and he put up some other things and some kind of shapes. So he's an architect. He's all about shape. And then he goes to an apple orchard in Switzerland, and he takes a section, a corner of it, and that normally they spray, apples, they spray everything on there, right? And he says, don't do any of that spray. And the apples he produced were amazing. They were bigger, they were sweeter, they had a longer shelf life. He did it. He grew a sweet potato in salt water, for water from the Red Sea.
What the hell?
Exactly.
That's insane.
That's exactly
what?
That's exactly what I said. Like, what? WTF? Like, what the hell is that technology? Yeah. So he's all about shape, and he's an Egyptian, and he's been very fascinated by Egyptian temple science, and he's like tapping into technology that his forefather, Egyptian temple science, and he's marrying it with architecture, and he's saying that shapes, I don't know, I honestly don't know, like however he sees the world, I want to figure that out.
So there's something going on here.
There's something amazing. And this is not just, all this stuff I've dug into it. So he's been at it for 50 years now. It's called biogeometry. And it's that. So you asked me what's doing me, and I did the foundational and the advanced training, and honestly, I feel like I'm in engineering school starting over as a freshman again, because it's just, they have a whole different understanding of space and of time and color and shape and angle, and a lot of the training I'm dealing with pendulums to work with subtle energies to learn to.
What's your thoughts on electroculture? Have you tried it in the garden?
I have not. I honestly kind of think it's a fad.
I'll tell you something though,
okay,
my friend.
I believe it's possible, but
well, and I don't, the more I learn, the more I realize I know. The cliche as it goes, the older you get. We put copper rods in our garden, in the kale patch in the greenhouse, which I always pull my kale out by July because just the aphid pressure comes in. My soil's not perfect, right? I'm building it up, I'm working it, right? And so that's a problem every year. My wife made these beautiful little copper rods, and I made big ones and put them around my property. But and that's a whole other conversation, but she put the small ones in the garden, and the kale and everything that was near the rods she put in didn't get any aphids in the summer, though aphids were in the greenhouse down the bed. It was almost like the aphids didn't like the frequency of the energy in that area and didn't go there.
Wow.
That's at least my observation. How that works, I can't tell you. I don't know. But looking at electroculture is quite fascinating.
I am real interested in that. So I'm trying to duplicate some of what Ibrahim did and learn the skills of it and figure out the knowledge.
Yep.
So the squash vine borer, you have squash vine borers, don't you? I know you do. Everybody does.
Well, we don't, in my climate, I don't get them.
Oh, because it wipes them out, they're too cold.
Yeah, exactly. But you guys in warmer climates.
Oh my God, Puerto Rico. Yeah. So there's, I'm in, of course, different groups where we all study biogeometry and share ideas and stuff. And they were talking about, what do you do about termites and insects? And there is a way you can make a specific angle that harmonizes with the insects. So I took a picture of the squash vine borer, and then I did the process that I'm learning. And I haven't had a problem with squash vine borers. I'm on this trip, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, when I come to an event like this, I mean, we saw I believe it was Mike's. Look at the schedule. I think it was Mike's presentation on the trees, the giant trees.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
I did, and I was overwhelmed.
Holy shit!
This was that's a rabbit hole that you can spend a decade or two.
Yeah. This was Mike Wilkinson, Titanic trees, man. And his title his talk was appropriately titled "Mountains of Evidence." He just showed so many examples. I was shocked, folks. I'm talking about trees the size of mountains. What Mike was showing evidence for, and Mike was here, wasn't he? He'll probably. Oh, there he is. Yeah. Unbelievable evidence. So maybe Mike will come on at some point too, over the course of the evening. But so that's what's your garden look like in Puerto Rico right now?
I'm actually working. Well, let's see. Yeah, I've got stuff. I kind of got a yard that I'm renting. So
yeah,
but I'm planning.
Getting set up there, right? You just kind of. How long have you been there?
Well, I've been there 4 years, but it's like they've been this bizarre. I don't know what's up with the universe, but I've been moving. Like I think it's. I don't know. I moved. I've been in almost every neighborhood in this little town now, and I know almost everybody, whether they speak English or not. Because I know. I kind of think that might be what was the universe had in mind for me. Yeah. But yeah. So now I'm in this yard, and I'm doing the 3 system that I do. I've got rabbits. Yeah. And then I'm planting. I've got the garden all around the edge, and then trees. You almost grow trees like weeds, like garden plants in the tropics.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm going to give a shout out to Stephanie Sison. Hey, Stephanie, I finally met up with Curtis. He told me, she said, you got to meet Curtis. I heard he's either.
And I'll interact for a second. I ran into her. I don't know. I don't think I knew you were going to be here, but I know who Marjory Wildcraft is, of course, because a lot of people on my YouTube channel say, "Yo, Marjory Wildcraft, you got to check her out." Because we're the small farm. I'm the small urban farming. She's the gardening. That's us.
That's us.
And we got together on the first morning, and we were just right into it.
It was good. It's been great.
It's been so great. And
damn, I lost the thread of where we were at. So I'm doing the 3-part system, right?
Okay,
backyard food, so I show people how you can grow half of your own food in your backyard in less than an hour a day. It's actually less. So I got the rabbits going, and I'm working on this particular lawn to develop all the food sources for the rabbits. So like comfrey, leucaena, gandules, there's all kinds of things that you can plant. So you have rabbit feed, because when the grocery stores close, the feed stores are going to close. So you need to figure that out. And I plant trees, but you plant trees like Stephanie. I was giving a shout out to Stephanie, and Stephanie's like gives me these trees, and so I'm kind of stressing, because I'm normally thinking of temperate climate. And you got to like design stuff, and you're going to put 5 years into that tree before it's going to produce, and it's kind of a big decision, right?
Yes.
Over there, like you just plant whatever you want. If you don't like it, just chop it down. Another one, right? Yeah.
It is. Everything grows so fast, and it's interesting too, because the type of food production that exists in a place does influence the culture. And one thing I've observed in warmer climates is there's the whole idea of manana.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Because hey, there's food coming from the trees all year round. There's fish in the river all year round, in the ocean all year round. All the stuff's available all year round. Whereas in Western European culture, you had to build a surplus for winter.
Yeah.
Right. So you had
to protect that. And
and you had to work your ass off in the summer to
make it through the
winter. Right. You had to get all that to production. Is that my phone?
I don't know.
Tony, is that your phone? How dare you? But it is, it's a real deal. They don't have it down here, and so you can understand culturally the sort of a bit of laziness, if I can be, politically incorrect and frank. You see that in most tropical cultures, right?
Yeah.
Chill. Yeah. Because the winter's not coming, right? Whereas we have the story of Jiminy Cricket.
Yeah. And out there watching. If you want to come out to Puerto Rico, I've been helping a lot of people move out there. If you've been following Curtis, just look me up. Should I give him my phone number? I'll give you my phone number. You can call me, text me. Okay, ready? 737-230-4699. That's 737-230-4699. Yeah, come on out. I'll show you. We got a lot. There's actually a really Puerto Rico. Every area is going to have its pluses and its minuses, right? Yes. So just as we were talking about insects in the tropics, we don't get a good freeze, so you don't wipe out your insects.
Oh yeah, and they're big.
And you
bugs are big.
You get the bugs, big bugs,
and the diseases don't go away.
And the
soil-borne illnesses don't go away. You have to be more conscious of your soil in the tropics than you do in the boreal climates. Yeah. I believe you don't get that natural reset.
Right. Yeah.
Which is an advantage. We got David Avocado Wolfe in the house now.
Oh my God! Hey,
come on! No,
I was on his. I was
in with us because
you're on my.
I was on your Black Sheep Summit. Yes, but we've never met in person. So
come right in here, grab that chair. Come right next to me, brother. When you get started, we're rolling. We're streaming.
It's happening.
We're streaming.
Yeah, like fruit.
The Anarchist Garden, the Anarchist Variety Show is live with David Avocado.
You've got the
kick things off. I got some local biology, and I'm doing a test on the spot. David Avocado Wolfe here. What are these, my brother?
Ooh, great question.
Do you recognize that? This is a local thing that's around everywhere.
Can
you guys see it?
They're unripe. They're unripe, aren't they?
This is a medicine that you probably are familiar with. You might not grow it in Hawaii, though. Okay, wait, let me see. Where's this mic? Oh, there. Where's this mic?
Okay, you got me?
Oh, yeah.
Castor.
Oh, well,
Castor bean.
This is unripe, though.
Yes, it's unripe. Yeah.
It's unripe, and the beans are not developed. What'll happen is it'll turn brown, it'll split, and then there'll be that multicolored bean on the inside.
But it's,
got it. Awesome.
So much of what you had to say today, David Avocado Wolfe, you want to turn that light off?
Yes.
Was absolutely fully charged.
Okay, here we go.
Fully charged.
We got a video.
Yeah, we're sliding into this thing.
Maybe.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, nice.
The abundance is everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah, castor is an invasive species in Hawaii, and castor oil is one. I was just talking to a guy, so he looked like he had gout. I mean, that was the situation. He gave me his symptoms and his age-related symptoms. And I was like, That sounds like gout. And gout doesn't just necessarily show up as like, your big toe explodes with uric acid. It can show up as arthritic symptoms all over your body. And one of the things I recommended to him was to get into quercetin big time. 1,500, 2,500 milligrams has outperformed allopurinol against gout for years. And people need to know that's also a #1 and 2-step inhibitor of cancer and viral infections of cells and many other things that quercetin does, including being a mood uplifter. But the castor oil came up because a castor soak of his, he actually had a surgery on his toe. And a castor soak of damaged tissue is really good. Castor oil. It's called a castor pack.
Well, I was getting food poisoning a couple weeks ago, and my wife rubbed it all over my stomach, and it was coming on. I ate something that was bad. If you get it, it rises and rises, and you're like, getting to the point where it's like fucking porcelain pillows, right?
Yeah.
She rubbed castor oil all over my stomach, jammed it in my belly button. In 4 hours, it was gone. Do you know what's up with that?
Crazy.
Is that
castor is a magical substance. It penetrates. It has like a DMSO type of quality, so it can penetrate into the tissue and soften the tissue. So when you have, like, for example, uric acid crystals, the main thing about uric acid is it's very water insoluble, but castor somehow resolubilizes it, where DMSO won't work on that particular condition. Now, eventually, you're going to have to use something that will work specifically right on the spot, and the thing that will work on that spot is actually carbon 60 spray, right on the spot where the gout is, if somebody has that condition, and that will stop the symptoms almost immediately. It's unbelievably powerful, actually. But if you're lacking that, and before we knew about carbon 60 spray, I mean, you had to go with castor packs, and you had to use quercetin to make sure that you didn't precipitate more uric acid, and gradually your body would start uptaking the uric acid and getting it out of the way. So that was just the
I used to use castor beans. I would grind up castor beans and use it in the garden to it's a deterrent for gout.
Thanks, Kate. My wife texted me and just said, "Talk closer to your mic."
Yeah.
my wife's probably for all of us. I think she's telling me, but
I think yours is because I'm hearing us better.
Yeah, you are.
I'm hearing you on the speaker that well.
So, dude, what's the experience been like for you?
It was epic. I mean, I'm a public speaker. People know me as a meme lord, but I've done 3,000 public events. I've been
cranking for years,
five nights a week for 15 years straight. It was hardcore. So I like public speaking. I'm a public speaker. So because of the scamdemic and all the other stuff that went on, I basically, my outreach was in social media because that's really fun for me. I really enjoy social media. That, I eventually was like, oh man, they're gonna give me a spot on stage. I'll go up there and speak. So it wasn't really part of why I came, actually. It was just a friend of mine just dragged me along, and then they're like, oh, do you want a speaking spot? I was like, yeah, sure. And because I like public speaking, but it came off way beyond what I thought. I mean, it was an awesome day today. Incredible.
Awesome.
Great crew and great support staff. Everything was fantastic.
Yeah.
I was lit up.
You were lit
up. I've been in a strong fasting state, right? Been living on no real calories and just like, these, whatever this is like a horchata or something like that.
Yeah.
And this is probably the most caloric thing I've had all day.
And dude, I'm feeling the same way. I haven't been eating, not to your level. After you today, honestly, you really inspired me to do fasting.
I'm telling you, like,
fast, but this, because I haven't been eating much, and I'm fucking charged, dude. And the humidity, I feel like I'm detoxifying. I've been texting my wife about this, and I feel it's amazing. Not eating is great.
People are eating themselves to death, and it's very obvious when you stop eating what happens. You're like, oh my God, everything goes better and better and better and better and better, and then goes back to normal. It's absolutely amazing. So when you're young and you're being constructed, you need more nutrition. But once you get to a certain age, you don't need anything. I mean, this is the crazy discovery. And I discovered this from a guy who hadn't eaten in years. And then you go, no, that's impossible. When you're living with somebody like that, it crushes, like I said today, it crushes your belief system. It pulverizes your beliefs because our beliefs are all arbitrary. They're completely arbitrary. When somebody comes at me and they're like, no, it's this or that, I'm like, oh God, it's arbitrary. Everything's arbitrary. And all we can do as nutritionists, for example, is get people directed down into a probability field. That's the goal, right? So, like, for example, one of the things I'm wired to do is to design diets for whole civilizations. It's just in my consciousness. Like, I've studied this. How does this civilization, what's their berry that they use? What's their main source of fat and protein? What's their main plants that they use? Why did they select those? How come this other group that lives there selected different plants in a different system? I'm wired for that stuff. I do that stuff in my sleep.
Dude, the thing that I've been really impressed by you, and full disclosure, we've been bullshitting on 2 nights in a row.
Really good time, by the way. This guy's rad. Whoa, Curtis Stone.
But this guy's a legit farmer. Like he's not just David Avocado Wolfe. This guy's, and the thing, you farmed in multiple climates.
Yes.
Which I really find fascinating because I love climates. I love temperate climates. I love the boreal climates, the arid climates, all of them. They're all unique in their own way.
Yes.
And this guy's got a property in Canada. He's farming in a boreal climate. You're on the tropics.
Yeah, I've been in the tropics. I've also California and Texas.
Dry climates.
Yes,
right?
and deserts. And to a large degree, I did farm a long time in Arizona because we ran a hot springs there from 1999 to 2014. So, I've had that experience, which, by the way, the presence of the yellow watermelon, the Zuni watermelon in Arizona is an anomaly right up the Rio Grande. And the Zuni tribe and their relationship to ancient hieroglyphics and the Egyptians is there's a relationship. And if anybody knows about watermelon, it comes from Egypt. So the fact that the watermelon is there in Arizona is kind of indicative of the fact that the Egyptians sailed up the Rio Grande River, which they did, and they sailed up the Mississippi River, and they sailed up all the great rivers of the world. In fact, the Egyptians had sailed all around the world and were proficient at a worldwide civilization. The evidence is there. The steles, have you ever heard about that?
No.
There's 160 steles. This is still in the books in the 1860s, 1870s, 1880s, and then the Smithsonian grabbed them all and wiped it out and then erased it from history. But if you go back to the old books, there were steles. There were big rock outcroppings along the Gulf Coast that would guide you into the Mississippi River Delta, and they were in Egyptian. They were in Egyptian hieroglyphics. And the Smithsonian's like, oh, we're going to take that. But the old books talk about it. I mean, I do believe it. I'm looking for this right now. Mark Twain even mentioned it. He even mentioned it. This was a known thing. It was known that the Egyptians had circumnavigated the world in ancient times because their debris was still left over here in the New World. And then they want this thing, man, just the satanic Smithsonian, this Klaus anal Schwabs, the bug-eating creeps, the control freaks. These people are out of their friggin' gourd, and they are absolute control freaks. They're mentally deranged. They're perverted, and everything wrong with them you can imagine. And we cannot let them win. It must be united non-compliance.
There we go. That Avocado Wolfe is kicking off this stream tonight. This is popping off, folks. Smash the like, share the stream, and what do you got to say to that, Marjory?
I totally agree.
I'm
totally agreeing with it. And one of the keys is going to be growing your own food, because 10 companies own and control, basically own and control everything that probably you eat, not us, but. And of course, only a handful of people control those 10 companies. So, and it's well known they're having what they produce is not even food in the first place. But
it's interesting how it's gotten to that, how it's just degenerated. And the real core of it all is usury, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Right? Because, oh, we got to make more money. We got to cut corners. We got to cut corners. Because a usury system is a musical chair system, right? Because you're always printing more money than is out there, and you're always asking for more money back than is
back. All right. You'll owe nothing and be happy.
But this one is gonna make your modified mRNA tingle. Time Lies presents Greatest Schwabs, Volume 15. A New World Order in Music.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the unvaccinated are still alive. A little bit of Pfizer in my arm. A little bit of BioNTech does no harm. A little Johnson Johnson does the trick. A little AstraZeneca so you don't get sick. It's booster number 5. Let's talk about Vax, baby. Let's talk Dr. Fauci. Let's talk about all the weird and countless side effects, maybe. Let's talk about Vax. Let's talk about Vax a little.
just keeps ballooning up and ballooning up and ballooning up, and eventually someone doesn't have a chair and they fall on the ground. So this usury system drives corporations. We got to cut a corner. We got to cut that corner. Let's use this chemical instead of that. It's driving the whole thing. So to me, this idea that comes from the Bible that the usury is the greatest crime is right on the money.
And through that usury, they get us to spend our lives paying for our own demise. Mm-hmm. And they get to profit the whole way. The day you're born, get that needle in that fucking baby's foot, right?
Yep.
Get it in there. Get them pharmaceutical drugs their whole lives, GMO foods. Now we're spraying in the skies. Get them so disconnected from what is the natural God purpose to create, right? They want you spending time on a useless pursuit.
So this is the thing that I talked about today in my talk, was that the actual best thing for you is to be creating. Yes. And our God, whatever our God is a creator. And we know that because the forces of evil are parasitic. They don't create, they tear down and they destroy. And those are there for a reason, obviously. They're telling us, like, don't go this way or don't go that way. But some people get sucked into those strange attractors of escapism or materialism, and they get pulled in. So the key idea is creating. Yes. And the whole system is designed to get you to stop creating. And by the way, I will say this, my meme page, like my Telegram meme page, to me, it's a work of art. Every day it's like a work of art.
I just heard about that today.
And it's a machine gun assault of the meme war. It is. It was the first thing I asked them, because we never met in person. But I said, how the fuck do you make so many memes? And you told us today. I don't know if you want to tell. We got almost 400 people coming in the stream. How do you make so many memes?
You have to be that type of person where you're always in. Like, I'm in the meme war all day, every day. It's what I'm designed for. I'm designed for it. I think about it nonstop. I'll get up in the middle of the night and I'll start memeing. You have to be that type of person. There's no other way around that. But also, you have to be somebody who actually is in the right frame of consciousness, that's driving us forward. We're not going to be pulled back into their fear and all the pain and death, pain, fire, destruction crap that they're surrounding us with. We're moving through that. So we represent ultimately the new thing, the new civilization. We're the seeds of the next civilization. When I look now at the Egyptian civilization, for example, I was like, whoa, this was all over the place. This was like our civilization in a certain context, in a certain way. Right. And they were in the Americas. They were in South America. I'm sure that I've had native Hawaiians tell me that they're descended from the Egyptians. I've had native Maoris say that they're part Egyptian, that for sure the world had been navigated by the Egyptians. And so when I look at this, I go, wow, what's going to happen to our civilization? Where's our civilization going? And then I can see that, this is the crashing of this at some hundreds of years it's going to take, or maybe 20 years, or maybe next week, who knows? Yes. But the seed of a new thing will come. And from that will rise a new society, will come new values, and that will blossom and grow. And so that's kind of what I'm looking forward to, is that new thing. That's what I was put on the earth to be, part of that new thing.
Dude, you know what I think? Is God, Klaus Schwab, is a useful idiot for the creator. These assholes, in a way, are unbeknownst to themselves doing God's work, because look at the memes they're making for us.
Right.
Look at the awakening, especially thinking about the guy, Klaus Schwab. He's such a character. He's the stereotypical James Bond villain.
The first time I heard about it, I just bust out laughing. I was like, is this real?
Is this real? Right? But I think he's being played. These guys think they're building this Tower of Babel, and they are, but they're not going to get there.
They're not going to get there. It will fail at some level. It's going to fail because it's unsustainable, because parasitism eventually consumes the host. Yes. That's the fatal problem. And eventually the host either goes down with the parasite, or wakes up, snaps out and goes, no. Now we have many different hosts right now, which is like every state, every county in the world. And there will be certain states and certain counties that go, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing this. And eventually there will be an alliance of these forces against the New World Order, so to speak. Yes. So it can't succeed. But this dynamic that we're in is one of the reasons why you don't want to reincarnate back on Earth.
Okay. Right? Well, we're going somewhere new now.
Okay, let's hear more about
Okay, so people who don't, so again, people will come at me with reincarnation. They've never studied it. They've never read a single book on it. You know, years ago, a friend of mine, he was like, somebody came at him about something. He's like, you don't know. What are you talking about? What do you know? And, you know, I looked at the whole situation. I was like, yeah, this guy doesn't know. What's he even talking about? So people blabber their mouth. They've never done the research. Do the research. Read Ian Stevenson's books on reincarnation. Read Max Tucker's books on reincarnation.
Steiner.
Read Steiner. Read Dr. Brian Weiss's books on reincarnation. And then you'll find out the real hardcore scientific research done on reincarnation. Kids who have memories that they couldn't have had. They could locate their previous life. They knew how they died. The parents confirmed that that's how the kid died or whatever. And there's case study after case study after case study. And eventually, Ian Stevenson, in this case, he concluded, he's like, there's no other explanation for this other than this is a reincarnation. Now, once you're on that track, you go, oh. So once I check out of here, I'm going to be reincarnating to work through my karma, or maybe, you know, maybe you're a holy being and you're not going to be reincarnating anywhere, but I'm not reincarnating here. Like on this dude, like I was coming into some like old growth realm somewhere, you know, like Ewok villages. And they're like, hey, 50% off, come over here. And I was like, what? And I went over there.
A slightly different shift is one of the things. So, you know, we've talked a lot about, okay, so they're spraying the skies, right? The food is poison. The GMO stuff is poison. All the mind control stuff. Like I had no idea. And then of course, the complete, like you're talking about the Egyptians and the complete, like we are a species with amnesia, like really hardcore. And it's been so interesting, the different things that are coming.
A lot of people are talking about this conference, man. We've seen a lot of presentations even today. You know,
it's just, I love that stuff. I love the giant tree stuff. I just love that it just gets people to think differently. Now, Steiner had a thing about our epic, or whenever the fall of Atlantis happened, it was 10,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, whatever your story is. Steiner said that this epic, so it started with the Vedic civilization, moved to the Persian, then the Egyptian Chaldean, then the Greco-Roman, then us. The next one will be the Russian, and then the next one will be the American. The 7 epics of this epic, the 7 ages of this epic, this 6,000 year period, 10,000 year period, whatever your story is about how long an epic lasts. Anyway, he said that the main goal of this time is to actually develop original thought. And so I want to get into that a little bit. Like, this is where I want to go get into where I'm at on that story.
Well, if I might interject, one other thing, and then we also had Max Lowen talking about, she's a survivor of satanic ritual abuse, and just talking about what they really do. And it has just struck me through all of this unbelievable oppression and control that has been going on for thousands of years, like that we're still here now, and that there are still, you know, a third of us that didn't fall for that whole COVID experience.
Most people are good. Most people have good in their heart.
They can't understand it. That's the thing. That's how people don't wake
they're
up.
Innocent.
Why would somebody do? That's what my uncle said. My uncle lives perpetually in the Leave It to Beaver world. Right? It's all hey. Why would somebody, you know, say to me, Kurt, why would somebody do such a thing? It's like, dude, you can't get out of your head to understand that somebody else could think differently than you.
Right. Yeah.
And have a completely different upbringing than you.
It's called government indoctrination camps, otherwise known as communist indoctrination camps, otherwise known as schools.
Public school system.
Yeah, public schools.
But even through the public schools, everything that we have been through, there's still a bunch of us that are like, hey, we're creators, we're figuring things out, we're developing new technologies, you know, we're reconstructing our history. And I think that's where you're going to now, is like the unbelievable
I survived it all those. I went to public schools. I went to all that stuff. And we still were able to think differently. Now, there's always going to be certain people who are born black sheep of the family. I never believed anything they ever told me, ever. I just, oh, they want me to do this and regurgitate this. Okay, I'll do that. That's how I did all school. I never believed any of it. Right? Yeah. And I think this group is a bunch of black sheep of their family, right? Yeah. Everyone, oh, look at this history lesson and look at this thing happen. And it's like, oh God, really? But anyway, let's talk about independent thought. I want to dig into the core of the New World Order's BS, the climate hoax crap, and all the New World Order BS. The core of it, you ready for this?
Yep.
Are you guys ready for this? This is deep. The core of it, at the very freaking core of it, is that something can go extinct, that we could actually wreck this place, that we could cause something to be wiped out, or that, oh my God, every 15 seconds this insect's going extinct, or every day this has gone extinct. And I'm calling BS on that big time. I can give you example after example of example of, oh, this was extinct and then suddenly found again.
Yeah, right.
I can give you examples of animals, insects, trees. We could go down the list. Things were supposedly extinct and then suddenly they show up again. Now, how did I get on that track and where's my evidence? Well, eventually, as being a conspiracy theorist, and I carry that proudly, I'm an anti-vaxxer proudly. Eventually, a friend of mine, Alan Steinfeld from New York City, we used to go to study conspiracy stuff about 20 years ago at his house in his apartment in New York. He said, have you ever heard of Charles Fort? And I said, no, I never heard of Charles Fort. He's like, get the Book of the Damned and read it. Well, I got the Book of the Damned. I got Wild Talents. I got Low, and I got New Lands. I got those 4 books. It's a big compendium like that. I'm a reader. I read it all. I keep reading it all. I keep going over and over. And again, one of the things that Charles Fort proved conclusively occurs was this. They did everything they could to hide this from your eyes. They have done everything possible to remove this so you don't ever see this, and that's called teleportations. So for example, if you start looking at fish falls in recent history, for example in Texarkana, March of 2021, I believe, you can look it up, you'll see it. I put videos out on Twitter showing like, hey, look, this is actually happening. One size of a fish, a certain size, no other fish, no seaweed, no frogs, no anything else, not a fish that big, not a fish that big, but just that size, all opens up and falls from the sky during a storm.
Yeah, how?
How? Here's how. So I've looked at that. I went all the way down the rabbit hole on fish falls and what it means, because what they tell you is like, well, a whirlwind picked up this fish from some lake over there somewhere, even though we don't have that fish over there and we don't have the whirlwind over there, but somehow it picked it up, took it over here, and then dropped it down in Texarkana, Texas, or any number of places. And there's been about 8 of them in the last 2 or 3 years. 8 of these things. So eventually Charles Fort, he started going, what's going on here? And he deduced and discovered this, that as soon as you're not looking, like you're looking over there, as soon as no eyes are on over here, and this over here needs more fish or more frogs or more earthworms or more insects. As soon as you look over there, it'll teleport in over here in a storm.
It makes what it needs.
Oh, you ready for this? Because this thing that we're in right here has nothing to do with what we've been told at all. Nothing at all. So the Earth produces what it needs, where it needs, when it needs it, and teleports it in. So eventually I started looking at the chemtrail phenomenon. And I started going, oh, what's this? What the chemtrail phenomenon is about stopping teleportations, interfering with dimensional doorways that open up and repair the Earth where it needs it. Where it needs water, the water will come. Where it needs frogs, the frogs will come. Where it needs insects, the insects will come. Where it needs certain mammals, those mammals will come. See how crazy this is?
But dude, it's observable in nature, though.
How the hell is all thousands of cases is all proven.
And this is what you said about the chemtrails. That's a new take. And I'm deep into chemtrails. I got documents. I got it all. I've been on that one for a long time. But I can observe in nature that where things are needed, they're made. I see this on my land with medicine on the land. Elderberry, mullein, these things present themselves to us. It's also abundant and it wants us to thrive. But this is Klaus Schwab and the boys. They want us to starve.
The Armonic conception is trying to basically close off the ability for the Earth organism itself to teleport what it needs in where it needs it. Now, I dug into Steiner's stuff on this for a long time to find out what he had to say about such things. And he said the biggest dimensional portals that occur are meteoric. They're meteorological. They have to do with weather events. You see how this all come together? Now let's keep going with it.
Yeah, let's go.
So the chemtrail phenomenon is an Armonic, we're in an Armonic deception right now, and everyone's bought into materialism. You're in a material world, everything's materialistic. But more and more people are starting to realize they're in some kind of a hologram or they're in some kind of a simulation.
Right. Digital, yeah.
And so it's not, things aren't complete. There's no way like you and I could meet. And like, I bet you I got names, by the way, like Johnny Ranger. Do you know Johnny Ranger in Quebec? I know you know the same people as I know from that era. I know. The chances of us coming from like the same era, the same spot, cannot be coincidental.
No, I know.
It has to be synchronistic.
This further. Yeah, because there definitely is. We crossed over at Montreal and at these times, absolutely. But I don't know, at least on the top of my head, Johnny Ranger. But I'm with you, dude. I like where you're going on this tangent.
So where I'm going with this is that it's all if you really dig into like, oh my God, climate change or the climate, whatever their fear porn is, at the very core of it is that something can go extinct. And what I'm saying is it cannot. That's what I'm saying. I'm putting that out on the table. I want you to think about that. And I want you to start looking at the evidence. And I want you to start going, yeah, what are these teleportations and why have they been hidden from us? Why do they try to, what's the word, that normalize them, or they try to dismiss them or try to get them away from your eyes? Because with that evidence, you start going, wait, what? Yep. You see what I'm saying? So Fort's whole thing, and this is a really, to me, Charles Fort is a titan of philosophy. I've read all the philosophy books. I went through all Western thought. Charles Fort, Victor Schauberger, Rudolf Steiner, these people are the Wilhelm Reich leaders in Western thought ever. And by the way, when it comes to women already know this stuff automatically. It's the men that are causing it, in my opinion, right? There's too mental, it takes more, there's more that can go wrong with the male part of the organism. And there's a developmental problem. That's why we have the tranny apocalypse and all this other stuff going on, right? Because there's more that can go wrong in the male development. That's the reality of it. And so the developmental problems in males is what's causing all of this crap, because women are like, yeah, it's like obvious. You're an idiot. It is obvious. And we are idiots.
It is. And everything has been hidden from us.
Yes.
And so many of the talks here at Anarcho Boko are showing this stuff, the mountains of evidence we have with all kinds of shit.
I said something fast. I said something today really fast, and I just wanted to plant it in there. The banksters against the old growth forest.
I love that one because that's what it is.
That's what it is. If you strip it away, you're like, oh, it's the banksters against the old growth forest. The ultimate thing they're doing is they're just like, let's strip mine, cut that forest down, get rid of the old growth. We got to get rid of those trees, get rid of that. Why would they want to be doing that?
Because they're going to put carbon sequestration plants in the place of those trees. Dave.
I mean, they're going to put solar panels on top of tree stumps.
They do it better. The monoculture does it better, don't you know, Klaus Schwab? All these boys, they got a plan for us,
man. Anyway, so that's where I came to in the journey of independent thought, man.
But also spending a lot of time in the forest, which you have done.
There's so many amazing
so much
things.
Knowledge there.
I mean, okay, so let's get into this one. The original shopping center is the forest. You need to meditate. Forest. You have a great place to have sex with your wife. Forest. You need soil. Forest. You need food. Forest. You need to go get mushrooms. Forest. You need shade. Forest. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. You need water. For the forest, once the shade goes up, the spring water comes up. They take the trees away. The water goes running from the sun. It goes down.
Big time.
Trees, water up. Desert, water down.
That's an epic analogy.
He simplified it.
He simplified it in such a way. You are a fucking meme lord, man. Yeah. That's a meme. Have you made a meme for that one?
You know what? I
can't keep up.
I did make a meme. There was an Al Gore thing where he's like, something like up, down. It was years ago. It was a meme I made out of that video. I need to revive it for this particular context, but it was just one of those things that stayed with me. I was like, this up and that down. It's so like the sun pushes the water into the earth. The moon pulls the water up out. But without a forest, there's too much heat and pressure pushing down. So the water's going to retreat in. Now, as soon as that forest goes up, the water comes up instantly right with it. So I've spent years, all my life, 20
to one based on broadcasting and then moving on to the internet and to social media has disrupted the balances that used to exist that made representative democracy work much better. Because a free self-governing people rely on a shared base of knowledge that serves as a basis for reasoning together collectively. But if you have social media that is dominated by algorithms that pull people down these rabbit holes that are a bit like pitcher plants, these algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum. But when people are pulled down these rabbit holes, you know what's at the bottom of the rabbit hole? That's where the echo chamber is. And if you spend too much time in the echo chamber, what's weaponized is another form of AI, not artificial intelligence, artificial insanity. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Wild springs all over the world on every continent except Antarctica, which isn't a continent, but whatever, whatever that is. Anyway, what I learned is that there's 3 types of springs. There's primary water springs. Here's a big one for you.
Water. Here we go.
Here's Stephen Rice. Okay, Stephen Reis, R-E-I-S-S. Good researcher.
Stuff,
Here it comes. The higher up you are, the higher in the mountain you are. This is a good one. Remember this. The higher up in the mountain you are, the thinner the crust.
That's right. That's what I would.
The higher in the mountain you are. This is a good one. Remember this. The higher up in the mountain you are, the thinner the crust.
That's right. That's what I with my well. That's what I experienced. My well is shallower. I'm 400 feet above all my neighbors. My well is shallower. At 5 times the GPM. God's water. Right in the fissure. See how that works?
He's in a fissure too. That's the primary water.
And every guy I talked to, well driller I talked to, said they'd never hit a duster in their life because the basic idea is if you keep drilling, you'll get water. Water's everywhere. Everywhere.
And
they want us to think it's water wars. Klaus Schwab wants you to think it's water wars,
well,
right?
It's one of the, like the fear programs, the scarcity programs. That's a big part of their programming. Right. So everything's scarce and fear and all that stuff. The next, though, is the forest spring. So it's created by a wicking effect of the forest itself. So if the forest is wiped out, the water will treat into the ground, there'll be no spring water. As soon as you put the forest back in, it's a wicking effect. The shade allows the water to come up. Next thing you know, on the highest little point, there'll be a little rivulet that'll come out and it'll start flowing down.
Yeah.
And so the water actually flows up underneath the stream to the top point, comes out at the spring point, and then goes back down in a forest spring. It's not coming out because there's a crack in the crust. It's like a normal mountain primary water spring. Then the third one is a seepage spring. I have direct experience, by the way, with all 3 of these. A lot of direct experience. A seepage spring is when the water is just saturated in the earth and has to finally, after a while, they used to say in Germany, they'd say the mountains are peeing. But eventually the mountains have to release it, and that usually happens after the rainy season. And so in the springtime, boom, the spring will start up, and then it will dry out eventually through the summer.
Around our place, we got water popping out of the mountain everywhere. It's amazing. And regarding homesteading, having multiple water sources is key. You want to have groundwater, you want to have spring water, you want to have rainwater catchment, you want everything. You can't have enough water, right?
Great. That's right. Great idea. I like it.
All of it. Multiple sources, multiple storages, decentralized, right? The water I drink is from the earth, from the deep water well. The water I capture for fire suppression is from the snow melt, right? In the riparian areas, in the watersheds. I just built 2 ponds. We got that. Rainwater catchment. Why not? It's my least favorite rainwater, right? Because of what they're doing in the skies, but it's water that can be used for something.
That's a great point. I never thought about it that way.
But the drinking, the water from the earth is hard water. Right.
Well,
what's with that? What's your take on hard water? Because I find when I drink it, I'm like, oh my god, I'm so quenched.
Water born of granite is the best in my experience.
That's
water born of granite is the best, and that's not actually a hard water in that sense. In the sense of it's rich in calcium and iron, right? Which would cause sediment. Although it could be rich.
It's not sediment, but we get a white. We see
film.
a lot of white film.
Okay, so in that, if you're going to drink a lot of that water, I'd recommend putting it through like a gravity filter, like a
Berkey or something?
No, a Berkey's okay, but I would go through one of those like layers like this. I'm trying to think of what the name of those are called. But anyway, it's a gravity filter.
Yeah, they use sand and gravel.
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. So by the way, what are they using to filter your water? This is a very important point because people have all these things under their sink. Like what's in there? It's sand and stones and charcoal,
the earth already
and coconut husk. It's earth.
Yes, it's earth.
Okay, so what I ended up doing, I learned this from a guy in Toronto. He said that he had done lots of research on water impurities like bacteria in water. And as soon as you put a quartz under pressure with other quartz, as soon as you ram crystals together and flow water through it, 0 bacteria on the other side. So what I do is I take all those cartridges out from all the systems. I collect all those old systems people throw away. I'll say, I'll bring it over here. And then I'll take all the cartridges out, jam them full of quartz crystal, and then get that in there tight so there's pressure on it, or I'll wrap copper around it really tight so there's pressure on it. So as the water's forced to go through that in the line, it'll purify the water. Now that's really interesting because I've drank that kind of water for years. Years.
I wonder if that's a piezoelectric effect.
It is.
You squeeze.
That's it.
Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Wow.
The piezoelectro effect. And then there's other things too. You can always.
I didn't know that would kill bacteria, but I guess it would. I mean, it's a small electrical field, so interesting.
That was this guy's research. Now I put that to use for many years, and it's fascinating. And by the way, what I've used is the local quartz. So, for example, my house is on spring water in Ontario, and it's a surface spring. It's not a well. Yeah. It's a real spring, and that has a whole spirit to it. There's nobody who can tell me that like there's no spirit to a spring water. They don't know. They're guessing because they're a materialist.
When I drink from my spring, I immediately feel charged and purified.
Yeah.
When I drink what's trickling out of my spring, it's different than my well water. It's a different experience.
Different experience.
It is, and
Because it's right.
it's almost like God's Gatorade. It's just like boom, charged.
Charged.
What did I just do? It was like a blessing or something. It was like something. It's different than just drinking.
Well water can come up. It's
Yeah.
unripe,
Yeah.
right? It's not ready to come up, but spring water has come up naturally. And so we bring that into the house, and then we have, right, there was an old water system in the house originally, and I jammed that full of crystals, and all the local crystals too from the land. And that's such a cool thing because the water's forced to flow through that again. So it just kind of recharges it. We got all the Victor Schauberger spiral pipes. We got the whole thing built into the line. And it comes into the house at about 14 parts per million, roughly, you know, in TDS, but there is no scale. We have no calcium or iron in our water, which is just fantastic.
Amazing.
That is great.
Beautiful.
Wow, thank you for that. I mean, I drink, of course, well water, rainwater. Rainwater does taste really good. I really like rainwater, but spring water is,
I like spring water better.
yeah.
All the people on the Big Island of Hawaii. So I was just for New Year's, I went to Cinderland, which is kind of like the old lava fields of the, say, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. People still own those lots, even though it got mowed over by lava, so they built a house on it. And it's all rain catchment. All the water comes from rain catchment. And so a lot of those people have come up to me over the years and been like, what do you think I should do with my water? And I was like, first of all, you got to get into carbon filters. Carbon in alchemy is the toad. It's in the earth. And so the carbon will filter and draw off electrostatically, not sponge-wise, but electrostatically draw off the impurities that are in the atmospheric water and flip the charge. At least 2 carbon filters is what we found was necessary. Then at that point, if you want to put salts in it, which I recommend, electrolytes/sea salt.
It has electrolytes.
Yes. and then spin it. You're good.
Amazing. This is the Anarcho Poco variety show, folks. We are crushing. Smash that like. Share
Curtis Stone over here, everybody.
Yeah.
This guy, man.
David Avocado Wolfe.
David Avocado Wolfe. We've got
Marjory, how you doing over there?
I'm doing good.
I want to bring in too.
You need to
I'm
go.
trying to find the right way to do that.
I'm going to hop off here. So why don't we bring somebody else in?
Okay.
Because
Where's David Weiss?
we're going to rotate around. We got the
Is
variety
David Weiss
show.
here? He's talking to Andrew Kaufman.
Oh,
Why don't we get both?
Both of those guys. Get over here, you guys.
We do another mic.
Mics over here.
We got 2 mics for you. David Weiss, Andrew Kaufman, come on in.
Tell everybody where they get your stuff before we see you off.
Go to backyardfoodproduction.com. Backyardfoodproduction.com. We'll help you get through the apocalypse. It's all good. You'll have dinner. Unless you live with David, then you're going to be on a fast.
Tonight is going to be Mumbai and all the other great Amazonian herbs. That's another way. That's really what I'm doing is I'm basically like just taking herbs and herbal tea and that kind of stuff.
I get it. I love
in this mode, if I'm in a water fast, it's just water, sea salt, charcoal, maybe a little bit of lemon. But in this mode, being at an event, because there's so much great medicine flowing around, I'm on the herbalism. So that was a big thing today that I wanted to get in for everybody. It's like, if your cells aren't filled with the alkaloids of your environment, you don't have the defenses against your environment. I don't know how else easy to say that. I mean, what they did, they took a little white pill. Thanks, Marjory. They took a little white pill and said, hey, get rid of your herbs. You don't need that. Take this little white pill instead. That was the whole pharma wreckage. It's a wreckage. So yeah. How you doing there? Okay. Anyway, so let me say that again. If you don't have the herbs or the herbs, I know there's some people from the UK listening in. If you don't have the herbs from your environment or the super herbs from your environment, you don't have the alkaloids to defend yourself, and therefore you're susceptible to colds, flus, fevers, sore throats, etc. So with the alkaloids from your environment, herbs as your diet, in your diet all the time, then you are immune. When you develop immunity to the environment. And I just can't say that enough because my role for years was traveling around and doing 5 events a week. So I couldn't show up with a sore throat, cough, cold, fever, flu, ever. Right? That's how I got into the medicinal mushrooms and the tonic herbs. That was the whole pharma herbs from your environment or the super herbs from your environment. You don't have the alkaloids to defend yourself, and therefore you're susceptible to colds, flus, fevers, sore throats, etc. So with the alkaloids from your environment, herbs as your diet, in your diet all the time, then you are immune. You develop immunity to the environment. And I just can't say that enough because my role for years was traveling around and doing 5 events a week. So I couldn't show up with a sore throat, cough, cold, fever, flu, ever. Right? That's how I got into the medicinal mushrooms and the tonic herbs. By the way, there's some herbs are more powerful than others, or herbs, or we call them super herbs. And those would be things like medicinal mushrooms, gynostemma, the great Chinese herbs, tulsi, shilajit.
What about tobacco? And I think
tobacco is the king of all herbs.
Some of these guys. So
tobacco's king of all herbs.
And so we've got Dr. Andrew Kaufman here in the house, folks. We've got Dave Weiss, aka Flat Earth Dave. That might trigger some folks in the stream. If it does, smash the like and share this and tell people how much how bad we're grifting or whatever you want to smash us with. How you guys doing?
Doing great, Curtis.
Okay, good.
He needs some additional mushrooms. He lost his voice.
Just so you guys, and he did. Yeah, and
we're going to get him sorted out right now.
This is the thing at these events is everybody is just so jacked on everybody's energy that you just fucking talk all night, and that's I think what happened to Dr. Kaufman here.
Yes, definitely too much talking. But it's so hard to resist now. You better keep that poison away from me.
No? Oh, not.
Keep that poison.
We might have a debate about ivermectin.
Disagreements.
Ivermectin is a neurological toxin that has no therapeutic benefit for respiratory ailments.
I'm going to take issue with that because I got a guy shitting out worms for 4 months on it. That's evidence. That's real evidence.
What does that have to do with what I said about a respiratory ailment?
I thought you said it's a toxin.
It is.
Okay. So it's intoxicating his parasites.
No, I'm talking about like it causes ataxia, delirium. There in Oregon, for example, in a 6-month period, when people started using it for COVID prophylaxis, there were several hospitalizations and 6 admissions to the intensive care unit for people who were just taking it prophylactically and had no health problems. I personally had a client who developed severe neurologic toxicity from this, and it took her a full week to recover with a proper detox protocol.
You sure it wasn't from the binders, the magnesium stearate, the chemicals, the big pharma additives,
Stearate
and
is
flow
in
agents?
over-the-counter supplements very commonly, and people don't get admissions to the ICU for neurotoxicity from those supplements. I think it's pretty well documented. There's several toxicology studies you could refer to in the literature, and there's many studies trying to assess the clinical effect for, alleged COVID, which isn't a real illness, but it represents people hospitalized with respiratory disease, and there was no statistically significant or clinically meaningful benefit in any of those trials.
I've got the list here actually somewhere on my phone of the actual studies, how many had been done, and the numbers statistically. And it's not correlating with what you're saying. Now, I have given ivermectin to many people and recommended it to many people to great effect, including myself, and I've taken it for years personally. And I will tell you this, that it's a synbiotic. So it's an extract of a friendly bacteria. It consists of 8 ivermectins. So ivermectin is not one thing, it's 8 ivermectins, which are excretions of a friendly bacteria. It's like acidophilin is what you want, not acidophilus. It's what, like bifidin is what you want, not bifidus. It's the extracts of the friendly bacteria that nourish you. And now I know that because those synbiotics I used to take if I was starting to get a cough, cold, fever, flu, I would take those and it would immediately be wiped out within an hour. It was a little pack you get from Japan. There was called something, SYN, look it up, SYNBIOTIC, synbiotic, and it would stop all symptoms immediately. How do you explain that?
Well, I don't think you can really draw any conclusions from a sample of N equals 1, but there's no therapeutics that I know that have instantaneous effects. So it sounds like a placebo response to me.
Okay, well, I take issue with that because this is 800 years of research in Japan, Korea, and China. They're called synbiotics. Look it up. It's a class of substances. And I got aware of those substances because I don't want to show up with a flu, fever, cold, or cough. And when I get to an event, I want to be on my best game.
I want to add something because we could debate ivermectin, but I think we could also find some pretty wicked common ground.
Okay.
Well, we got Dave Weiss here.
Okay.
And I know you and you.
Oh, here we go.
Question.
It's a thing. The thing, the flat thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we question what everything is, right? We were talking about it earlier. We're like, so there's so much bullshit out there. So Dave, give us the spiel, dude.
we've been talking.
Flat smack us. Somebody said Dave's going to flat smack us.
So 4 years ago, Jaron from Jaronism and I were talking to Jeff Berwick about coming, or maybe 3 years ago, we were coming to Acapulco to talk about flat Earth, and Jeff said, "I don't think people are ready for it yet," and I can kind of understand that because people shut down. And this year they said, "Yeah, come, let's do it." And I asked the audience today. I had a pretty big turnout. I said, "How many of you believe we live on a ball?" And 2 people raised their hand. One of them was Alec Zeck.
Alex Zeck, how dare you? How dare you have an opinion?
So that was a joke because only one person. So it's interesting. Also, there was a couple like less than a handful of people that are diehard anti-flat earthers, like the Larkin Rose and some other woman, and they refused to come to my talk. And all I said is, come to my talk and then let's talk about it. And it's just so interesting how some people will not face their demons. Nobody wants having their ball taken away. It must be some childhood trauma or something.
Dr. Kaufman, what is your position on such matters?
Well, I think, everything is open to skepticism and questioning. And I think we know as we investigate different subjects that most of the paradigms that we are exposed to or explanations for how our world are incorrect. And I want to draw actually some parallels between the world of biology and the flat earth, because there are some of the same logic errors or errors in reasoning that apply to both. And one of them, which is very important, is geometry. So, for example, when you look at cells and tissues under a microscope, you see 2-dimensional cross sections. And when you take a 3-dimensional object, right, which a cell and all of the structures inside the cell, for example, are, as well as the membranes, and you slice it, you get a combination of different angle type slices, right? You can get straight slices that are horizontal, that are vertical, and then you get oblique slices in different planes that should give you a variety of different shapes of a 3-dimensional image. And from those different cross sections, you can then reconstruct the 3-dimensional appearance. But what's going on in modern theory of the cell, or the accepted version of the cell, that some of these aspects don't actually show the different variations that they should have in different sections. And one really important one of this is actually the cell membrane, or it's referred to as the unit membrane. And it's said to have 2 layers, but these lines are always parallel in electron micrograph slides, which means that they couldn't actually be 2 layers, because if they were oblique sections, they would have different distances, but they always have the same distance in all the membranes in a slide, right? So what we're told, for example, about the membranes being 2 layers can't possibly be true based on the geometry. And if we look at For example, the geometry of the surface of the globe, we can do experiments where we can test, is that surface representative of the characteristics of that sphere, right, which has a known rate of curvature, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's important to actually look at these basic observations and start there and see, do they support the mainstream view that we're told?
Curtis, I have a question for you.
Dave, come in.
So the coordinate system on a flat Earth, on Earth, not a flat Earth, just on Earth, is longitude and latitude, X and Y, right? Where the hell is the Z-axis? Right? When I talked to my talk today, pilots are like, right, they're 100 miles from an airport, they have to figure out their angle of descent, which means how per mile, how much they have to drop to hit the runway. But they do not calculate in curvature. At 100 miles away, the runway will be over a mile below where they are if they go by that calculation. And if they go by a flat Earth calculation, they're not using a Z-axis.
What do you think of that, David? We almost got 500 people in the stream, folks. Smash that like, share that link. Let's get it to 1,000 tonight. We've got legends coming in. We got more coming too.
I trust my observations. And so if I test something, like for example, up Ku'umo'o Road on Kauai, you can see Oahu at night.
Yes, absolutely.
And you can see all of it and the ocean behind it.
Yes, that's the key right there.
The mountain range on the backside of Oahu is 90 miles away from your eye. There's no way you can. It's an unexplainable thing you're seeing. If you're going to believe that you're on a curved surface, then you have to believe that the ocean is curved, and then you have to believe that the ocean should be bulging up between you and Oahu if you're on Kauai, and that means that you should only be able to see the tippy tops of the first mountain range, not the second mountain range.
But Dave, sometimes you can only see the tippy top.
Yep.
And that's because of atmospheric and water.
Unless you zoom in.
Well, no, sometimes there's stuff blocking, which is, I call it atmospheric blocking, or if you're down low, a small wave, a 2-foot wave can block out an entire city skyline. And you won't notice that 2-foot wave because it looks like it's your horizon. Even a mountain in the distance, you can't see the mountain.
Let's talk about the horizon in general. The horizon is an artifact of your eye.
The horizontal eye zone?
The horizon doesn't exist out there. The horizon is created by your eye. Let's go down that rabbit hole.
On a ball, there would be a physical horizon at a known distance, as Andy was saying. And that distance isn't there. We are constantly blowing beyond it. I showed an example of some mountaintops that were viewed 700 miles away. And from the elevation that they were viewed at, the tops of those mountains should be 40 miles below the curve, but they're all there. They're all there. And as I said, mainstream won't even acknowledge their existence, let alone deny it, because they can't.
Right. So, well, let's get back to the whole horizon idea in general.
Yeah.
It's an artifact of your eye. It's a focal point.
Yeah.
It's created by your eye.
Yeah.
That's a really important point. I read that in one of these great books that was written. It was what was the name of that one? The Skylight Areas, that was written in the 50s. Kind of a flat earth book, interesting hardcover book that I got years ago. And he said that the horizon is an artifact of your eye. And I was like, whoa, there's the truth right there. Is the horizon actually something that's out there? Yes or no?
No.
It's just your position and perspective.
It's a parent position.
Yeah.
And that the horizon changes if you change your eye, like with a telescope, right?
Is that not the foundational idea of observation in general? The more you look, the more you see.
Yeah.
The more you pay attention, right?
But what I love about the flat earth more than anything is it's right in front of your face. It always has been. That to me is just an crushing logic. It's just right there. There it is in front of you all your life. That to me was just the most magical thing. I was like, whoa, it's always been right there. And proof that you can't be deceived. And that's another thing that was beautiful about it. It's like, oh, we can have been deceived. We were wrong. Whoa. That's an amazing revelation.
And what difference does it make? I still have to go to work on Monday, which we were all programmed to say. It makes all the difference in the world, all the lies of this world, from child trafficking to the COVIDs to everything else. It's all based on the foundation of the globe lie. It makes you weak. It makes you distant from the creator. It makes you lost. It makes you scared. It makes you have scarcity. And it shortens your thought. I mean, your thought is stuck in that globe prison, right? If you know that that there's more across this plane, virtual, whatever you want to call it, a simulation. I call it a physical simulation because I don't have any better words for it. And when you expand your mind like that, your thoughts go farther. And we all know, everyone listening here knows that your thoughts create your reality. And so if your thoughts are limited, your life is limited. So what difference does it make? I don't want a limited life. I want to live to my full potential.
What, Dr. Kaufman, what's your take on this?
About living to your full potential?
Well, about where we're kind of going with these limitations that have been created for us. And for the record, for flat earth, for me, I kind of agree in the macro of it. I don't try to get into the details of what it is, but that there are so many foundational lies. Would you agree with Dave in that if you can get your head around the flat earth thing, it is the key to understanding that there are so many lies that are stacked on everything?
Well, I think there are many different pathways to the understanding of all these foundational lies. And obviously cosmology is quite foundational, as is nature, right? Just understanding nature in general. And there are, so many misperceptions, lies, or just incorrect, theories and laws. And the importance of it is that we can't actually become mature. We can't make the right decisions, right? We can't take the right action unless we know the correct information, right? Because maybe we'll be thinking we are, but it'll be based on bad input.
Yeah, because it can. I found this too, though, with the rabbit hole stuff. David, you've been down the rabbit hole. We've all been down the rabbit hole. At the same token, it can work against us too, in that, in my opinion, the New World Order wants you chasing rabbit holes. They want you pursuing nothing. They want you celebrating pride, because celebration of pride, well, it's a sin for one, but it's also a celebration of nothing. Because to celebrate your gender or your biological sex, that you didn't do anything for that. You just showed up. right? It's to celebrate nothing. And so they want you doing the same thing, is obsessing over things that don't go anywhere. And I'm not challenging you on anything, Dave. I'm just kind of providing a bit more context in that by the pursuit of these things, even us truthers can get stuck in rabbit holes that don't take us anywhere, right? Like what would you say?
Wait, I've got something
Go
to say
ahead,
on this
yeah.
because, I've witnessed this many times that, and I think it's important to separate kind of two sides of the story, because one side is realizing that something, a narrative, is false. Now, separate from that is, okay, well, what is the true explanation, or what is the true phenomenon? And this is where we can easily go astray, because we can end up using the same kind of errors in logic and believe a new theory or a new narrative that has no more truth in it than the mainstream one. But we believe it does because maybe it contradicts the mainstream narrative, or maybe other people are saying it, and we have solidarity with them. So we have to apply really the same rigor, and a big part of that is accepting that we're not going to be able to know the truth about many of these things.
Well, don't you think that part of not knowing is understanding that everything's a probability, right? Like, for example, ivermectin. Some people it's not going to work. Some people it will. Reishi mushrooms. Some people are allergic to mushrooms. They can't do that. Some people have problems with certain foods. Right? The one size fits all can never work. It's a probability field. Rudolf Steiner said this. He said that there are as many diets on Earth as there are human beings on Earth. That's the real truth, by the way, of diet, because it's so individual. To the being, so everything exists in a probability field, right? And see, this gets to the whole thing about the azimuthal equidistant projection map. It's not correct. At the outer edges can't be correct, because I've had people fly that route from Auckland, New Zealand to Santiago, Chile, and yes, it is a different plane, but it takes 14.5 hours, and I got that from every single one of them that did that flight,
because it goes so fast, right? So we found NASA documents showing that.
Okay. Yeah, but hold on, the azimuthal equidistant projection, you really are stretching that, whatever the supposed southern hemisphere or area below the equator.
I think that it's a combination between the globe and that map. I think it's somewhere in between.
So it's a hyperdimensional object, is what you're saying, the Earth.
It's possible.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
See, what's happening here is that eventually you find, this is the Charles Fort realization, that eventually you find evidence that contradicts your opinion, and so eventually you have to accept a quasi-reality, which means that logic and illogic exist together, and rational and irrational not only exist together, they define each other.
This is
more shades of gray in a
mushroom, the greatest mushroom ever. It's been the most well-studied herb in the history of the world, but there are people who cannot take it. They'll have an anaphylactic shock reaction to it, because everything exists in a probability field. Does that make sense?
I think that the Gleason's map is the closest map that we have to reality, because
sure, it's closer.
On my app, but I've done this. Wherever the sun is on my app, it's to reality, because
sure, it's closer.
On my app, but I've done this wherever the sun is on my app, it's noon there, and so it was over on the east side of Australia. I called my friend PK and I said, "Where's the sun? And what time is it?" He goes, "Well, it's noon and it's right over my head." And then later, in the year, it's over Miami. I'll call somebody there. So it is moving, and it is over these places. I don't know how how far off.
Can I ask you guys something? What about some of the critics that and I try to not get into it, because I just want to grow food, and so, but I'm open to all this stuff, but what about the spring, like the seasons on the flat Earth map? What's the deal with the seasons? How does that work?
It's so easy, man.
Tell me.
The sun's closer, it's warmer.
So it's coming closer.
No, it moves in between the tropics. You have the outer tropic of Capricorn, you have the inner Tropic of Cancer, and the equator's halfway in between those. So in March and September, it's over the equator, and everything in the tropics, it stays warm because the sun never gets far from it. So in June, it goes all the way into the Tropic of Cancer. That's why it's warm in the United States, because it's getting close to us. And then it starts moving out, and it gets farther away, and it gets lower in the sky. Is it getting lower in the sky, or is it just getting farther away?
Let's get into the anomaly part of
it does get lower in the sky
Because it's farther away.
Let's get into the anomaly part of it.
Oh, well, we'll get into that. But if you're under a street light, that's your summer sun. Like, you're on the equator, whatever. And then those street lights down the road, it's the same height, but it's lower in the sky.
Right, because for me in the northern
away.
hemisphere, I really, I do observe that the sun significantly goes lower at the horizon.
Because it's farther away. Look at the street light down the road. It's the same height, but it's lower in the sky. Let's say you and I were sitting outside. You came to visit me in Connecticut in February. Stupid thing to do. It's freezing. We're sitting outside 20 feet apart because we don't want to infect each other, and it's freezing. Our beers are freezing. And David Avocado Wolfe shows up, and he goes, Curtis, you look really cold. And he's got a 20-foot high, or 15-foot high, let's say, heat lamp, and he holds it right over your head, 15 feet in the air. You're like, you take off your jacket, you're warm, your beer melts. And I go, Curtis, where is that heat lamp, that sun? And you go, it's right up above me. And I look at it, I go, it's really over there. It's at a 45-degree angle, but it's still 15 feet above me. Then David's feeling bad for me. He walks over to me, and I watch that thing get higher and higher and higher as he keeps it at 15 feet. And now it's over me. I'm warm, you're cold. It never changes its height. You saw it go up, I saw it go down. It's so simple. The sun gets near you, and it's warm.
Okay, what do you got to say?
Well, I just want to say, this is an example of what I was just mentioning, right? Because so Dave, I think you've done a very good job, right, proving that the ball Earth model is not the correct model, right? And
that's
so
the most important part.
And now you're using, right, another theoretical model to explain the seasons. But you could come up with an infinite number of other models that could also explain the seasons, right? So I don't believe that everything is a probability. I believe that the seasons work a specific way and they change on a regular schedule, and it is a certainty. But what is the model that's producing it, right? So to prove your model, Dave, you need to really go up above those light bodies and show them going in those patterns, right? And then that would give you some direct observation evidence of that.
We have a lot of direct observations. We had flat earthers and many people go to the north, way up in Norway and Alaska, and we can see the sun circling because it never gets farther away from.
I'm gonna contest that because I videoed the sun in Iceland, and I did an actual trip to Iceland. I've noticed this for years, and so I wanted to film it. We did film actually one good corner of it. I don't believe that the sun circles above us. I believe it hits rhomboids in the 4 cardinal directions, meaning it's a rhomboid with the corners in the 4 cardinal directions.
But the point is that you didn't lose sight of the sun because it never got too far away from you. So whether it's a circle or a square, it's hitting gates. I'm with you.
Something like that's going on.
But it stays close to you. That's why it stays so
loud. Can't we just launch a fleet of drones and follow it around and map out the path?
Yeah.
So the job that's a very good question. And the job that needs to be done is you actually have to follow the sun and keep the sun in the middle of the reticle of the camera and follow it. And so the sun's position is not being disturbed by the curvature of the lens.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you have to keep the sun in the middle and then get a big enough picture so you can take all of the background, like mountains or whatever, ocean, and match it in. Now, when you do that in a short level, you see, and you showed this today actually on the screen, the sun moves in a straight line.
Oh, well, that's because we're only seeing a small section.
Oh, it is. I don't know that. I'm not convinced of that.
I'm pretty convinced, and this is my own personal observation, that when I see the sun rise over the water, I think it's less than 65 miles away, because I see it like right where Montauk is, and I'm lower into Connecticut, and then that means it's only traveling 130 miles over the course of a day. From my point of view, I see it on my personal atmospheric dome.
But you're doing this, but you just talked to us about how it's always this. You see what I'm saying?
But if you're standing under a street light, the 1.5 mile down the road and a half mile that way, those are on the horizon. So they're doing the same thing. The sun doesn't do a dome.
I see what you're saying now. I get that. I had a hard time.
There it is. Okay, now we're getting into
that's a straight line.
That's a straight line.
You could view it,
so it moves at a point to the south, and then it moves in a straight line away from you until it sets. That's my observation. Now it's close to a straight line. Now it could be. I don't know. We have to do what I said. We have to get the camera on the reticle of the sun on the reticle of the sun, or the camera on the reticle of the sun, and then follow it and snap the pictures, and then map that onto the background that it was moving across, and see, is it actually moving in a straight line? Because the curvature of the sun could just be the curvature of the lens.
I think you could correct that with a tilt shift lens.
Okay, what's a tilt shift lens?
It's kind of complicated, but it actually has a 2 planes of rotation, and that the lens elements can be shifted with respect to each other. So you can have a rectilinear correction of those kind of perspective artifacts.
That's a good one. Okay.
So we have another observation. I'm going to try.
We're going full flat Earth here. Where's Mike Winter?
We can
get over here, Mike Winter. He's gonna step in, and it's gonna be Alpha Vedic.
I have a theory about castor oil. If you want to double back to that,
Mike Winter is in the house. Curtis Stone is going to step out, take a piss, and listen for a while, and he's going to come in here.
Jump in.
Carry on, boys.
Okay, hold on.
So I've learned that just recently this year, the wonders of castor oil just started coming out everywhere. And David, you confirmed that castor oil.
Are you saying you took castor oil and stuff started coming out everywhere? Or
I learned about it and all this information, and you guys are in agreement that castor oil is a wonder oil. Would you say? Why would you describe it?
I describe it as a healing solvent.
A healing solvent. So we're all programmed by the mainstream, with the tell live vision programming to certain things like Game of Thrones, the #1 scene is when the little guy says, "I'm going to piss off the edge of the earth from the ice wall." That way, when any flat earther mentions the ice wall, some people go, "Oh, like Game of Thrones," and they dismiss flat earth. The little rascals. Remember growing up with them? Two things they did. They normalized orphanages. Is that a word? And that's after all of the orphan trains. And then they demonized castor oil. Everybody hates castor oil because of the freaking little rascal.
Good point.
I would never even consider castor oil because of that. But then I heard maybe it was you talking about it, and then Amanda maybe even you. And I was like, I was programmed, and now it's the greatest thing ever.
Mike Winter, how are you? Okay,
Get on that mic, Mike. Mike, get on the mic.
Check 1 2 1 2.
There you go.
I learned about castor oil from the great Mr. Casey, Edgar Casey. It was like of all the readings he did, I felt like that was his #1 thing he went to when he was doing his medical readings. It seemed like he went to castor oil all the time, and of course, with those readings, I think he was at like a 90% positive conversion rate when he was doing his medical readings. So I got into castor oil a long time ago reading, and I could actually have used some last night.
Yes, Mike wasn't feeling so well.
Oh, Viva la Mexico. So how's everybody doing? What are we talking about?
We've been getting into the flat Earth.
We were
talking about the
while.
sun and the way the sun moves, which the moon may move in the same way. It's just we have to get the sun filmed in the middle of the lens because the curvature of the lens could disturb our position of understanding where that sun actually is, because there is a slight bend. Every lens is somewhat of a fisheye lens. It's going to push something into a curved position that may not be in a curved position compared to its previous position.
I have another flat Earth observation that we've been working on for over about a year that I'm not sure you've ever heard of, and it's very, very interesting. So the Earth is a globe. The Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are the same length. So the sun
Circumference.
same circumference. So on the flat Earth, the Tropic of Cancer is much bigger.
Right?
And
They're
therefore
like concentric circles.
the concentric circle. So the bigger circle, the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun would have to go faster. How does that happen? People say. Well, I don't know how it happens, but we can observe. Andy likes observations. We can observe the time it takes from sunset when the sun disappears to total darkness. Now, in our summer in the north, the time after sunset, the light is longer in the summer. Like I get almost 2 hours of light after the sun sets in June. But in December, 15 minutes later, it's dark. It's pitch dark. So every latitude has a different amount of daylight depending on the topography. Like,
So what you're driving at is the problem of there being no twilight on the South Island of New Zealand.
no, that's not
what
what I'm driving at. No, I'm not driving it at all. What I'm saying is from June.
There's no summer twilight on the South Island of New Zealand.
From June to December, everywhere in the world, the time from your location, if you measure it from sunset to darkness, wherever you are, and you measure it every day, it gets less and less and less for everybody, even people in the South. And then from December to June, it gets longer for everybody. Well, it would have to be reciprocal on a ball. It would have to get from June to December, it would have to get shorter in the north and longer in the south. That's what a ball requires. But we're noticing that it's the same for everybody everywhere, and that's because the sun is speeding up, and that's why it goes away and it gets darker faster.
So it's moving faster in the supposed southern hemisphere.
In the outer, when it's making its outer circuit.
I've measured that in Perth, Australia, how quickly the sun sets from when the bottom of the sun disk hits the horizon until it sets. Like, what's that time? And then compare it, like, what do you see in LA, for example, at a similar latitude in the 30s, like 31, 32, 33 latitude, or 33, 31, 32, 33 latitude, north or south.
Again, it's just another observation that leans towards flat Earth. There's a preponderance of
a couple things on that. One is there is a notable absence of twilight in the summer in like the South Island of New Zealand, which is not explainable by a symmetrical object.
Right, and
that's part of it.
It's running away so fast.
So fast, that's right. Okay. And then the other thing that was an interesting observation is that the equinox idea is wrong. It's the equilux. It's the day of equal day and night is the actual change of the seasons. Like, for example, this is interesting too, because that day can never be later than March 19th in the Northern Hemisphere. So the Persians had that day, the March 19th, as Nowruz. It's the New Year, always. So let's say in Reykjavik, the last day of winter can never be later than March 18th. The day of equal day and night can never be later than March 18th. They knew that in ancient times. So they set that, because I was always wondering, why is it March 19th? Why is it March 19th? It's not random. And by the way, Halloween, what's going on there? That day is swung out wildly on the analemma. It's the furthest to the east on the analemma. If you look at like what day is the furthest to the east, it's Halloween.
Good day for a second.
Isn't that interesting? So this analemma thing, by the way, is in lemniscate, right? It's a figure 8 sign, but it is not symmetrical. And so that led Steiner to the position, and this is what he says. He says, the Earth follows the sun in lemniscate. Whatever the Earth is, it moves, it follows the sun. And he says the reason why we show up on September 21st with more heat than, say, June 21st is because the Earth is where the sun was on June 21st.
Mike Winter, your thoughts on all this?
Well, I'd like to think that we're in a wild simulation of our own thought creation, and
can't rule it out.
But no, I think it's all fascinating. I think what's great is we're all figuring it out, right? And but what's been so cool was seeing what's going on here in Anarchapulco this year with all the talk about different cosmologies and different ideas of what the nature of reality is that people are finally realizing that matters. Your cosmology matters. It defines who you are. It defines the reality that you live in, and it defines your autonomic, like what your autonomic nervous system is going through, what your subconscious is going through. It's all based on your idea of what your reality is. So I think it's great that we're going deeper and deeper into these topics here at like a quote unquote anarchy conference, because this is the core philosophical and metaphysical discussions that the great philosophers of the ancients would have, and we're doing it again with new media. So I think it's great, man. I'll be the first to say I don't know. I honestly don't know. I like that model that Dave has on his app. It makes a lot of sense when I look at it. But then there's always like funny little weird things that pop up. They're like, how does that work? So I'm always open to knowing how, what other perspectives are. But I do tend to go with this idea that we're in a thought created simulation, and that actually due to consensus of thinking, we can actually adjust and change nature. It's running on a program, but we as divine creators can actually adjust it and change it if we know our own law and we know our own moral right, which most people don't. So most people fall prey to nature and are commanded by it instead of us commanding it.
That was great. That's nice. Good job.
I think I'm getting over the stomach bug I had last night.
Some of these guys, Dave and Mike Winter, have been feeling a little under the weather. And I told them about my castor oil remedy. I thought my wife packed it for me, but she did not. And no guilt tripping. I know my wife's watching right now from the snowy mountains of our southern British Columbia homestead, but she got it back on, dude. We got 96 kilowatt hours of power today in the sun. She was in the greenhouse tanning. I was talking to my wife and kids on the phone on FaceTime, and they looked like they were in the tropics. Wow. And I felt, wow, I'm there with my family right now, but I'm here with you guys. And this is great, you guys. Keep going.
Okay, nice.
Keep going. I will say, if you want a great psychedelic experience, go into a deep Mexico fever like I did last night. And I'll say, dude, I had the craziest time dilation last night. I don't know what it was, what caused it, but I was going through some deep, dark night of psychedelic soul last night, where I thought I was going through like 3 hours of intensive cleansing, and I would look at my watch and 10 minutes had gone by. All night last night. I lived an entire life last night in my hotel room here.
Jeez.
I don't know what it was. And I was having these great epiphanies about the nature of reality related to my talk at this event, and like where I can take this with. And I was like, oh, I got it. I should be writing this down, but I'm too busy shaking in my bed. I'll remember it. I'll recall it all. Completely lost.
And then it culminated at 6:08 a.m. with a
boom, what they would call a tremor here. Just a little.
Did you feel that this morning?
Woke me up. Well, all of a sudden I realized, whoa, I'm at the edge of this building. Oh my God, this thing's swinging like a domino about to tip over. It was wild.
And they just call that a little tremor here for locals.
It was a 4.8 or a 5.0 earthquake.
And it was last yesterday.
And
yeah, I felt the one yesterday sitting in my seat, actually.
Dave, when did your first meme come out on that? Mine came out 5 minutes after it happened.
Whoa,
yes.
You beat me to it.
Thank you. The meme lord, David Avocado Wolfe.
The meme last night was, there's that couple that's sitting in the bed, right? And like, she's like, I bet he's thinking about another woman. That one, that one?
Yeah.
And the first image is, I bet he's thinking about farming and homesteading. And then the next one is her hugging him. That was the meme last night. Does that make sense? Normally it's like, I bet he's thinking about other women. Meanwhile, he's thinking about burning up the World Economic Forum or something like that.
Yeah.
That's how that meme normally goes, but it was a clever one.
Create the beautiful world we all want to see exist, basically.
I love that. I love that because
it's 9:06 now. 6:09 was when I opened my phone during that earthquake.
There we go. The power of memes are interesting. That's what I appreciate about you, Dave, is you made a comment about it on your talk today about how AI can't quite figure it out because there's so much cultural context and nuance.
That's right.
And you really have to put a lot of things together to get it, right? And that's why they speak to all these truthers. Why we love that stuff so much is because it's like, wow, somebody summarized a thought or a feeling or experience in an image.
Yes.
Not a body of text.
It's a visual format that is not very codified in data language that the computers know, right? It's an expression of art. It's an expression of consciousness that is not easily applicable to the AI pseudo mind. So I think it's been one of the greatest art forms to come out in pop culture of this freedom scene in the last 5 years. And you've been on it, man.
I've been on it for 10 years. I've been on that train. I realized where it was going about 10 years ago, and I just went all the way into it. And then now we're in basically a fight for our freedom. Absolutely. So now it's like all gloves are off. It used to be just focused on like health messages, friendly messages, support messages, messages of betrayal, things that people have been going through emotionally, that kind of stuff. But now we've opened it up into the world of politics. We've opened it up into the world of like what our destiny is, because our destiny rides on the line right now. That's kind of epic.
I want to run a thought by you guys. You're familiar with Andy Warhol?
Yes.
Right? So we talk about pop culture. You ever heard that quote he had is, in the future, everybody will be famous for 15 minutes. Yeah. What do you think about that?
I think it was one of the most genius quotes. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, it's true in many cases. I think some people get famous for 30 minutes, but
the pursuit of wanting to be famous, everybody wants it. It's social media. It was a critique of social media.
Right. He was a social media kind of guy then, really, right? Because he was creating iconic memes.
Yeah, like I wonder if we wouldn't have memes without his art in a way. Pop art is quite profound. I don't really like it. I didn't like the modern art stuff. I like more classic art, I guess. That's just me. But at the same time, that pop critique that speaks so much in a single image, I wonder if there's some ancient memery going on there.
Could be. Maybe.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean,
maybe I'm gonna recycle some of Warhol's art in my memes.
I dropped that.
Right? Yeah. I'm going. Wait a second here. Hold on.
Feed, bro. What are you saying about that?
I'm trying to think now what would replace the Campbell soup can.
Right. 909 switcher. 909.
No, it's just like he also was like culturally endowed in terms of like at his warehouse, the films he was doing were basically based within the cultural milieu of that time. The idea of art being something related to the pop sensibility, right? Of questioning the mainstream and all that. And so it was diversive, and it was, even though a lot of it was very much drug ridden or drug fueled. Yeah, there's something to Andy Warhol, and I'm always trip out on what would it be like to be at those parties back then. And the people you're hanging out with, here comes like.
I always think of the story. The song came up early in this week, which is "I Was Made for Loving You" by Kiss. Paul Stanley walked into Studio 54, and that whole song came to him, and that was a Warhol thing, right? So the effect that had on pop culture. You remember the days when Kiss was the biggest like rock metal band,
Kiss posters,
and then they went disco.
Yeah, then I lost interest.
Well, and you guys are all aware that most of pop culture or pop music especially was all fabricated. I mean, it's all
it
pattern
turn and
stuff.
burn, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I can't stand about pop music today. It literally sounds like the New World Order. Everything is pitch corrected. Nothing's organic. For me, the best music is acoustic music.
Analog.
The resonance of acoustic music and even analog. Listening to a record, the sound of a record. Because it's real audio. Digital representation is dots. So you draw a straight line or a waveform. The digital representation is samples of that along the way. And the higher the resolution, the better it gets, right?
Trust me, as a DJ for 25 years, playing vinyl was always far superior to the digital stuff we play on now. I mean, it's a great example of sacrificing quality for convenience, which is, I think, one of the big traps in how they get us, right? And so I'm guilty of it. As a DJ, I have a lower right shoulder than my left for carrying a 200-pound record bag everywhere I went traveling. And it sounded way sweeter in the club, but then I found out, hey, I have 35,000 songs on my computer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
So, but yeah, analog record sounds so much better because it's not a digital copy, right? It's the pure analog waveform of the song.
And wouldn't you agree? Would you agree with that, David? That we continuously, as we are awakening, going closer to the truth, the New World Order is also pulling everybody away from the truth more than ever.
I think that we're gaining a lead on them. I think that they're falling behind. I think that they're desperate. I think that too many people are waking up too fast. I think they're trying to speed up their plan, and I don't think they're ready. But I do think there will be two realities in the future: the people that just don't see, and they're going to be living in that world, and people like us that we're going to be, living in our world. I forget who said it. I've been repeating it a lot. But we don't need to take down the government. I think you all said this. We need to we just need to make them obsolete.
Yes.
Just create our own thing.
We need to overgrow the system, as Dave said in his talk today, but we also need to compost it first. There's many parts that we can reuse because it's actually not all bad. The system was built for us. It's just the devil's got the keys, and it's his realm. But we learn the rules. We can take this puppy over. But I'm not talking about some revolution, which is just a spinning of the around the berry bush again. It's an evolution. It's an upward spiral. You can go in a downward spiral. You get down in the dumps, down the rabbit hole, as they say. You have a downward spiral. On the inverse, you have an upward spiral. So these are things that we talk about in permaculture of creating abundance that stacks on itself and self-replicates and creates an exponentiality to it.
Spiraling up into the next level.
Absolutely.
Next level. I like the idea of let's just build a new system and we'll just recycle what we can from the old. I'm a recycler personally. I mean, every man's got to have his junkyard, and things do come in handy. I mean, all of a sudden I go, oh, wait, there. Oh, that's in that drawer over there. Okay, yeah. It comes in handy 10 years later. It's happened. So,
every man has his junkyard. I'm glad you're saying that because my wife was, mine's
I kind of threw that in there for you because I guess you're probably like me. You gotta have a junkyard. I finally ripped my shed out, by the way, in Ontario, which was kind of a junkyard. And I have this lady she's just the best ever, Helen. And she's coaching us on how to deal with the province, the county, whatever you call it, on how to deal on the what is it? They call it the it's like a county. Anyway, so she's been coaching us on what to do with that piece of land. She's like, scrape it all the way down to the bottom. So we ripped out the old shed and we scraped it to the bottom. Boom, a spring pops up right next to the house.
Right on the Canadian Shield too.
Right on the Canadian Shield. So I'm gonna show that to you actually. It's a cool one.
Dave, let's talk about that meme that you put out the other day, the list of everything from 2020 to
Oh,
2024.
geez.
How is that? What is going on there?
It,
Have you seen it?
because this, okay, you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Life's fake. Life is fake. That's how.
Because
nothing is totally real. This is that thing of probabilities. Nothing is totally fake. It's this is Charles Fort philosophy. As long as I try to push, and go, this is really actually real, the unreal and the fake will push in against and go, what about this? What about that? Well, you're denying this. Now you're denying that. So ultimately, all philosophy is about bullying in a position. That's why it's a probability. Like that's like me bullying and saying peanut butter for everybody. That's all you get. This idea of peanut butter for everybody or one jab fits all is absolute lunacy.
One jab fits.
It's absolute lunacy. It's absolutely the craziest thing ever. It's like one food fits all or one anything fits all. Nothing could be more bizarre. Nothing could be further away from reality. And so that our mnemonic deception has taken over our cosmology and pushed all this stuff. This is real. We're going to bully it in and this is what's going to be real. And then we go, what about this? Oh, don't look at that. Censor it. Get rid of it. This is starting to accelerate. Because that bullied in position, people are starting to go, what about this? Look at that. Oh my God, I looked at it from this side and that side's all bullshit. And then more and more censorship is required to keep the thing afloat. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm sharing the meme. I'll put it in the chat here.
Okay, great.
Guys, what we're talking about.
So life is fake in a certain way, in the sense that like this is not a totally real or totally fake reality. It's in between. And therefore hyper synchronicities like this can happen. Can I read it? I'm gonna read it. Or I can find it on my phone. Let me just read it.
I'll just share it on
Okay, 2020 and 2024. The Chiefs and the 49ers Super Bowl, both in 2020 and 2024. Whoops. Lamar Jackson wins MVP. Lamar Jackson is favorite to win MVP. He didn't win MVP, by the way, but close enough. Ravens win NFC North. The Ravens won AFC North. Chiefs win AFC West. Chiefs won the AFC West. Texans win AFC South. Texans won AFC South. Chargers last in AFC West. Chargers are last in the AFC West. This is the Super Bowl football. Washington last in NFC East with 13 losses. Washington last in NFC East with 13 losses. Panthers last in NFC South. Panthers were last in NFC South. 49ers win NFC West. 49ers win NFC West. This is the same in 2020 and 24. Cardinals last in NFC West. Chiefs are the home team. I can just go on this list. 49ers are the number one seed. They lost. Billie Eilish won Song of the Year. And by the way, if you always look at just what's going on in Las Vegas, that will tell you how rigged it all is. Billie Eilish won Song of the Year. Billie Eilish won Song of the Year. Chiefs 600 possession, 600 plus 600 preseason odds to win the Super Bowl. Same in
So is this
2024.
the quickening? Is that what, is it?
Well,
is it a
we're
representation of
what's happening? We're
suffocation?
accelerating towards an inversion, a total inversion of reality. And this is one of the things that is a very Steiner type of thing. As the Antichrist approaches, everything gets completely inverted. And it comes in waves. So these waves are like this. This is a wave of things.
The list goes on and on, but the last thing on the list is COVID starts in March 2020, and we're 2 weeks away from March. So, Dave, in your opinion, will X come to get us?
No, they're going to go. They've already decided to go with the war. They're going to try to call off the election due to a war, and they're going to try to draft people. And I personally think that this will be, everyone's always like, they get blackpilled so intensely that they like the Republicans and the Democrats are just the same. They're not the same. They are not the same. The Democrats are worse. They're worse. Now, I get the angle that, like, okay, the cons, right, that they're bad because they're running us off into a ditch, right? The constitutional conservatives, the cons, they're running us off into a ditch. So they might, in a certain mindset, be worse. But who's actually running the Democrat Party is pure satanic evil. The Republican Party is just a bunch of bozos, idiots, total morons, thefts.
And they got the Bohemian Grove attendees.
They've got, of course, they've got that in it too, of course. Yeah. But the Democrat Party is more organized to evil. They are very highly armonic, and they are ready to wreck.
Would you agree?
Same with the liberals in Canada.
And I agree. I 100% agree. Would you also agree that during the George H.W. Bush days, they had the evil?
Yeah, for sure.
So they swing back and forth.
Swing back and forth. See, that's the Steiner thing right there. You can't, that's why you can't say it's this, because it might move. On you.
It's all dynamic.
Yeah, it's dynamic.
It's all moving.
And so if you look where the light is, you're like, it has nothing to do with like the Republican Party, but it definitely has nothing to do with the Democrat Party or the liberals or the NDP in China or Venezuela.
The NDP.
My God, things in Venezuela have gotten so bad that people are literally like fleeing for their lives. So look, I've met tons of them here. They're like, oh, I'm going to look at this property. I'm staying down here. I'm going to this country there. Guatemala. I'm going to Nicaragua. It's gotten to that point. So anyway, back to our story. The nature of this is that it's going to get more and more crazy. But at the same time, this is how I normally illustrate this. I'll give you a little illustration. As the evil is going like this, pushing this all down. But look, watch this. See, here's the hinge right here. This is all pushing down. But look at that. Look at that. That's us. Right there. We get pushed up. It's the reason why I'm sure in your life, were pushed up by the COVID nonsense. It pushed you up. It accelerated your growth. You actually probably had one of the best years of your life, maybe in 2020 or 2021 or 2022. I suspect. You tell me. Maybe put it in the comments. So you got actually elevated by it. And that's a kind of an oxymoron, or it's a paradox. You're like, wait, this was the worst ever. How could it have been better? For me, 2020, 2021, 2022, and especially 2023 were phenomenal years in some strange way. And I was like, how is this possible? Because everything's in a dynamic equilibrium.
It is. And what do you say to that, Mike?
Well, I mean, I think that's the important catalyst in the reality that propels great change and great cycle switches is when you have these big swings. So we get the swing, and then essentially nature always seeks balance, and it drives the thought leaders in a certain way to help the awakening. And I think we're going through a great awakening right now. And I think that I think I overheard you earlier, Curtis, saying like the anal Schwab over at the WEF is doing us all a great service, and I totally agree. And I think, yeah, obviously there's hubris there, and
takes the seventh shot. This a little luck you get. Oh! My myocarditis. You won't have to be rich with CBDC. You'll have all you need with central currency.
there's probably a deep satanic drive, as Steiner would call an harmonic force behind that. But I also think there is a divine purpose in their soul contract that they've signed to help propel humanity forward in a kind of weird, twisted way. So I think those who see through it are finding each other, are going to events like this, Music and Sky, the one I do, Greater Reset, Anarcho-Poco. They're all popping up everywhere, and we're coming together and we're creating solutions. And I think it's important that we go through these cycles in reality. Otherwise, I think evil serves that important purpose, to be honest, in this dual form of reality that we live in.
And this is a absolute perfect segue to our next guest on the Anarcho-Poco Variety Hour. We have Matt Presti. This guy has got some real gravy. We were talking about Steiner. We were talking about the imbalance of the New World Order and all these things. You got a lot to say about that, Matt.
I do. Curtis, wonderful. Mr. Winter, This is the winner's circle. So it's an honor to be
Yes.
here. And of course, that great man down there who needs no introduction.
Cheers, gentlemen.
My first
Cheers,
time meeting him.
cheers.
Boom.
Yeah.
Cheers. Right on.
There we go.
But there's some really great folks here. I've learned a whole lot. And to add to the conversation, to keep the ball rolling here, I'll bring you some universal law, folks. The universe is a divine creation, and all things in it are purposeful. And things that are not purposeful have a built-in self-destruct mechanism. Now, universal law is basically the law of balance, which was the talk I gave. Mr. Wolfe over there beautifully gave the Steiner version of the same principle in action. The words may vary, but the concepts are the same that are described here. But basically, universal law states and the law of balance states that to the degree you violate and break the law of balance is to the degree you will be broken by it. And that's why you're seeing these people being broke. And champion that, cherish it, because you don't even have to do the work. They will do the work to destroy themselves because they're working against the very law of creation of balance, which organizes and creates and perpetuates this universal construct that we all find ourselves in.
Well said.
David Avocado Wolfe. What do you got to say to that?
I like that. I like that philosophy. Like, there's a lot of, fear that goes around. There's a lot of just lack of hope. The hope disappears, and we couldn't be more hopeful. Actually, as we're in the apocalypse phase, which means that the truth's coming out, the curtain's been lifted, and now we see the Wizard of Oz back there. And then the next phase is the community building. That's a lot of work. There's a lot of things to be done. It's like, well, get out of your fear, get out of your hopelessness. It's like, we need your help. We need people on farms.
Amen.
And by the way, I spent a lot of time, looking at the homelessness problem in Los Angeles, San Francisco. Get them on farms. It's the easiest solution. That was Rudolf Steiner's solution to it all. He said, get them on a biodynamic farm, find out where they're best at. Some people best at admin at the front desk. Some would be best right out there planting. Some would be best, growing their favorite crop, tobacco or whatever. They'll find out where they fit into the world and work through their escapism or their hypermaterialism. Usually with the drug addicts, it's hyper escapism. And then they'll finally become a useful addition to society.
I can tell
and
you
help us all.
Amen. And I can tell you, my work in the urban farming space for many years, we saw that. I traveled around the United States, particularly California, saw veteran recovery programs, criminal recovery programs, street kid recovery programs. You get them on urban farms. I'd say get them out of the city altogether. But the idea of what you're saying is, I'm buttressing that in that it is absolutely true. I've witnessed it. You get people, their hands in the dirt, feet on the earth, get those negative ions, right? Yep. Grow that food, eat your own food, right? It's life changing. I remember the first time I ate my own salad when I grew my food for the first time. I was a suburban kid. I didn't grow up growing food. Whoa. When I ate my own vegetables, I felt it was transcendent. I started crying because I felt this is the beginning of a huge stage of empowerment that there's probably no limit to.
There's a deep fulfillment in it. I will say that there's a deep fulfillment. So, there's a thing about happiness, but happiness might be transitory, but fulfillment is something that builds with momentum over time. And so it's something that's with you through the ages, a feeling of fulfillment, right? And that's something I want to kind of bring out because happiness gets kind of thrown out there like happy, unhappy, it seems very fleeting, but the feeling you get from farming, for example, is a feeling of fulfillment. The feeling for me, I'm a tree guy. So we actually overgrew the government. I got 1.4 million trees in the ground in this world, in my life. I completely terraformed the whole big island of Hawaii. That whole big island of Hawaii, they will never be able to remove durian from that island. They will never be able to remove jackfruit from that island. We got it up all those valleys, every one of those valleys, right?
Stinky foot fruit.
That stinky fruit. So I feel like I'm fulfilled from that. Something is like, I'm really Johnny Appleseed in that way. I feel fulfillment from that. Yeah. And so I'm like, this is epic. The avocado presence in the great state and nation of Hawaii never be removed. It can never be removed.
Wow.
Powerful.
I would say the greatest epidemic of our time is that humanity has lost their way in knowing that they have a divine purpose here in their incarnation. And most people have no clue that they've come here to do something magical, that they've set themselves up to do from the very beginning, and they've completely lost their way. And so, yeah, giving someone the hope and the inspiration through farming is a great step to finding that fulfillment, as Dave's talking about, right?
I want to just pitch a question to Matt here. During Dave's talk today, he seemed to be resonating a little bit what you were talking about the other day. The idea of Lucifer.
Yep.
And Archon.
Ahriman.
Yeah.
What's your take on all that?
Well, I actually created a graphic about 10 years ago, and I showed it to him after the talk. But to me, studying the Russell work, Walter Russell, for those of you not familiar, philosophy.org, check it out. Basically, Russell presents a third way or a third view. I like to call it triality versus duality. We actually live in a triality because we're missing the middle. And the middle is that which doesn't move, and that's why our senses don't notice it. Much like a door jam, a door opens and closes. Everybody's sensations and sensatory senses are focused on the movement of the door opening and closing. They don't realize that the power source is not in the motion of the door, but rather the fulcrum, which does not move. So it became my purpose to notice what wasn't moving, and that's where God dwells. That's where the creator dwells. That's where all power is at 90 degrees to motion. And that's dead tap center of every human being, has all the power of the universe that they can express at will and fulfill your divinity. To get behind the motion of the seesaw, which is illusory, you learn to command the seesaw and command it to fulfill your divine purpose.
Is this how Shaolin monks stand still and people push them and they don't even move?
That's a good use of chi. And it's the universal power.
Which tapping into that grounded foundation.
Which Russell calls the sex urge. But to be frank about the answer to the question, I drew this graphic and it was a devil on each shoulder instead of a devil and an angel. And the angel was in the center. And that's the salvation. And that's you. Each and every one of you have the solution, the answer, and the source of all universal power, dead tap center inside of yourself. Learn to tap it, hover closer to the fulcrum of yourself, and you'll go through situations that would have years ago sent you off the edge. You'll be able to guide and handle that. It's called being in zone in sports. It's called the
I call it getting primed.
Yeah.
Isn't that Tony Robbins' thing? Is priming? Right?
Yeah.
Primed, getting into state.
Yes, getting into state. That was what he would say. Yes,
exactly,
get into state.
Exactly.
I love that.
That was beautiful.
And Steiner talks about the middle way, right? It's the middle way. It's the way that the Christ brought forth, right?
The narrow path.
The narrow path. Yeah.
And so the other
Right.
illusion of the God and the devil is in a way a false dichotomy, or it's a false. It's showing some of the truth, but not all the truth, right? And that's their game, isn't it? Is to get you just slightly off, because then it's easier. If they try to 180 us in our understanding, it goes too noticed. But if they slightly divert us to something that's sort of similar,
I think where we are in the narrative is that it starts out that way. It starts a little off. Oh, we'll just do this little lie. Okay, we got this little thing in here to distract people. Then we're going to take them this way. But in the inevitable run of the parasite, or these forces that are there to recycle or push us back towards the middle and say, hey, you're off track, they eventually run to the 180-degree mark. So that's what you're saying today, which means they eventually expose themselves.
Yes.
Right. And eventually, because they're just like, hey, look over here, Captain Obvious. And you can see like, oh,
Captain Obvious.
Right. So that's the thing that we're in. We're in that moment now. It's like, that's why the Great Awakening is happening, because it's like people see it. They're like, whoa, check this out.
It's a nexus point. And anything's the future is up in the air. It could go either way. So now's the time for action. I believe people should get involved and find a purpose in your life, because that's really what that's where your happiness comes from, having a purpose, and leap from your cot every morning.
Every morning. I have a good friend of mine. He exposed me to Walter Russell's work, and he actually texted me. He called me this morning. Actually, it was crazy. He called me.
Sync.
Yep. And I was like, whoa, he called. I sent him an anarcho, I'll call you back. Anyway, he's a Titanic entrepreneur from New York City, grew up as a New York City street kid, was a graffiti artist, eventually in a harrowing escape from the police in a chase because he was graffitiing trains, and they put undercover on him. And the guy caught him 3 times. He got out 3 times. And after that, he's like, I got to get my life together. He joined the U.S. Army. And he's like, I'm going to go for general. But he had a felony on his record and he was honorably discharged from the military, and then became an entrepreneur. And he was one of those guys, like, he memorized Og Mandino's book, The Greatest Salesman in the World, every word.
Wow.
Every word. He can recite it from the top to the bottom. You ask him right now, recite the entire book. He can recite the entire book from top to bottom. And one of the things in Og Mandino's book is wake up, leap from your cot, and attack the day, or start into your day. Don't get up and go like, oh God, another day. Like, no, get up and leap, get in. And what was interesting about that is I was with a friend of mine recently, and he remembered Doug. This guy's name's Doug Evans. He remembered Doug. And the other day he had gotten out of bed. And he's like, dude, I got out of bed and I was like feeling lethargic. And then all of a sudden it popped into my head, wake up, leap from your cot.
Yep.
And he was like, and he told me that. I was like, wow, that was cool. You remember that right at that moment. This is the power of getting the reading in. See, the reading and the writing, then third is arithmetic, but the reading and the writing is key to activating these thoughts into your mind. So you go, oh, wait, not this, I'm this, wait, hold on. I'm going to leap from my cot. I got this, right? If someone's telling you like, hey, Matt, you got this, you got this, you got that, eventually be like, I got this.
Yep.
Yeah, I think when people don't know what their true vocation is, once again, like their true path, it's so stoked to get up in the morning, right? So it's like so important to like help others if you can, show them through your life that being inspirational by finding your own path first, really going deep inside internally and finding what your vocation is, and that's what I try to be an example to my sons every day. Is like, I'm out living my life that I want to live, my hero's journey. And I feel so bad for all those people that don't get to experience that and just like dread waking up. But I'll tell you what, we're seeing less and less of that. They're being forced out of those jobs because all of that stuff's collapsing. So that's just another beautiful silver lining to this all, right?
It is. Everything is in this dynamic equilibrium. So we're going to be raised up high. We've got to be ready for it, actually. We got to be ready for it. We will achieve heights we didn't believe were possible in our life. I do know that for sure is going to be the result of the continuing evolution of the World Economic Forum nonsense and the complete corruption of governance. Somehow the forces of nature are going to uplift those who are on the right track and drive us forward to create the seeds of the new thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. And the way to gauge yourself to know that you're on the right track, start looking for your synchronicities. The more in balance you are with your life's purpose, the more in balance you are with the Creator's purpose. And you work together as one, moment to moment, day by day. And your synchronicities are your gauge. As you do this and you practice this, make it a daily practice of moment to moment connection to the source of power within you, which is the mind, which is the Creator, the narrow path. The more that becomes a practice in your life, the more the synchronicities will increase. So the synchronicities are your temperature, your barometer for your success in moving forward as a purposeful individual and human being on planet Earth.
I totally love that, Matt. And there's a lot, like Jung talked about synchronicities, and there's a lot of great philosophical ponderings around that. And I do like to think that, because I've seen the syncs in my life a lot when I'm on the right path. What do you think is actually going on there in the actual, like, as we say, the meta science of that?
Well, you're fulfilling your divine purpose. Every act that you take that's purposeful and in balance with the universe and your own unique purpose results in a synchronicity of sorts. And sometimes it's apparent, sometimes it's not. But I think it's inevitable, at least for me, when I stopped, as David said, hitting the rails of, and scraping against the rails and start driving in a centered way, the synchronicities increased in a multiplicitous way. Can we bring my he spoke to?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna bring in Mike right now, and then we'll Okay.
So our next guest, folks, on the Anarcho Garden Variety Show, we've got Mike Wilkerson, and this dude has got some serious gravy. His presentation, I've been a truther for 24 years. I've been down the rabbit hole for 24 years officially, and I'm not that old. I'm 44, and I don't see stuff too often that really blows my mind. I have to say, actually, you two gentlemen, I didn't know before. We have never met. I haven't seen your stuff, but your guys' stuff fucking blew my mind. And this gentleman shared a mountain of evidence in his presentation today about trees that are bigger than you can possibly imagine. Mike, welcome to the stream, brother. Hi, everybody. You gotta keep that mic close to yourself. Tell us about the trees, dude. Tell us about the trees. Where do you start?
Where do you start with something so big?
Explain petrification. You know, you talked about petrification today and that process and how this is everywhere. With all these geological sites that we thought were rock look like tree rings, don't they?
Yeah, I call it biogeology. It's a term I came up with because as I looked at a lot of the mainstream geological narratives, I found them haunting.
Hold this microphone and just talk to it like you're punk rock singer. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And okay.
Yeah. So where do I begin? Biogeology is just this idea that things may not have happened the way we were taught geologically. You know, this idea of layers of sediment laying down pressure and then rock turning metamorphic because of all that pressure. And this is happening over millions and millions of years of time. So I have been looking at rocks now for 6 years from another perspective, the idea that some of what we see may actually be biological and not in the way that we're told, because they're telling us that these sedimentary layers are all kinds of dead creatures and plant life that have died and laid down, and then eventually they're creating these layers, especially if they're under the ocean floor, and then it gets harder and harder and harder, and then eventually tectonic activity will shift those layers upward, and that's what we're seeing as the mountains. So that happens over hundreds of millions of years, and I think there are far simpler and better explanations that are more encompassing, but they completely go against the mainstream geological narrative, so they also can't be really accepted by the mainstream because they're so radical and absurd. This idea that trees the size, miles wide at the base could have stretched up into the heavens, who knows how high.
Yeah.
That's the stuff of myth and fairy tale, but there's no substance to it as they perceive.
Yeah.
But people haven't really looked into it the way I have.
So and so what with that is there? So you're coming in, and you're and these are some you folks need to see these images. We don't have them here. I saw Mike, unless we do. Is there somewhere? What would you say? Can somebody go to your website? Where can people go to see?
I don't have a website. I just have a YouTube channel.
Okay, what's your YouTube channel?
It's called Stellium7, STELLIUM. And if you're interested in the tree thing, I mean, one of the best places to start would be, I think it's actually on the homepage of the YouTube channel, and it's called "The Great Trees Were Real." Here's proof. And a lot of people are looking at things like Devil's Tower in Wyoming, which is this basalt column structure, and a lot of other places around the world that have this basalt, and they're saying, oh, this looks like tree, and so they're claiming that it is tree, and maybe it is, but it's also a hotly contested topic, and there are people even in the truther community that are not interested in entertaining the idea, and they think it's absurd. Even people who are flat earthers are kind of vocally outspoken against the idea. But ultimately, the best evidence for the big trees isn't the basalt columns. It's not Devil's Tower, though I think it could very well be a tree. There's way better evidence, and there's all kinds of different evidence. And all of those things individually can be explained away by the mainstream geological narrative, as they do mental backbends in order to explain how some of the rock features that I showed in my presentation today could have come about. And as we've seen with medicine, with cosmology, earth shape, every individual shred of information can always be explained away. And, if they want to even address the arguments, which they usually don't.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But then you have to ask yourself as you start to look at all this evidence, and I'll talk about some of it in a moment, but is there a tapestry forming? Is there a coherent flow of logic as you're looking at different things and putting them into a different model that's not like what we were taught in schools?
Yes.
And so you're looking at data points, and as you stack up more and more data points, it stops being a trick of the mind or a flight of fancy, or
there's some patterns coming in.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you're seeing patterns, and they're all dovetailing very, very beautifully in ways that match what we know of trees and how they grow and what their fibers look like and all the different species. And we know that petrified trees exist, and we can look at all of that from the decomposition, how a tree looks like when it's on the ground, it's starting to break down. You can look at it when it's broken, and all of these different things manifest different visuals, right?
Yeah.
So so that lines up on so many different levels with tree, that the question is that pareidolia? It just looks like it, but it really isn't. Are we talking about apophenia, which is like it's a mania where the person is recognizing patterns that don't exist? That's the word for that. So it's kind of like pareidolia would be the visual version of that, and then apophenia is the pattern version of that. And when it comes to the scientific examination of this kind of stuff and looking at it, the critics will, they'll say Dunning-Kruger effect, where you're not an expert in this field, you don't really know anything about what you're looking at. So the mainstream model is trying to get us to deny what's apparent to our senses.
Yes. It's a cosmic gaslighting.
Yes.
That's kind of how I interpret it. It's like it's a cosmic joke that if you fools are if you're so stupid to ignore your own eyes, it's almost like in equity in law, we say equity doesn't aid a volunteer. It's a sort of a giving notice that if you can't see the most fucking obvious thing, and like say the tranny stuff right now is that in a way too, is you can't see the most obvious and you can't comment on the most obvious, though it's right in front of your face.
I call it the unquestionables. Right? And there are certain ones that you're not allowed to ask in society, because just by asking the question, you're immediately labeled an idiot or a fool or a conspiracy theorist, a science denier, and all of these phrases. And so there's a lot of those. Earth shape is a big one. Gravity is another.
the heliocentric model, the Big Bang. These are all things that if you question that, you're off the deep end, right?
Yeah.
And so as we saw in David Weiss's presentation today on the subject of flat Earth, and he's pretty open about that. He ultimately doesn't know what shape it is, but he knows what it isn't, and he knows what it measures, and he knows that there are all these different observable phenomenon that we can look at and measure that actually line up more with the flat Earth than a supposed ball.
Sure.
So like you were saying before, what was it, spiritual gaslighting or not?
Yeah, it was just some kind of cosmic gaslighting. Is that maybe gaslighting is not the right term, but it's just that we're showing you something absurd and telling you that you're crazy to think otherwise. Is that not gaslighting?
That is gaslighting.
Yeah, that's gaslighting, right?
That's the definition.
That's the definition. But Avocado Wolfe earlier was talking about this, and when he talked about the meme of 2020 to 2024, that list of things, is that perhaps right now there's a sort of a quickening happening. Is that it almost seems to me, as a truther who has been in almost as far back as 9/11, well, literally that's a year before 9/11 is when I learned about the Federal Reserve. It was slower, right? 9/11 was a big one, but then what was the real next one? But since COVID, the things that are going on and the things that we've seen every day that are just waving in front of our face, it seems like it's just accelerated. What do you guys think?
Oh, I definitely agree, man. It was really, that meme was really interesting. It just kind of shows, I think, the sort of reality glitch in the matrix in a way, right? It was like, whoa, it's like they normally wouldn't probably have that, maybe do that for 10 years at a time. And instead they're ramping it up and getting it faster and faster. As this seems like there's this race right now of those who think that want to have fooled us into thinking that they're in control when they can't even create anything. They require us to create the reality. We were talking about this just before we got on here. They are parasites, and they literally require us, that is tied into our creative abilities, because we are actually tapped into our moral right through the law of the creation, right? This universal law. We're the ones that can actually create and manifest the reality. They cannot. So they require us for that. And as the awakening happens, then I think they're ramping everything up as fast as they can to try to get as many people off that track of awakening. So, but also I think they just can't help themselves. I think they're so evil that they just feed into it more and more and more because they are so desperate. I don't know. I'm just thinking of like the Grammys recently and like the way pop music, we were talking about pop music earlier, like how crazy, like how many devil horns and like how satanic it is.
It's more out in the open than it's ever been. In the 80s and 90s when I grew up, it was just metal bands.
Yeah.
Right. And it wasn't controversial because that's been metal for a long time.
Yeah.
But then seeing it in all these pop stars and all that, what's your take on these inversions and
Well, like Mike made a great point. They can't do this. They contract our creative services to build their fucking world system.
Yeah.
Like us on the show.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. So I just want to make sure. Sorry, kids. Basically, if you think about that deeply, they contract our creativity to build their prison that then we get to live in. So who's building the fucking prison, people?
We are.
We're building it.
Yeah. And they're
if that's
administrating
true,
our affairs.
Yeah, they're just administrators. That's it.
I can tie that back into
If we realize that we're the builders, we're the creators, why don't we just build something different? There's your fucking solution.
Yeah.
Get busy. Put your art pedal to the metal, people, and get off your ass, leap out of your cot every morning and get to work on building your life. We have 60 to 80,000 human thoughts a day. Which one are you going to hold? Hold it until you build it and it stands before you. Pow.
Boom. I love that.
Yeah.
That many thoughts a day. Wow. Isn't that amazing? The abundance of the human mind. Okay, you were going to ask that. Where do the trees fit into that, brother?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking of one of the common questions I get is why the lie? If this were true, wouldn't it be fun that this was part of our past? But obviously it doesn't work with the size of the earth and that sort of thing. So, but ultimately, if there's truth to it, then we're talking about resources. And there's all of these material resources that if they're aware of the truth of major portions of our physical realm and how it's constructed, and we are unaware of that, then they have a distinct advantage. And these trees held gold and iron, and silver and copper, and also the gemstones are coming from them through the petrification process. So the why the lie and the gaslighting is, now I want to tie it back to what we were talking about before, but I lost the link. Sorry, if it comes back to me, I'll come back.
Why the gaslighting? Because they have to cover the fact that we're the ones building all this. I'd say.
Oh, right. So building, terraforming, mining. This is all part of everything that the mind is envisioning and creating. There, that is happening on a scale that's so grand that we can't even conceive of it. This is where it gets into like Tartaria and Mudflood and star forts and
there we go.
World's Fairs and all these things. They all link together. All of this stuff.
You and I won the Esoteric Award for discussion Sunday night.
You guys won. There's an Esoteric Award here.
Well, there is now.
Okay,
we brought it.
Yes.
Baby.
We had literally a 2-hour discussion and several people sitting around and they came up afterwards. I didn't even know they were listening. They're like, dude, you guys were talking about some crazy shit, some crazy esoteric shit.
Yes.
I guess we get the award.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's cool.
Well, it's cool because, like I was saying when I first popped on here, I think this is my first time in Anarchapulco, but I've been following this scene for quite some time, being in that sort of quote unquote crypto space for a long time. I've mostly left that space by now. But I always envisioned it was a lot of political talk about anarchy, talk about the philosophy of anarchy and individuation and voluntarism, and not so much of the deeper spiritual focus and the focus on the true history and all that. And I think the evolution of awakening always ends up going there. right? And it's cool to see this scene now going through that evolution where those deep questions about the nature of reality, who we are, where we live, and all that is what really matters, because that's what then will allow us to frame the future for us when we actually know what the hell we are and what we're here to do.
That's a great point. That's a really great point, because I've said that I kind of have this framework that I use to find freedom. I'll talk about it in my talk later this week, but it's first, it starts with the mindset, is that, and you could even link that to the body, healthy, mind, whatnot, and even the spirit. But the mindset has to be there with a basic understanding of that there is something more, there is another way, there is a different truth than what we're being told. It's the mindset that incentivizes you to pursue the knowledge, to find the information, to ask the questions. Once you can do those things, you can start to leverage the system, right? We're talking about maybe a lot of this is actually here for us. A lot of this stuff is for us to use. We get the resources. And then from there, we can start to make decisions of where we are, what is our space, where do we live? And then we can change the politics of it, because once we have those other things in place, we can actually start. I'm not talking about Democrat and Republican, but I'm talking about creating an infrastructure that can help us facilitate these things. Yeah, I'm an anarchist philosophically, but I do understand that there's practical application for us to organize ourselves and things that don't have to involve coercion, of course, right?
Yeah, and to realize too that we constructed all of this. And I like to quote Michael Tessarian. I actually used one of his lines in my presentation about all the answers that we need as Western individuals and Western world nations are in our arts. We have a rich history of Western tradition that we can readily tap. It's in our DNA. It's rooted in every one of our beings, this tradition, this rich tradition. We don't need to look to the East and rid our egos and get rid of it and end up with a tyrant super ego voice telling us what to do, killing each other, following orders. Fall in love with the word no, get your shit together and start creating.
Antifa.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because we built the West. Our ancestors built the West. These people, this New World Order, I posit never existed. We built it all. They don't have any power unless we keep saying yes, sir. So learn to say no. Fall in love with the word no.
Keep talking, guys.
So,
Mic drop.
you and I, dude. Yeah. Hey, give me some love, brother. You did a great job. This guy's awesome. Check out his YouTube channel. Share that again.
Thank you. It's Stellium7, STELLIUM.
We did
7.
We did a great deep dive with Mike on AlphaCast a couple months ago on the work he's doing in person, excavating this fantastic. What would you call it, Mike? Well, you're not out there with tools. Not out there with tools, but you're examining what potentially looks like a massive elephant that has been essentially petrified into a mountain. Which is just mind blowing to think that we could have something that was living that's that big. But that's what's as a mental operation, like, or as an activity, just to be able to
an intellectual exercise.
Yeah, thank you. An intellectual exercise where we can even engage with that idea, I think is what makes where we're going in this world so exciting and so cool.
Well, just of itself, it sounds completely far-fetched and ridiculous. But in the context of the great trees, not necessarily, right? Because then we're talking about megaflora, megafauna, which even the mainstream geological narrative admits existed. I mean, they talk about meter-long dragonflies once upon a time, in the fossil record. So it's not such a stretch, but this is much bigger, and they're
and that's right in line with Russell's science, by the way. He posits that obviously it's different than what NASA tells us, and it's also different than what Flat Earth thinks. But what's unique about Russell is all things are born from all things. The sun is a mother father. The earth is a mother father, not a mother earth. It's a mother father earth, because all bodies are doubly charged, having two hemispheres. That's just the nature. A magnet has two hemispheres. So with that in mind, all planets are born from the primary, which is the sun, and the sun borns the moons, which are the children of the planets and the grandchildren of the sun. All things come from a parent. And that's an interesting thing, because it ties it all together. It's a very seamless cosmology.
If you want to bring that idea back to flat Earth, there's a channel a long time ago, I can't remember the name of it, that was talking about the black sun that was at the north. And we have all the maps with Rupus Nigra, which is basically, I can't remember the name of the map, but there are multiple versions, but it shows a 4-continent system at the north with rivers flowing in and out of it with your 4 cardinal directions. And then also has this mountain at the center, which is magnetic. So our compasses point north, and maybe there's a reason they do that. I think, as I understand it, this is not my area of expertise, like for something like gravity or, these subjects, looking deeply into them and debunking them, I would go to somebody like SoVciT. He's an amazing mind. And he does a really good job of poking holes in the mainstream narratives at the highest levels when it comes to science, because he's actually debated multiple PhDs.
WCIT gets it. WCIT gets it. He's coming on AlphaCast, I think, in a month or 2.
Yeah, he rocks. But anyway, like even my theories are debunked by gravity, supposedly. And,
just to throw this at you, in the Russell model, this is why it's difficult, because people don't know about them, so they haven't studied the model. And at the end of the day, that's all we've got. Bring your best model to the table, and may the best model win. In Russell science, gravity is stillness, so it's a gravitic optical universe where gravity is stillness and divided into shafts upon which motion spins around, including the motion of your body. The motion of any body is the same. It's ubiquitous, and it's in the spiral, which is God's signature. That's why you recognize what is creator made and what isn't. Satan's signature is inversion, so it's easy to separate the two once you know what you're looking at.
And is that stillness that you're talking about, is that the fulcrum itself?
That is the fulcrum itself.
Okay, so maybe you can explain this fulcrum idea to the listeners.
Well, my listeners know what it is.
Oh, okay. I don't know who.
Now,
Well, let me
but I'm
out there, whoever you are.
let me
I'd like to
introduce let me introduce the fulcrum between you two.
Got you beat. I asked him already.
Okay.
I asked him already. But yeah, before we go way off on a tangent, guys, sitting next to me on my right, your left, is the great ThEoRiSt from Here for the Truth. Say what's up, bro.
What's up, everybody? I just have to say, it is such an honor to be here. Curtis, thanks for having me on.
My pleasure, brother.
You know, this whole conversation and even just being here just reminds me of one of my favorite quotes. I had to pull it up by John Steinbeck. And this I believe, that the free exploring mind of the individual human is the most valuable thing in the world. And this I would fight for. The freedom of the mind to take any direction it wishes, undirected. And this I must fight against. Any idea, religion, or government which limits or destroys the individual. And I just love going to events like this because, I mean, shit, I had never heard of trees a mile long. And so it makes me want to dive deeper into your work. And like to be around such like great thinkers and people who challenge the status quo in so many arenas is just like, it's a gift and a blessing.
Yeah, brother.
So
thank you.
Yeah, it's great that everybody has their sort of their own vocation too. We're not all researching the exact same thing. We're doing, it's a huge plethora of people who have found a purpose and a vocation and are pursuing that and using their tools and resources in their minds to further explain it, you know, understand it and teach it and do what they can to share it. So I admire that, whatever it is. It's a positive, purposeful.
And man, I admire it too, man. A big piece of my work is just supporting people to become who they were born to be. You know, we're all a creation. You look around this room, everything has a purpose. Why we as individuals will not have a purpose. And so I think one of the missions of an individual's life is to find that, you know, what do you truly value? You know, what are your skills? What are your gifts? And how can you bring that into the world? And ideally, you know, potentially exchange that for value and create a life. But I don't know, man, I just love being around all of you.
Likewise, man.
Yeah,
Tell us
the
what
energy here. This conference is amazing.
Isn't it
People
insane?
are fantastic.
It's so
I
high
don't think I've
frequency,
seen
man.
anybody even remotely in a bad mood, except that, you know, it's really hot, and the people who are working here, the staff is absolutely wonderful. They're really gracious and kind, and
Here.
But I mean, it's just all around. It's fantastic, and it's wonderful to be able to share any idea with anybody and not have to worry about some kind of, you know,
There's no butthurt here. There's no butthurt. We can have totally conversations that are going all over, and people, you know, people are chill. It's great. There's not a lot of pride here, if any. Actually, it's a lot of people that are just interested to talk to one another and exchange interesting ideas about how we can figure this fucker out.
Yeah.
Everyone's showing.
What
do
you got to say to that, brother? Well, no, I could say, and there, an individual could have pride for them and who they are and what they've created and what they've learned, and on the flip side, still be present and listen to you and hear you out and realize, like, I may think I'm certain, but can I hold some space for the potential of maybe I'm uncertain, or I don't know the things that you know. And I think for me, man, I'm tired of seeing people arguing at each other online all day. I'm right, you're wrong, throwing out insults. Like I feel like I'm witnessing junior high behavior where you just find infantilism, tribal, just an inability to. Okay, this is where I come from again. Is like inner health, mental health, nervous system health. So if you can't listen to someone that disagrees with you without freaking out, like you got to look in the fucking mirror and do some work. And I'm not saying you have to like be nice all the time. We can have passionate discussions and debates and get after it. But like ultimately, like what's going on internally for you? You know, are you really listening? Are you really present with what someone's saying, or are you not?
Right.
Yeah.
And educated people don't need to resort to insulting.
No,
that's not a sign.
That's
of
the thing that
you know?
that truthers in the online world, you know, nobody here, but people will do that. Oh, you believe X? You're a fucking idiot.
Right. Oh yeah.
Don't you hate that?
Oh,
Like, it's so annoying. Or it's like, dude, have you thought that ever you could be wrong? Like you got it all figured out the whole time?
Or just like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And something I say often is like, you can be into what someone says, and then they say one thing that you disagree with, and you're like, oh, I can't believe I fucking believed anything that you ever said.
I know.
Like it's just, I don't know.
Or everyone who watched the Putin interview is stupid. Controlled.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
I know.
You know, not everything. That's the black pill movement, which you got to be very careful of.
Yes.
Everything's a conspiracy.
Everything's
a
controlled opposition.
I need to escape this realm because it's a prison,
Yeah.
a fallen state. I mean, you can read into that bullshit and you can stifle your life and trip yourself up for eternity. But it's better, in my opinion, study the great Western traditions, Hermeticism being one of them, which teaches the magic of the soul and how to live in concord with your own balance and express your dreams and desires on this planet the way that only you can do when you connect with that source of power. And before I forget, Curtis, I want to say thank you very much for the invitation up here and the work you do. You've been a joy to speak to. This is a cool guy. I'm going to check his work out. I've met so many people that I never even knew existed, but a bunch of podcasters are here, and it's just a great platform. So thanks.
Hey, and this happened kind of on the fly. I thought, hey, I share my abundance. I got a lot of subscribers on this YouTube channel. Get you guys on here, you know. So where do we find out about your stuff, man?
HereForTheTruth.com. You know, this is my podcast is Here for the Truth. I got my little shirt on right here. It's a podcast I started with my one of my dearest friends and business partners, Joel Raffiti, who's an amazing person. He was going to come. It just didn't work out for him this time. But yeah, we started in May of 2021, and it's just been growing ever since. And like, you know, like the title says, we're here for the truth, not I have the truth. And so we're willing to have the dialogues, and we're willing to dive into different areas. And also, I think a big piece for us is it's not just the external truth in the world, like figuring things out, which is important. It's also like the universe that lies within, you know, and the mystery of being human and what that means. And, you know, so I don't know. I like what we do. That's the main, I guess, the platform. I've been in the personal development, alternative health, truth, conspiracy, whatever world for, I guess, almost 20 years. I've been curious about a lot of things and I like to dabble. And I've had these two guys on the podcast multiple times.
And if you were roofers, it would be Here for the Roof.
Oh.
But the roof is on fire, guys. Check out Here for the Truth because it's badass. Mike Winter, I love this guy. He's the best dude.
Yeah.
aNtiVaXxX, you got to check out aNtiVaXxX.
Yeah, aNtiVaXxX.com.
But I want to highlight this. It's like would this happen if we were shying away from living our truth? Would we all be here if we're like, oh, you know what? Maybe I won't say that thing or post that thing or go down that area of research because what my mom might say, my dad might say, my friend from 5th grade might say. Like, no, we look in the fucking mirror and we're just like, yo, this is who I am. I know who I am deep down. I'm on this process of discovery and I want to fucking go after the things I want to go after, do the things that have value, and put it out into the world.
Oh.
And then all the fucking weirdos find each other.
Yeah, when the freaks come out.
You know?
The freaks come out.
Yeah, I will say we also have a lot of fun doing this. Erosimos and I have had so many great laughs at these events and hanging out.
Guy,
Oh man,
I mean, that's a legendary event. Like anyone listening to this, come hang out with us June 20th and 24th.
I'm getting jealous.
Yeah, it's there's a resonance that happens when you're hanging out with fellow brothers of truth and sisters of truth, and it's beyond just like the quote unquote truth thing. It's a resonance of just pure knowing and love, right? It's like we're here for the right reasons, and we're here to express those in a way that is sort of very divine and very on that same concordant resonance. So it's just so easy to vibe out with each other, right? It's just you know, and when you leave these types of events, you kind of come down off them a little bit because you're like, oh, back into the normie world where people are like honking at each other at the intersections and like just completely out of their mind and unconscious of what they're doing. But that's okay because I leave these events resonating the beauty and love and the wisdom and everything I get out of these and hope that I can at least have a little bit of that wear off on people around me, you know? And I think the more that we can do that, the more we get new folks coming to these events that are just like, oh, I'm curious. I heard about this flat earth thing, or I heard Erosimos. I'm really interested in this like human design. That's appealing to me. And that's sort of like the gateway drug to becoming one of the freaks, I guess.
Dude, I hear you, man. And I love too that like it's an empowering group too. You know, we're solution oriented. We're not just doom and glooming. You know, it's like, what can we do to create the life that we want to create and join forces? You know, like your skills are not my skills and vice versa. And yet we come together and we build community that way when we honor each other as individuals.
Yep. And you know, we got so many giants whose shoulders we can stand on. And I love to say this, but the purpose of standing on the shoulders of giants is not just to eternally stand on their shoulders, but to learn to become giants ourselves.
It's not perfect.
And you've got a giant hiding in you out there. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
A giant that may be hanging out with giant trees and elephants.
Exactly. But yeah, the giant thing. Mike, second time meeting you, first time meeting this guy in the flesh, and first time meeting Mike and Curtis. You guys are awesome.
Amazing. You guys, this has been an awesome stream. Okay, I got a question for our 4 contestants here. Okay. Do we want to stream a little bit longer? How many in the stream there, Mike? Can you see that?
412.
It's pretty solid.
I'm down to stream longer.
Do we want to keep streaming? Okay, yeah, okay. Because here's the deal. We could all go over to Max Egan's bar shortly after, so we could stream a bit more and then do that. Or do you want to do that?
Or we just go to the bar now.
Well, that means shutting down the stream now.
No, I'm enjoying streaming a little bit. I don't know, maybe because I was watching for like.
He's warmed up. Yes.
Plus, I like hanging with you guys.
Likewise, brother.
I'll meet you.
The Crow House.
Okay.
Going to the Crow House.
And Max Egan would be here, but he runs a bar and he's busy at the nighttime here at Acapulco. And we've all pretty much been there every night this whole time. Good
night, everybody.
Good night, Mikey.
Right on, Mike. Thank you. But folks, check him out. I put his stuff I put Mike's links in the show notes, but I also tweeted it as well. So as well as everybody coming in, I'm sharing their stuff. If you're not following me on X at OffGridStone, follow all these guys too. And I've been sharing all of their stuff. Actually, I'm going to share aNtiVaXxX right now because I haven't done that yet. But I assume a lot of people who listen to me know Mike Winter and aNtiVaXxX because I've been on their show maybe a few times.
Twice.
And you know, we think alike.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the best place to join the aNtiVaXxX community or to get involved would be on Telegram probably. Or we did launch our new private community platform on aNtiVaXxX.com, which is really a lot of people have been doing this. You, Curtis, you have your Freedom Farmer platform, which is a similar platform. And it's great to see all these awesome creators developing their own online communities that are off the technocratic control systems, you know, not using even X. Yeah, I know I get X is sort of more allows for everybody to come together in one single place, but I still don't like it. I like being in the private if you can. And so, yeah, we created our own site. It's a new social media site that you can join. It's a community site on aNtiVaXxX.com in the private where you sign as the living man or woman when you come in. And you're not coming in as your straw man. You can come as your straw man. I don't care. But it's just there's a wonderful sense of ease and calm when you know you're coming into an online space that where you can be private into yourself and all that. And I know you've been doing Freedom Farmers now for a couple years, and I'm sure you've kind of had that same resonance, right? That feeling of people coming in and witnessing that. So I think that's a good thing, man. I'd like to be able to connect all these in some way. I've been wrapping my head around how I could maybe create some sort of Fediverse concept where it's all these different community sites. Because Erosimos and Joel from Here for the Truth, you guys have your own membership club, and before we know it, Matt Pressey's going to have the Genius in a Box Club. And you know, so it's like, how do we? There is one side of that's a little Aquarian to the extreme of Aquarian, which is this sort of little micro pockets of interest in these communities, which I think is great. But also, I do think it's powerful when we all come together. So trying to figure out ways where we can be in the private, where we can collaborate, and where our communities can kind of enmesh more, you know, and meet each other.
And these online platforms are all good. We all use them. They get us somewhere, but ultimately the real stuff is in person. I mean, coming here and hanging out with all you guys, you cannot do this kind of experience
I
online.
literally said the same exact thing in the talk I had with my wife earlier today. I was like, listen, I love that many of us have connected online and we have these communities, but to like be here and to be like tactile and to hug each other and be present and not just being a swear on Zoom or whatever, some platform, like, and it's, you can't, there's no substitute for that.
Yep. And in a way we're commingling right now because we are in a square on Zoom, but we're also here at the same time. And a lot of people are also hearing the things that we're talking about and they resonate with you. You know, have you ever got that feeling when I felt this today with your presentation the other day, brother? What you were talking about hadn't been articulated to me in that way before. You showed me some things that I getting into Steiner, I found a lot of parallels into what you were discussing. But when you were showing some of the things, I felt a resonance in my body and just in when you talked about that centeredness and the groundiness, that's just it speaks to you as truth. And so words are so powerful because even people listening on something like this can hear what we're talking about and they can still feel the love because it is transcendent. And when people hear these words, the word, the truth, the power, the logos, all these things, it tunes you up. And that's how I felt when you talked about that center and that balance of things and being the fulcrum. It's powerful.
Thank you. I think I should do a responsible thing and share my website.
You should, absolutely.
www.mattpresti.com, mattpresti.com. All my social links are at the bottom. Yeah, to your point, that's wonderfully said. This is a universe of love. It's founded on love, and God is love, not a God of fear. I worship a God of love. That God is not only what creates my body, but powers my mind and powers my brain so that my mind can think through that brain and make choices because God gave all of us free will to do such. And with that comes a great responsibility. The 4 agreements are great, but I would say that we need 5, and that would be take responsibility for your life, like Don Juan told Carlos.
Did you explain the 4 agreements before when I was gone? You should explain it because they're probably not quite there with you.
Oh,
is that too much to unpack?
Well, everybody, the 4 agreements is like precursory reading for most anybody in the truth movement. I imagine everybody's read it. So but if you want to name them, you name the first one and you name the second.
I don't know. I'll admit I don't know them.
Yeah. Don't take things personally. Always do your best. I forget what the other 2 are. They probably come to. Be impeccable with your word.
Impeccable with your word.
And
always remember the 4 agreements.
Yeah, always remember. When you bring them up on a podcast, make sure you know them.
Don't take anything personally.
Don't take. Well, he said that.
Yeah, don't take anything personally. Be impeccable with your word. Always do your best.
What's the 4 agreements, guys?
They're literally foundational here at Anarchapulco too.
And what would be the 5th one again?
Well, I would add take responsibility for yourself.
Yeah,
that's a hard thing to do. And if you lie to yourself even once and you try to think you can take responsibility, that's not responsibility.
Yeah,
no responsible person would tell themselves a lie and then have to cover it with a second one and a third and a fourth, which leads to self-destruction. I think that the initiation ceremony into the death cult is to lie to yourself. Yes. And that eventually leads to total self-destruction.
That's where the SRA and all the dark stuff comes in, is getting that compartmentalization in early. And
right.
Oh, the other fourth agreement is don't make assumptions.
Don't
make
assume.
assumptions.
Of course.
So
don't assume that you know the
personally thing is an interesting one. You know, like, I don't know, it feels a little like bypassy at times, like, but I don't know.
I'm surprised that in the 4 agreements that to not take responsibility is in there. For me, my whole thing in the law, and why I kind of call myself I'm an anarchist philosophically, but I don't want to say I'm a statist because I'm not, but the law is there, the system is there. And so what is that? And it is about responsibility. Mike knows all about this in private communities, private members associations. It is about taking it all on. It's I'm going to own it. If you're going to be a real anarchist, you have to own it, because if you mail it in, somebody's going to control you. If you're going to just be lazy, hey, it's like the American slogan, give me convenience or give me death. Everybody wants that. And Avocado Wolfe talked about today of is it Lucifer that's the one that's tempting you to be lazy, and then it's the Ahriman that's tempting you to be a bean counter and I need more and more and more, right? So yeah,
I think self-responsibility is at the foundation of all. And even when we talk about the concept of health, if you don't take radical responsibility for your life, you're going to always blame some invisible microbe for your sickness, or you're going to blame something else, as opposed to, hey, what role does my mindset, what role does the decisions that I make in my life in terms of like what environment I put myself in, what foods I put in my body, what people I surround myself with, that's the most important thing in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the whole part of growing up. That's what you're supposed to do when you become an adult, is you're fully responsible, because then that gives you all the freedoms, and then you're not a beneficiary anymore. You are now the trustee in the trust, because now you're responsible.
Yeah, now
you have all the freedom to make the decisions and to create. And unfortunately, most adults these days are still beneficiaries in the trust, and they take their little benefits and their services, and they're content with that, and the machine keeps rolling on.
Well, and the state ultimately looks at us as why the sort of red pill I had as an anarchist was when I started getting remedy in the law and going, well, why are they letting me do this? I thought the state just enforced everything arbitrarily.
Because you learned how.
Exactly. Yeah. If you don't want to be ruled, you have to learn the rules.
And may I add an extra definition to the word anarchist?
Yes.
Genius. Genius is an anarchist. Why? And you can find this in my Ending the Occult world with Cosmic Knowledge 23-minute little documentary I made, but I say genius is an anarchist to the highest degree.
Share that link and I'll put it up after.
Okay, cool. Genius is an anarchist to the highest degree. He doesn't follow the orders of anybody. He thinks for himself. He creates for himself. He doesn't create for others, but his inventions happen to help millions in many cases. But he's also that kid from Sesame Street. One of these kids is doing his own thing, right?
Sounds very
Be that kid. Right?
Sounds very Randian too.
Yeah. And I'm going back to my childhood, but those were the cool lessons before Sesame Street started sucking.
Yeah.
But a lot of things were cool before they got infiltrated. And we can make them cool again, right? That's the whole point. But we've got to exert and start, as Walter Russell said, mediocrity is self-inflicted, genius is self-bestowed. What the fuck is everybody waiting for? Start bestowing your genius on yourself.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that too? What are your thoughts on that in regards to, I don't know, was it Rick Rubin or someone recently was on a podcast and he was saying the same thing of like, I make my music for me. It happens to impact all these people. So like, I don't know. Like,
well, I mean, if, as a DJ, I'm obviously playing to the dance floor, but I'm bringing my taste and my sensibility and my understanding of what is good. And I think I must have a decent taste because I've been pretty successful as a DJ. And I think if you're just out there to satisfy others, you're not a real artist.
Yeah. Well, even as a podcaster, you know, Joel and I, we have the conversations we want to have. They happen to resonate with people. We're not like, hey, who do you want to have on? Who do you think other people are going to like? And then we get to be part of the cool public.
Don't row your own boat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, authenticity goes a long way, obviously, especially with in a sea of mundane that we seem to be in these days. And yeah, that's Bear and I for AlphaCast. We just like pick what we think's cool. Like it's interesting. We get hit up by all those like you know, podcast firms, marketing firms. I just delete them all. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna choose who's gonna be on our podcast based on who's cool and who's interesting, and it seems to have worked out. But yeah, no, I agree. Like we come to create and find ourselves, and when we do that, it becomes quite apparent that you're on the right path, creating for the right reason, and then that attracts the right people. So
awesome.
And Rick Rubin was surfing recently too. Did you see that? That's footage.
Oh, big beard.
Yeah.
You know, I gotta say though, guy who wears pink like the rose-colored sunglasses, I got my suspicions.
You mean like the blue blockers?
He's got the rosy sunglasses like Jimmy Savile, you know.
Oh, like Jimmy Savile.
Have you ever put on rose sunglasses? It's weird.
Well, I put rose, but I put on like blue blockers in the evening, but I don't wear them like I don't know, during the day or inside, or wear sunglasses inside.
It just trips me out. It just trips me out, I gotta say. But hey, no, he's a great music producer nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. I'm having a blast with y'all.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, guys. People are trickling out. You know, we've been going. We're on 2.5 hours.
Nice.
No, we're on 3 hours. I started at 7:30. We're almost on 3 hours. We started with Marjory Wildcraft. We had, then David Avocado Wolfe came in, and then Andrew Kaufman came in. And I will tell you, folks, we were on the precipice of a major debate between Kaufman and
Avocado Wolfe waiting for it
on the ivermectin. And I did want to interject because I didn't feel that vibe was necessary for this one. I felt, let's save that for another thing. And then I said, hey, you know what's a unifying thing between these two? Flat Earth. Boom. In comes Dave Weiss.
You natural host, you.
I learned a lot. I watch him. Yes. It was the unifying theme, brother. It was the unifying theme. So thank you for that. What are you guys saying? You guys want to go to Max Egan's now or what?
I'm down.
We're going to Egan's.
Dave Weiss is saying yes.
Yeah, how do we do this again in the next couple of days?
Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe we will. But I don't know if we'll talk about it.
Yeah, cool.
I'm open.
Yeah,
it's fun.
I'm so happy to connect with you, bro.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a lot of fun. So, okay, folks, everything that these guys have done has been shared in that chat. I still wasn't able to multitask to add AlphaVedic to that, but what's on Twitter? Or on X? What are you at?
I don't do X anymore.
Oh, you're not on there.
I am, but I don't use it anymore.
Okay.
Telegram t.me/AlphaVedic or YouTube AlphaVedic, or run all those streaming platforms, or just alphavedic.com. And also, if you are feeling called to come and hang out in person and come to an event that, you know, is inspirational and with other like-minded people that get it, come to Music and Sky this year. It's June 20th to the 24th in California. I know Cali Pharma, you know, I get it. But we're bringing back the light to California, and it's a great crew. Your Osmos has been there. What, going on your fifth event?
This is our 5th time. My wife and I are going to be there and being a part of it. And, you know, we love it. It's one of my favorite events that you guys have created. You, Matt, Owen, and this is going to be pretty unique, I think, this one.
Yeah, we're building a village live through the event. It's a co-creative. We're at the point now where it's an open source event, and it's essentially inviting everybody to come co-create with us. Anybody can get stage time. You sign up for your stage time to be heard. It's going to be a bit of a sovereignty circus, and it's definitely I'm very excited about it. And I hope you guys can come check it out. And it's cool because it's like a really tapped in audience that's super into their sovereignty, but also very much open to different spiritual insights and very creative. So one day, maybe this June, we can get you there to rock out.
Him and I are both going to be. Him and I are going to be at Confluence in April. You're there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Sweet.
So should we give a shout out for Confluence?
Give it a shout out.
Eileen McCusick and Alec Zeck, along with Molly Engelhart, are putting on an amazing event out on in her ranch in the hill countries of Texas during the solar eclipse in beginning of April.
Yeah, it's April 5th to the 8th in Texas Hill Country.
And that's a
on a huge regenerative farm.
Huge regenerative farm, and it's a complete totality event there. That's which is kind of trippy. That her place was almost complete totality in the fall when we all went. This is the second round, and it's I think like 99% totality. So which just means you have a full solar eclipse above you. The last time in the fall, Eileen McCusick did a really cool tuning session during the eclipse. It was really fun. But I'll be DJing every day. You're doing a talk, Curtis?
I'm doing a talk.
Talking. You're gonna bring your guitar.
I got to deal with the TSA this time. I'm going light, boys. Flying to Mexico is just come one, come all. What do you, turismo or business? That's it. That's the only questions. TSA, forget about it. Good cop, bad cop. You're over here. You're over here. 9 hours later.
Put on the rubber gloves.
So we'll go through.
Hey,
where
quick,
we get your
real quick. Chris Logic's in my chat group asked how many people are here. I guessed about 400. What do you think?
I thought it was about 500. I thought they said on day one it was 500.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to give another quick.
We're counting staff and vendors, but
no, I don't think so.
Crowded
yeah. Oh, for sure.
I just want to give a quick shout out again at Confluence. My wife and I will be there. We're going to be leading 2 workshops. One on like an intro to human design for those of you that are familiar with it, and another one on like nervous system and somatics. So lots of reasons to come to Confluence as well.
Cool.
Fantastic. Well, with that, folks, we're gonna head over to Max Egan's place and carry on the good vibes.
Dude, thanks for really having us, and it's nice to everyone listening. What's up?
Yeah.
And have a great night.
AlphaVedic.com, HereForTheTruth.com, MattPresti.com, and Philosophy.org for Walter Russell. Check it out.
And
Boom.
Freedom
Thank you, Curtis.
Farmers.
FreedomFarmers.com. You guys know where to find me, though. All right, folks.
It's not just hurricanes and wildfires. The nation's power grid relentlessly year after year with no warning. It's also man-made attacks, like the rogue sniper attack in 2013 on a...
Buy one, get two free ends soon. There's still time. Act now to secure your family.
Welcome back to the Exploration of Consciousness. I'm Matt Presti. Thanks for joining me. If this universe is not created by mind, then this episode of the Exploration of Consciousness is worthless. However, if this universe is in fact a mind wave universe, as I have asserted for many years now, then the following presentation will be of interest to you. This episode is intended to present an opposing argument to the idea of archons, devils, demons, interdimensional entities, and their role in the destiny of humanity. It is being done in the sense to take the position of the Creator's advocate. Until we balance the thought of such things in order to void those thoughts, then unbalance and eternal repetition shall be our lot. It is a rather strikingly unknown fact that man must first conceive idea, form his concept, and finally build his body to simulate his idea. In other words, thought precedes form. There is nothing in this man-made world of products and things that were not first conceived in the mind of man himself. In order for any thought of man to exist in the physical world, he must build a body for it. This is as true for a house as it is for a city. Without physical form, which is the final step to existence in the three-dimensional universe, there can be no existence. The ideas that remain unbuilt are stillborn, having failed to develop or be constructed, meaning it still resides in the unmanifested world of thought. The thoughts of any human are in a sense preformed and immaterial. Though these bodies have no existence in the physical three-dimensional world, they can seem to be very real in the mind of those who believe in them. They only ever have nebulous form and exist alone in the imagination. Mankind is free to believe whatever he wishes. Beliefs have been used and misused throughout the long story of mankind's unfolding. Fears of the unknown can also generate and stimulate the imagination of a human into forming representative fear bodies within the mind. These representatives of the fear or beings can seem to take on life of their own within the mind of the Creator who has imagined them. They can speak and even direct the one or ones who give them life through their own belief, though they are dispossessed of bodies and can never manifest in the physical reality of the 3D universe. Like clean water filling a pool, every belief is like a drop of ink added to the clean water until the water itself becomes murky, dark, and for the mind becomes clouded with contradictions. Therefore, these beliefs have been given life by the thoughts that precede them, even though they are dispossessed of bodies. That life is all in the mind of its believer. It is here that the infection begins to plague mankind, with the beginnings of group herd insanity. It is here that the occult world derives its so-called power. The belief in authority, politicians, rulers, devils, hell, demons, archons, interdimensional entities, evil, and sin, as well as other occult manifestations of the mind, has paralyzed billions of people into states of passive acquiescence, voluntary military slavery, religious extremism, radical political ideologies, and even war. Few grasp the danger that the imagination can impose when not used correctly or through subliminal programming. Hollywood has mastered the art of capturing the imagination, as well as many New Age authors and even science fictions like quantum mechanics. It must ever be remembered that simply thinking something does not make it real in the physical world, though the thought of it is eternally repeated until it is balanced. Mankind does not yet possess this ability, and if he did, would be a most dangerous creature. If the unbalanced thoughts of the human race were ever to instantly take on physical form, the world would be totally destroyed within a matter of minutes. The fears that fill most minds in this world are beyond the pale. However, if the thoughts of balanced people were to take instant form in the world, the cosmic drama of mankind will have fulfilled its purpose for being created. This is an important point to consider when dealing with the subject of mind and what it is. There are those on this planet who have gone to great lengths to see that the subject of mind and what it is remains hidden and unspoken of. For to truly understand what mind is and is not would liberate humanity from fear. It is also the goal of this episode to empower the viewer with understanding the nature of mind and how it can be weaponized against your own being. There is plenty of evidence to support the placebo effect, which again demonstrates that this is indeed a mind wave universe. When mankind begins to understand the mind for what it is, healing, rebuilding of human relations, and the foundations of brotherhood and sisterhood can take root. This is why teaching the work of Walter and Leo Russell is my top priority, and no other writings give such understanding to the creator, the workings of mind, and the mind wave universe. Moving into the science fiction of human thoughts, I will now discuss the quantum idea and how it helped to give new life to the idea of a devil among mankind. Quantum mechanics has given rise to the notion of multiverses and parallel dimensions. These exist no more than the thought of winning the lottery could cause money to fall from the sky. Fear is man's greatest enemy. Being self-created, he gives fear a house within himself to thrive, reside, and exist. Fear helped create the belief in devils and archons existing outside of man himself. Quantum mechanics made it possible to transplant the 2,000-year-old early imaginings of these devils and archons of fear into the New Age movement via the idea of dimensions parallel to our own. Imagination is not a dimension. The image in man's mind is dimensionless. Prior to action, all is only thought. The belief that thought alone is somehow action, such as the Secret movie teaches, is a knowledge virus affecting mankind. The real virus is the belief in these occult imaginings, which rob every man on earth of one day seeing justice served to his mind captors. They who would peddle fear are the snake oil salesmen of the New Age. They, like Hollywood, are selling you their point of view at a price. The price is a belief which, unvoided, becomes deadly and must eternally repeat until it is voided. This point of view plants the seed of an infected imagination into your own, thereby extending its artificial lifespan by encoding a subroutine to run in the background of your mind. Mind is universal. This subroutine can pass from mind to mind like a virus. Unlike viruses in nature that have physical existence, knowledge viruses can only infect a person by their learning of it, then believing in it. We see this all throughout the schizophrenic views in media, politics, cosmology, theories on the origins of evil, and addiction to externalisms, which conveniently remove the responsibility from mankind himself. This perpetuates the lifespan through the belief and reinforcement of the knowledge virus. This is a form of occult sorcery, whether or not that is the intention of its farmer. The seeds of the occult have sprouted in fertile fields of human minds who have yet to become conscious of consciousness. Quantum mechanics help create the knowledge virus, a belief in parallel and multiple universes and dimensions. Mainstream academic cosmologists have yet to understand the construction of matter as an illusion. This is the beauty of the mirror cube in relation to understanding the illusion of matter. When you look into the mirror cube, you see a curved, radial, endless multiplicity of illusion, which isn't there. In reality, there are only 6 mirrors reflecting an endless illusion. Our universe that we call home is that exact illusion. We believe this illusion to be the reality, and that is our struggle. Once we understand that it is an illusion, and that we can shape it by our own thoughts, then we take control. This is what it means to become illumined. You step outside of this illusion, and then command it to be divine. All of creation is for the fulfillment and manifestation in body of divinity. This quote by Walter Russell from the Message of the Divine Iliad. I am within all things, centering them, and without all things, controlling them. But I am not those things which I center and control. We are master of things. They are not master of us. Thoughts are things in this sense as well. When you issue a thought or a desire, it simultaneously begins to manifest toward fulfillment. If the thought is not balanced, it is recorded and repeated eternally until it is balanced by the issuer of that thought or desire. When thought achieves balance, it is voided, but not until the issuer of that thought or desire makes balance happen. This is what karma is. When the thought you issue is not voided, it repeats eternally until which time the issuer of that thought balances it or uncreates its repeating by balancing it. For example, if you issue a thought in anger, this individual thought is recorded in time. It will repeat itself not only in your individual soul record, but in the collective soul record until the collective and the individual void it. Masses of collective thought go out repeatedly from humanity all over the planet. This is what creates what we see here called civilization. It is the sum total of all human thinking. All these thoughts stay here recorded as nature until they are balanced. To utter a word, which is power, creates and names things, giving them identity. The Creator has given only to man the power to name things. We imbue nature with character by naming it the many various names. Our fear of stinging and biting insects creates this nature which comes for us. Void your fear and you stop being bitten and stung. Our fear of a new world order helps create it. Our fear of anything helps create it until it is balanced. When one makes peace with themselves, they make peace with the world. Even in the midst of World War III and all-out war, we are in very profound and incredible times for all human minds. The real war is the mind war. If we realize the power of our minds and supercharge our creative abilities, we will outcreate the menace through bringing balanced thoughts into the world, which will crystallize into balanced bodies. The ugliness of man's world will begin to reverse as more and more become balanced and centered folk. The more you are out of balance, the more the world around you will be. This is law. No man is above it. The white pill between the red and blue light, centering them, is the white light. To take the red pill is to choose male. To take the blue is to choose female. To take the white pill is to choose the one from whom the two extend. The universalist is the one creator, or the still white magnetic light of mind. Those who become universal must be creators to become so. Playing with the ideas and thoughts of others does not make you universal. Your own bodies, created by you yourself, that will uplift the world culture as a whole, simultaneously uplifts you in return. The universalist is an anarchist of the highest degree. Barriers and labels do not apply. The use of the term universalist connotes that one is not earthbound. Man, governments, media, road information are below him. He does not seek leaders, require approval, or need funding or money to become creative. He is driven by the passion of his desire to create and fills his soul with treasure not of this world. He cannot help but to create. Few universalists have ever walked among mankind. These men and women forever changed the world with their shared imaginings and created bodies for the cultural uplift of all the planet's people. They are the true change agents. They belong to a race all their own. That race is genius. Love for creating gives them the status of supreme accomplishment among all mankind. Genius is individual perfection. Genius often works alone. Genius does not tire and works harder than others. Many people of sub-races of all kinds have come to universality. From these great minds, we owe the discoveries that make our lives easier, freeing our minds to grow our knowledge, intelligence, and awareness into new stratums. The wheel, electricity, the car, the airplane, the telescope, great music, art, poetry, natural sciences, philosophy, inventions of all kinds have all uplifted mankind. Suppressed implosion technologies yet to be released will solve the world energy crisis. It matters not the race of a man, but whether or not he excels or does not excel, and his effect on the uplifting of humanity. God is the greatest artist. Those who imitate the Creator achieve the pinnacle of their own high mountaintop. Music is considered a universal language. Genius is considered a universal human. The genius communes moment to moment with the Creator and receives the flashes of illumination from which he derives inspiration for his powerful ideas to build into simulations of that idea, called bodies. Genius should be the goal of every man and woman. To reject genius is to accept mediocrity. This attitude of the masses is what has worked so well to hold humanity back at the cost of billions of his own kind being destroyed through ignorance of the true nature of this universal construct, which is founded on love as the one principle of this Creator. The direct experience of the white light of mind, known as illumination, has several keynotes that are struck within the experience itself. This includes the experience of immortality and the loss of the fear of death, the loss of the sense of sin or evil, knowledge without learning, transfiguration of the individual as seen by others, unity, oneness, completeness, moral elevation, God, source, or creator, new life and vitality added to the character of the experiencer. The origin of mind is cause. The resulting effect of thinking mind is this 3D cosmic light cinema. It is eternally reflecting the balanced perfection of the creator. It is the nature of nature, which is love in action. When man's nature is in tune with this universal symphony, then the result will be the voiding of unbalance in his civilization. Balance will not come through war and conquest, any more than it can come by taking, or by the power of might over right. It cannot manifest through fears and the belief in sin and evil. It will not arrive while mankind chases apparitions and sinister occult early pagan imaginings. Balance will only come to a man when he learns to think balanced thoughts. The sum total of human civilization is made up of every single thought within the race of humanity. It reflects man's nature onto the cube surrounding him, which mirrors back his imaginings. His nature is then his reflection. Mankind becomes what he thinks and believes. Male and female are the two electric expressions of the one sexless creator. The creator divides the white light into red and blue light spectrums. Nature requires the blue light spectrum of the female and the red light spectrum of the male in order to grow upon this earth. To cancel either of these lights from the earth would result in the disintegration of life on this earth. Woman must take her place at the side of man as his equal in order to save civilization from its certain dissolution. This is why civilizations continually fall. Woman has not yet been welcomed into the governing of the world home. Until such time as she is, man's male-run civilizations will continually fall. Nature sustains itself in continuity because of the balance of its male and female forms that work together as one. Mankind would do well to understand this as of yet unknown process. When man and woman achieve balance in the making of the world home, then, like nature, mankind's civilization will have continuity, but not before.
What I've been talking about are the people who write down the things of their imaginings and then think that they're separate and apart from all of the universe, but that they're all cursed and favored above all other people because some ascended master, some imaginary dead person who has been resurrected and can go and sit on a cloud and communicate with you. And then they write about these things that are coming through on the other side. The other side doesn't mean God ever. It means some ascended masters in the occult world. The occult world. I'd like to learn that occult world. It has no existence. To the degree that everyone is having a cosmic conscious experience every second of his life. Bit by bit it's unfolding. The moment that you feel inspiration of any kind whatsoever, to direct your mind inward toward your mind instead of outward through the senses, that moment you're having a divine revolution. It's the inner voice trying to speak to you. Why don't you listen? Why doesn't the world listen? Why doesn't it throw it away? Incredible to me. But they do. The world throws it away. The greatest treasure in the world. The only treasure. The greatest thing that can happen to anybody. Thrown away. I think it's pulled me out of his head. Well, that's what the senses do to man. At first, the voice is whispering inside all the time. Listen to me. People don't listen.
Hey, this is Marjory, and you know, hey, this is Marjory, and you know, conversation that's coming up in my friend circle, and even over the forums at the Grow Network is, do we need government? Like we've got the governments on the planet right now, very clear they are not in service of their populations. Actually, they are trying to kill us. And if you think about it, even without sounding like a conspiracy theorist, I mean, wars, genocide, you know, these things are all created by governments. Governments are the largest killers on the planet, and now all of our governments are quite frankly insane. And so when you say, well, there's no government, then it's going to be anarchy. And you know, at first I was like, oh my God, that's a scary word. But I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, we have to be so careful. We've all been so programmed. I mean, for decades, right? With the movies and with the news and with the stories and the books and the media. And, you know, the word anarchy usually is kind of bringing up the Mad Max scenario, right? And people running around with guns, and or maybe the, what is that video game they have? Grand Theft Auto, right? And I am sure that as our government, and our government is going to collapse, everyone's government is going to collapse, right? Because that is the natural consequence after you go through hyperinflation. You do have a collapse of your government. It usually takes a couple months, and then it's over. And yes, during transition, there's going to be all kinds of bad actors and crazy things happening. But ultimately, you know, I have been looking into what is anarchy, and honestly, it looks pretty good. And again, you have to really overcome programming and say, what really is it? And I'd like to invite you to an event I go to, which is Anarchapulco, which is where a whole bunch of anarchists gather. It's the second week in February, and it's in Acapulco, as you might imagine, in Mexico. And I have to say, you know, I do a lot of traveling and a lot of presenting. Well, actually, I've kind of quit in the last year. I just got so burned out on it, but for years. So Mother Earth News Fairs and prepper festivals and the Greater Reset and the Red Pill and the Survival Game and, you know, all the different places that you can, you know, to go to be prepared. And great events. They're all really, really great events. One of the things that I love the most about Anarchapulco, though, is that at a lot of events, there's a lot of people who are just waking up now, right? And the first reaction is anger. They're really angry and they're upset. They feel betrayed, and that's absolutely appropriate. At Anarch, what's one of the biggest differences, a lot of people there have already been understand what's been going on. They've been knowing about it for years, perhaps even decades. They're kind of past all the anger. They're like, let's enjoy every moment while we can. And I'm here to pick up some new skills. I'm here to pick up some new information. I'm here to learn. I'm here to have a really good time. It's in a fantastic outside garden venue, really, really beautiful. And everybody's just like super available. So, you know, I'm down there wandering around with, you know, with my water bottle, and I'm doing the hula hoop class or whatever, you know, meeting, running into people and talking to people. And pretty much every speaker that's there is really highly available. And it's just really chill. It's beautiful, beautiful, shade covered, large, like, I don't know how many acre garden with manicured paths and sit areas and special places to meet, and food is really good. So I've got a coupon code for you down here. It's Anarchapulco. Come, you know, come. Last year I met several of the Grow Network members, and it's so cool to connect up with people personally, share a meal, you know, spend some time together. What's going on in your life? And people show me their their food growing pictures all the time. I love to see it. Love to see it, and give them encouragement. And yeah, just a time to share and connect. And 2024 is going to be a big one. So this would be a good event to go to really get your mindset. So Anarchapulco 2024. Come. The link's down below, and let's come and hang out together. All right, I'll see you there.
The amount of chemicals that are in everything now, when you say about, you know, obviously they created a lot of these man-made illnesses, because a lot of them are made because of like what's been put into our food, our water, our air, clothes, cosmetics, every facet of life pretty much, we're just getting hit by chemicals like the minute we wake up. And it's quite mind-blowing really, but like, because it's all been made, everything's been made convenient, people just don't have that awareness, which is obviously the key word, is awareness, isn't it? And awareness of your own bodily health and what you're putting in it and stuff like that. And I always say to people, what makes me laugh nowadays is that most people pay more attention to the energy rating of their washing machine than they do what they put into their actual body.
That's right. So here's AJ, here's an exercise that anyone can do to help motivate some of these changes with food, because food is super, super important. And I always educate about eating whole food, which means that when you buy it, it looks the same way it looked in nature, right? So if you can go to a tree and pick an apple off of it, and then you see that same apple, not applesauce, but the apple in the supermarket, that's a whole food. And if you stick to that, you're going to improve your health massively. But a way to transition to that is just to start reading labels, but read them in an informed way. So look at the label, and if one of the ingredients is apples, that is okay if they're organic, of course. Or if the ingredient is kidney beans, that's okay. Or if it's sea salt, that's okay. But if it's sodium erythrobromate, you're like, what the heck is that? That's not a food. So then go to the internet and search toxicity of sodium erythrobromate and see what comes up, and learn. So do that for every single ingredient on a food before you eat it. I did this exercise with my children because they had been eating the organic version of Pringles, the popular crisp in the United States. Okay, I'll use the British word. And they were pretty addicted to this stuff. Like, they wanted it all the time. And I was really concerned about it. And so I just sat down with them. I'm like, let's read the ingredients label. And I went, by the way, and bought some other crisps that were just cooked in avocado oil. And the only ingredients were potatoes, avocado oil, and sea salt. And we read the ingredient label of the other one. And I, explained what the things were. And at the end, my daughter took the container from me and put it right in the trash. And they're both like, we're never eating these again. So once you have the information, even in a child, it can be very, very powerful, because people don't want to make themselves sick in general. And even when they're addicted to some of those chemicals, like flavor enhancers, for example, they can still overcome it if they put their mind to it and realize the importance of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's it's crazy. Even as like a kid, I was always curious, like, what's in food, and always knew. Like, I was always turned off from cake and fizzy drinks. Just never liked them as a kid. My mum used to buy birthday cake, just for everybody else. So it was always quite funny. But again, if you don't have any, it's the same as anything. You don't know what you don't know. And because of like the generations, how they've just kind of gone from one to the next, like the generations now have so little to think about, because everything's been made convenient for them and nice and tasty. But you only have to have a look at the supermarket bread, for example. Like the amount of ingredients that are in a loaf of bread now is just like mind-boggling compared to like 20 years ago. But then 20 years ago, it was like, what was it, 1 in 100, 1 in 500 or something would get cancer. Now we're being told it's 1 in 2. And as as I'd imagine both of us are saying a lot, is what's the human body hasn't changed. What's changed for somebody to get 1 in 2 people to get cancer?
Yeah, that's it defies their own logic, because even if you look at it, they always look at it from an evolutionary perspective, right? And it's supposed to be that we live longer and are more vibrant over time, not that suddenly nature attacks us with new diseases, or our development becomes faulty, or our bodies. I mean, there is this pervasive false view in mainstream medicine that our bodies are faulty, and we need modern medicines to correct our bodies. Like, for example, look at things like thyroid disease. Right, we say that people have hypothyroidism. It's one of the most frequently diagnosed conditions. The drug Synthroid, which is a man-made synthetic version of thyroid hormone, is one of the top-selling drugs. Now, why would our bodies just suddenly turn off one of their most important glands? And it's not because it's broken. It's for a reason. It's a response to something, and the body needs to correct it. And that's part of the correction and the healing process. But we think, oh, that's your body's broken. Thank God for modern medicine, because we can give a synthetic chemical that replaces the body's function.
Yep.
Right. And that's just not accurate to what's happening. Like, our bodies don't make mistakes. They only react to changes in the environment or to insults. And when we experience these problems, it's giving us information that we need to do something different, because what we've been doing is resulting in our bodies not able to function optimally.
Yep. Yeah, so we're constantly doing everything half-assed almost without even realizing, aren't we? Because of basically everything, or how intoxicated our bodies are becoming, our minds.
Yes, yeah. If you're completely unaware of that and just follow the modern lifestyle, you're just going to get worse and worse. And so what we see is aging process, for example, right, is that our bodies, because they make mistakes, they get wear and tear, and they just fall apart over time, like planned obsolescence, like the way they build machines these days, not the way they used to build them, where they'd last forever practically. What's really happening is that over time, you're accumulating more and more of these poisons in your body. And they are destroying parts of your body, and those parts of your body can't function as well anymore. But that's not the way nature intended it. Nature intended that, your body would be completely functional until the very end, when it was the end of your life. And then, you would go basically from functioning to death, to passing on. And we can see real life examples of cultures that have not succumbed to the modern lifestyle. And we can see, centenarians who are living, like when we think of in our nations, someone in their 90s, we picture someone in a nursing home or a care home, with wearing diapers and not knowing their name and taking 20 medicines. And that is like the most common experience. But that's not the way nature intended it. If we look in, for example, Okinawa, right, which we know is an island that's part of Japan, but it's kind of far away from the rest of Japan, and it's mostly a farming lifestyle. But they are not totally indoctrinated, or at least the current older generation, and they have many people who live beyond 100. But they are not debilitated. They're not in nursing homes or care homes. In fact, some of them live independently. They do everything for themselves. They cook and clean. They're productive. At 100 years old. And this is the way that we can be if we wake up to some of these things and start taking steps to, one, mitigate as much as possible our exposure to these poisons, and then, help our body get rid of these things. It wants to do that desperately, right? But when you keep putting so many poisons in, your body has to do damage control. It can't do the healing part. So you have to kind of help jumpstart it into the healing phase by, stop burdening it with so many poisons. And then you can do some things to help signal your body that, okay, now you're cooperating and you're going to allow your body to use its resources to heal. And, it's amazing that people who do this, they come out on the other end as if they went back in time, to a younger age, because the body is just capable of such amazing renewal.
Yeah, well, it truly is. And it's interesting, actually, because I was really reading into germ theory, terrain theory, like before this whole hoax even started. And I guess one of the biggest hoaxes we've ever experienced, and probably will in our lifetimes, is being told that we can't heal ourselves, that we can only have poison to fix it ourselves. And and again, that's a generational thing that's been brought up. But I guess in hindsight, I know we've all been through a lot of crap over the last 3 years, and just constant governmental lies and corruption, and at the highest level, which has ruined a lot of people's lives. But I guess in this 3-year period, it's actually woken a lot of people up to germ theory, and it is actually like a load of nonsense.
Absolutely. And, I'm glad you pointed out the difficulty about the body is self-healing, but I want to remind everyone that you've actually witnessed this yourself in your lifetime, your own body, because you've gotten a cut before. And, at least there might be one time when you didn't put some pharmaceutical on it. You just, basically washed it off, and then magically you saw over the next days that it just completely healed. And there was no evidence that there was ever a cut there.
It's like a paper cut, isn't it? You get a paper cut and you're like, oh crap, it stops bleeding. What's your body doing? It's healing itself straight away.
Exactly. So if it can do that, then you must understand that any insult that happens anywhere in your body's doing that. And when those pharmaceuticals get in the way, they shut that down, right? Often. And many people end up with chronic injuries because of that, right? Like I've seen many injured workers in the workers' compensation system, that they got an injury, and it might not have even been a very severe injury, right? Like there might not have even been a broken bone or anything like that, but they never healed. The body couldn't complete the healing process because all of the pharmaceuticals and all of the poisons in their lifestyle essentially took the body's resources away from that. And the body was so overwhelmed that it just deposited those things there instead of healthy collagen and other materials to rebuild that area. So we have to realize that it's already in our body, and we just have to stop getting in the way of it to allow that process to occur.
And you mentioned things like collagen. Other than collagen, is there any particular sort of like supplements and things that you would suggest for people, other than obviously healthy, nutritious whole foods?
Right. Well, I really, in general, don't recommend supplements at all, because one thing is that many supplements are just pharmaceuticals in disguise. They're produced by the pharmaceutical industry. Also, if you go back and look at the science of how they even discovered some of these things, it's not even clear. Like, for example, with vitamin C. Now, in order to get vitamin C from a food that it's said to be in, you have to do several steps of chemical reactions, precipitations, solvent extractions, and such before you get a white powder that's called vitamin C. So if you're doing all of that stuff to it, how do you know that powder in its form as a powder was actually in the lemon to begin with? So if you take a pill with that chemical, it's not the way nature intended you to get that. So all the things that you would need to be healthy, you can get from foods. The only thing I'm aware of that's not available in modern food source, unless you pay attention to grow your own food and fortify the soil appropriately, is trace minerals. And these are, the metals that we need in very tiny amounts, but they're super important, like things like molybdenum, manganese, zinc, copper. There are maybe about 50 that we use in our body and for vital functions, including for detox, like superoxide dismutase, for example, one of our enzymes that is an antioxidant, a powerful one. It requires some of these metals to work. I'm blanking on exactly which ones, but because of the way food is grown in one place and then consumed in a totally different area, the minerals that were originally in that soil that got into the food are taken away from that soil. And after 2 growing seasons, there's no minerals, basically. None of those minerals. Now they add nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in fertilizer, but they don't add all the other minerals to grow the plants. They just do the bare minimum. So you have to have some form of mineral supplement, and that's why, you know, the main or the first product I ever sold was Shilajit, which is a natural form of those minerals from decomposed plants that animals often lick up, and that's how we actually find the deposits of that material, and that contains just about all 50 of those minerals. But aside from that, I think you should just eat a healthy diet, and which we can talk about the differences of vegan, vegetarian, carnivore, omnivore, all of these things. But the biggest difference is if you just stop eating stuff that's not food and just stick to the whole foods. Nothing in a package unless it has one ingredient or perhaps one ingredient plus sea salt, and get everything fresh. Get vegetables, get fruits, get meats, and then prepare them at home. And you'll most likely, if you eat a variety of foods or if you eat enough animal products, you'll get all of the nutrients that you need from nature. And you do need to get out into nature and out into the sun, and you do need to get physical movement, and you do need to have some kind of spiritual or contemplation practice, right? All of these things have to go together to have optimal health. But in terms of nutrition, I really don't think there's a need for supplementation whatsoever. Hello, I'm Dr. Andrew Kaufman, and today I'm here to tell you about my 3 favorite rituals for spring cleansing and how you can incorporate them successfully into your daily routine. Spring is a time of renewal of nature. When the birds come back, animals have babies, buds form on the trees and plants, the spring flowers start to bud and blossom. This is a completion of the alchemical transformation through the winter, where all the life becomes dead during that time and then springs back anew and pure in the spring. And since antiquity, humans have also participated in this spring, but you can renew and purify in many ways. So today I'm going to tell you about my top 3 suggestions and how you can renew and purify your body. Number 1, of course, has to do with water. In my experience, virtually every client I've worked with is extremely dehydrated. So this is your opportunity to give your body the water it needs so that it can go through the renewal, cleansing, and healing process. And I would suggest by increasing your water intake, and this should be done by drinking no more than 8 ounces or 1 cup of water every 30 minutes. And I suggest that you use a timer to remind you when to drink your next cup, and also to keep track of this on paper or on your device so that you can hold yourself accountable. And I think it would be great for an average sized adult to target a minimum of 4 liters per day, which would be 16 cups or 16 8-ounce cups approximately. Now, if you're really big and heavy, like you weigh over 225 pounds, you might consider 5 liters. If you're extremely petite, 100 pounds or less, you might consider 3.5 liters. But just making this will have a huge improvement on your health. Okay, number 2, now that we have the spring weather, we start to have herbs come back into the picture because we can now grow things once again. And my favorite herb for cleansing is, of course, cilantro. And make sure that you have organic cilantro that's grown in clean soil, because it will actually pull toxins out of the soil. So it has to be grown cleanly so that it can have that beneficial cleansing effect on you. But the silica in the cilantro is an excellent chelator, especially of heavy metals, as well as other toxins. And cilantro has been shown to actually enhance tissue repair. And this is thought to be through its antioxidative properties, but this has been shown experimentally in many different animal studies. So you can incorporate cilantro into your recipes, a little bit into salads, or consider tinctures of cilantro for healing. Now to my 3rd and final favorite ritual for the spring involves my favorite F word, fasting. And this can be done in a very gentle way if you do what's known as intermittent fasting. And the purpose for this is to give your gut time not only to complete digesting the food, but also to go through its own cleansing and healing cycles, and has been shown in many studies to make a big difference in health. And you should try to target eating all of your food within a 6-hour window would be optimal. If you stretch it out to 8 hours, that will still provide a benefit. So if you are going to have 3 meals a day within an 8-hour window, and if you're able to go to 2 meals a day, and of course those meals could be larger than you're used to since you're eating fewer meals, 6 hours a day would be optimal. Now, if you're really brave and you have a good willpower, I would suggest considering a longer fast, a minimum of 24 hours, but perhaps 3 days or even 7 days for those who are practiced at this art, and that can make a huge difference in your health. But take it one step at a time. So first try intermittent fasting, then try 24 hours, and then see if you can extend it beyond that. And once you get up to the point that you can do a 3 or a 7-day fast, you can have amazing healing results. So how do you stick to these new practices and incorporate them into your daily routine? I suggest that you have a gratitude journal. So this is a really excellent motivator, and we have so much to be grateful for just looking out our windows this time of the year, return of more sunshine, bird song, and many other pleasures and indulgences of the springtime. So there's always, of course, your family, your loved ones, your abundance, your dwelling, many, many things to be thankful for. So make a list of 3 things each day that you're grateful for. And when you feel like it's hard to keep up with your new habits, remind yourself, go look at that page, and that will reinvigorate your motivation to keep going. Well, in summary, I hope this has been helpful, and I've talked about my 3 favorite spring cleansing rituals: increasing your water and hydration levels, indulging in spring herbs like cilantro for their cleansing and chelating properties, and consider intermittent or even longer water fasting to jumpstart your body back into health and be ready for an abundant summer season.
Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this week's edition of the Sunday Wire. I'm your host, Patrick Henningsen. We're streaming out live on the Alternate Current Radio Network and also at 21stcenturywire.com. We're also broadcasting live on X and also on YouTube and Rumble as well. Thank you guys for Can you turn him up? Sorry,
Oh, yeah. We're gonna bring going. Dr. Andy Kaufman, welcome to the Sunday Wire. We're here at the Anarchapulco 2024 preview. Great to have you with us.
Thanks so much, Patrick.
Just a few sort of usual suspects.
The medical system does not have your best interest. They're basing their treatments on things that aren't even true and legitimate. It's kind of overwhelming. Well, what do you do for your health after that, right? Because we can't expect everyone to attain the level of knowledge of a doctor. And so this is what I'm going to focus on in my presentation, which I'm loosely calling Beyond Germ Theory. And part of it is really dealing with the emotional and psychological after effect of having this truth realization. I think everyone who's gone through a waking up process, right, has kind of been in this void and not knowing what to do next. So I'm going to attempt to give people some direction there.
That's great to get some solutions. Yeah, I notice there's a lot of fear all the time too. I know a lot of people, they know about all this the allopathic crap, and then they get sick and they get frightened and they go right back to an allopathic doctor, and you're like, what are you doing there? You know this is they're gonna probably hurt you or maybe kill you, but all of a sudden the fear, like but it's cancer, and I can't just get rid of it with fasting and vegetable juice and energy, and you're like, why not?
Well, Steve, that is, of course, the big, when I was talking about the psychological aspects, fear is one of the biggest ones. But it's even compounded further because the people's family and friends and network, right, a lot of times put massive pressure. I've had many people that I've, some were clients, some just people that I spoke with where they got, diagnosed with cancer, and they really didn't want to participate in chemo and radiation, and they knew how deadly it is. But their family put such pressure and guilt trips and all that on them that they felt like they had to at least do it in some cursory way.
Just go through the process. Yeah, like, it can't hurt you. It can't hurt. And you're like, yeah, it can. That happened to Ross, the other space buster. His brother had cancer, and we were telling him, like, do not take the chemo. And the family got on Ross's ass, and they're like, no. Right. Second treatment in coma. We got the call 3 hours later. We got the second call. Dead.
And so many people have stories in their family these days, mine, self included, and everybody. It's so common.
Yes, it is. And even if your family goes along with it, there's a possibility that the medical personnel can put the pressure. Sometimes even taking legal action. Like there are cases of children, for example, where they've had child protective services come in and take custody of the child because the parents didn't want to go through chemotherapy.
Yeah,
seriously,
I'm serious. Yeah.
Wow, that's next level stuff.
It is, and it's so ironic and contradictory because there was, I believe this was done in the late 90s or early 2000s, a large survey of oncologists asking, if you or your family member had cancer, would you take the treatment that you prescribe to others? And overwhelming majority said they would not.
I think, what was his name? I think like the chemo has a 90% failure rate or something like that.
There are statistics. I don't want to quote anything on there.
It's the guy,
and by the way, that's cancer spelled with a K.
Yeah.
So,
it's the zodiac.
It's the zodiac, right?
It's the cancer.
Spelled with a K. Cancer with a K. You got that. Everybody, just want to be clear. YouTube's listening. You got the algorithms.
Oh,
K.
yeah. We're called pseudoneoplastia.
KANCER. That's just for the subtitling. Yeah. K. Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So that's a big dilemma for people right across the board. So you're looking at this totally differently. You're looking at this system that we live in, this environment. There's things in our environment that we are not aware of that are making us sick.
That's right. So, I've kind of been exploring this, to me, it's new area of medical research where, and I wish there was more of this, right? But there's enough to tell us what's going on, where they look at various organs and tissues in the body, right? Like fat or adipose tissue is a big one that they do, but even, liver, brain, things like that, and look for environmental chemicals. And they found, in fact, with respect to fat tissue, right, we find a number of different, in the research, dioxin, microplastics, seed oils, PFOAs, right, forever chemicals. And the researchers even report in the literature that they can't do a proper controlled study because they can't find anyone whose tissue doesn't contain these toxic substances.
Wow.
So we're all screwed. Everyone's got it. It's just what amount, like what
so
you
you'd have
can
to
keep
do
up.
a full long-term detox to get, or find people from a place where they're not exposed to any of these things and study those.
Well, if that were possible, they haven't, found those people because we get exposed to these things by a number of different routes. But, the allopathic system almost completely ignores these findings as being implicated in disease. Although there is a theory of obesogenesis, that these compounds in the fat tissue alter the body's mechanisms of, weight gain and loss, and of metabolic control, like insulin resistance can develop and things like that as a result of these toxic chemicals. And, people even in the natural healing world that work with diabetics, for example, most people just based on dietary changes can overcome their type 2 diabetes, but there are a number of folks who don't. They still remain diabetic. And I think that's the population, right, where it's these poisons that are in their body that are causing the insulin resistance, and simple diet doesn't, allow the body to overcome that. But I have worked with some of these folks, and if they do the right kind of cleansing that will address these fatty toxins, right, because they're not water soluble, and that's a key. That makes it hard for your body to get rid of them. And
even with a water fast, you mean, or like it gets hard to get it out?
Well, water fasting can be effective because what do you have there is you have that the fat cells start to lyse and go away,
right?
And you're going to lose that fat during the fast. the problem is as the fat cells break down, it releases these toxins into the body. So you can get what you call a cleansing or a Herxheimer reaction.
Yeah.
Basically, they're floating around your blood and make you feel sick. Diarrhea, nausea, vomiting,
Pushing it out,
fatigue,
right?
headaches.
Your body pushing
Well,
it
your
out.
body wants to get rid of it, but it may not be able to get rid of it fast enough.
Yeah.
And that's why you can do things like enemas, or you can do saunas, or baths with certain substances that can help your body get those things completely out. So
Right.
it'll resolve that. And that's the kind of work that I do.
I get that, because I always do a master cleanse like once every year and a half to 2 weeks, Stanley Burroughs with the lemon juice and cayenne pepper. And the first few times I did it, the 10th day, when the colon mucus releases and the mucus thing comes out, the Ghostbusters, that Slimer from Ghostbusters thing comes out, I was sick as a dog that day. Like you're saying, the toxins as it released, then the colon wall were exposed and those toxins came back in my body, and oh my God, thought I was dying, But it was just like 5 hours of ugh, and then ripe as rain after that. But so it is true, yeah. I do the detox. I'm a very what makes me sick is I'm gluttony. I enjoy the finer things in life and the not so finer ones. Yeah. So I do detoxing too, just because I do have a fun lifestyle. I'm not a rock and roll lifestyle. A good way to put it. Yeah.
You're a professional musician. Full disclosure, Steve is a professional musician. He's a working musician. So.
But it's funny because I get a lot of mails because I make all these movies on health stuff with all these doctors. They think I'm like some doctor or something, And I'm like, dude, I'm a rock and roll singer, man.
Doctor of love.
They're even asking medical advice. I'm like, I'm not a doctor, man. What are you writing me for medical advice? So I could get
and full disclosure, you, Andrew, just for people who aren't familiar with your background, you were educated in the allopathic system or traditional medical. So you went to Duke, and
I refer to myself as a recovering physician.
My name is Andy,
but I was,
and I'm a physician.
I'm fully board certified in forensic psychiatry. I did do my psychiatry training at Duke, and then I was a medical school faculty member. I published peer-reviewed articles, and did a whole bunch of stuff in that mainstream allopathic medicine. But I noticed that by prescribing psychiatric drugs, I wasn't doing any favors for my patients, and I learned over time that actually I was doing a lot of harm, and I just couldn't sustain that when there's other ways to help these folks.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, but the journey's just beginning, guys, isn't it? Because we're just discovering a lot of how these things work.
Absolutely.
How we work, how we interact with this universe we live in. We really don't know. Yeah, we're like the very beginning, I think. It seems that the theme of everyone I know talking here, it is some kind of unveiling. Everyone's like, this is about unveiling something that we're screwed up with, and what are the implications for this? And there's no point getting together talking about this stuff unless we're going to do something about it. It's knowledge is fine, but it's only useful if you use it. Then it's wisdom.
I think we can all, even some mainstream normie types can recognize, right, that our current existence, our culture, our economy, industry, right, it's not really going as well as it could be. There are some major problems.
Really?
What?
Problem. Structural issues.
And when we all come together, right, a lot of what we're talking about is how do we reimagine our life existence, right? How we go about our day-to-day, how we run our businesses, how we take care of our families, how we interact with society at large in a different way, in a way that's much more human, right? Much more according to nature and our history, without the influences of consumerism and public relations and compulsory re-education camps. Talking about schools there.
And college. That's quite funny because I can't remember, I was on somebody's show, Outer Limits Radio, I think, Ryan McCormick, but we were talking about
losing my religion. Losing my religion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sunday Wire. I'm your host, Patrick Henningsen. We're streaming out live on X, YouTube, Rumble, Alternate Current Radio, 21stCenturyWire.com. This is a live broadcast, so afterwards we'll go into the podcasting format. So if you miss any of the live show, don't worry. It'll be available on demand right after the show on the video sharing platforms, and we'll have it up on the audio streams later this evening. And great to meet with Steve Falconer, Andrew Kaufman. We're here at Anarchapulco 2024. Reborn is the theme. I'm joined here. I want to introduce a couple of other speakers and people I've just met in person. Havori Morich, radio host, geopolitical analyst, Geopolitics and Empire. welcome to the Sunday Wire. Welcome to Acapulco.
No, it's great to be back on the wire, and it's great to meet you for the first time in the flesh, my TNT colleague here.
Yeah. So what do you think so far? Is this your first time to this event?
It's my first time in Acapulco, first time at the event, and so far so good. So many interesting people hanging out at Max's bar last night. So even I was shocked the bartender's Croatian. So I was like, what's going on here?
So Havori, tell us what are you looking for? What are your sort of what's your interest in this event this year?
For me, the most interesting thing always is, last month I was at ThEoRiSt in Morelia, and just meeting people, just networking, just talking to attendees, speakers. For me, that's the most fun part. But then there's some people I've heard of, but I don't really know what their shtick is. I've heard the name, like for example, Steve Falconer, but I don't really know much about him. So and as well as Mike, I've seen your name, but and so I want to learn more about the work that all these people are doing.
And then just tell us about your work as well. I mean, just give us your story in brief. You've got your own platform that you built, and you've also taken on a new role in the last couple of years as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I've been a teacher, professor for over a decade, and then I was podcasting, moonlighting as a podcaster, and so I started up Geopolitics and Empire. It's been like 12 years now, and then I spent 2 years now with TNT radio, doing initially it was 3 hours a day, which was insane, and now it's 2 hours a daily, Monday through Friday, talking to all the, I think a lot of people are familiar to listeners. Martin Armstrong was on the show last week, and yeah, that's what I'm doing. Kind of, the same thing as what you're doing here, 21st century.
Yeah, you're sort of you do a lot of different. You do finance, you do geopolitics, you do tech,
UFOs. I'll talk about anything.
You can go there as well. Yeah, that's one's getting interesting. I didn't see any of that on the bill this week. I mean, it'll come up, I'm sure, but it's not specifically on the bill. I like the focus of this event. I like the crypto focus. I like the decentralized focus. I like the permaculture, the sort of practical living aspect. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I want to introduce Mike in a moment, but yeah, Havori, I just want to say, you've done amazing work so far to get your work up to the level it's at, and you've been, it's being recognized, and you're getting fantastic feedback from somebody. You're getting great guests, having great conversations, educating people on how the world works, at least that side of the world, because I think that's an important part of the mission. So yeah, I just want to say congratulations so far. I know you got a lot more you want to do, and you're coming here to get some inspiration, get recharged, get some new ideas, meet some new people. So yeah,
that's one of the biggest things from these events. Sometimes when you're in your silo, your digital silo at home, you kind of get tired after a while, burn out, and then when you come to a greater reset in Acapulco, it's like you get re-energized, and we need to be meeting in person.
Tell us a greater reset. What's that event like? What's that about?
It's similar to
Who's behind it?
Acapulco, Derek Rose and John Bush. If I recall correctly, I think Derek initially attended Acapulco when he sort of spun off Greater Reset, and so they're doing their own thing, and it's great. I think the more the merrier.
It's on its 5th year, I think.
Yeah, I think this summer he's going to do the first one in Europe, the People's Reset. So interesting.
That'll be interesting. The Euro version. Euro reset. Europe's already been reset like a couple of times already, so I don't know if they can handle another one, but that's another conversation. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Havori Moritz, yeah, it's great to talk to you, and also want to welcome onto the Sunday Wire program Mike Winner. Mike, tell us what brings you to this part of the world this week.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see Acapulco, which I've been following for over about a decade since it started, because I've been also involved in the decentralized crypto space, even though we don't call Cordal crypto really, but I'm one of the co-founders of Cordal, which is a really game-changing decentralization platform, literally creating a new internet, if you will. And I'll be excited to hopefully talk a little bit about that here this week. So yeah, I've been following Acapulco forever, and it was always my dream to come here, at least come and hang out. And now I get to come, I get to DJ a number of events here as well as speak. So it's just a great honor. And what I'm really stoked to see happening with the anarchy scene is that there's a greater focus on health and wellness, which I feel like was always kind of missing. So it's really cool to see people like Alec Zeck here, and Andrew Kaufman, and my friend Yerasimos and Sophie, and then these folks that come from more of the alternative health world to bring a greater understanding around that, because it's pretty hard to be, sovereign soul if you're sick. And as one of the co-producers of the End of COVID with Alec Zeck, it was really cool to see, and you were involved with that, and TNT Radio really helped us there promote that event. It was really cool to see that sort of information get out to a larger audience, because I believe that is a huge paradigm shift that needs to happen. It's going to happen in this decade. The understanding that germs don't cause disease, a greater understanding of what dis-ease is, what illness is. There's no such thing as the S word, sick. That is a misnomer in terms of how our biology actually works. Symptoms are good to have symptoms.
Signals. Symptoms are signals.
They are. They're actually a signal that our body is doing what it's supposed to do. So yeah, it's really cool to see that emergence coming into an event like this. And actually, I was involved with the Greater Reset the last 3 years, speaking about Cordal, DJing at it last year. So that's a wonderful event. And I put on an event called Music in Sky, which we're actually coming on our 6th festival this year, which is a health, wellness, sovereignty festival camp out in California, of all places, Cali Pharma. But we do it there on purpose because we're from there, and we're bringing the freedom back to that area in a way that's really cool to see. The original roots of, sort of where the hippie movement came out of and stuff. We're doing it in NorCal this year, really embracing that and bringing it back to California. So it's really cool to see these in-person events evolve into more of a holistic minded, sort of all-encompassing, like you were saying, Patrick, covering permaculture, decentralization, lawfare, covering spirituality. There's a greater focus on spirituality, which I'll be touching on the Sovereign Skills Day on Thursday, on how we can actually control the elementals. We don't have to be victimized by things like hurricanes and fires. Of course, the powers that shouldn't be use their synthetic technologies to try to control the weather, but that's a level down from what we can access. So I'll be going deeper into that, on the metaphysics and the sort of law and science behind that on Thursday.
Weather modification, not a conspiracy theory, by the way.
Not at
Very
all.
well documented. Very well documented. So I know people are going to try to shoot people down. Even
Well, I
bring up
mean,
the topic, but
I'll say this: check out my boy Jim Lee in Climate Viewer. That guy has laid down the science so well in terms of all the papers and patents. The patents are out there. You can go see them. They've been doing this since the 1930s, 20s.
aerosol, U.S. Air Force aerosol programs.
Oh, I mean, they've been doing that for decades. But there's a lot of private, corporate espionage, if you will. And on top of that, now you can hire people like there's a city. What was it? Not Santa Monica, but there's a city in LA that is just outspoken about hiring cloud seeding. And we just had this big storm hit Southern California, and they were doing their cloud seeding, a week before that. So it's all out in the open, man. Like, this is not woo-woo conspiracy stuff. They do everything out in the public, so that we have to. So essentially, we agree with it tacitly. So it's about awareness. That's my big kind of thing, is like bringing awareness. This is the new media. We're all involved with the new media, so it's exciting to see it evolve and grow up.
I've seen the Cordal project for a couple of, I have some friends who got involved in it, and some people who are in that sort of health space who were also involved in it early, and I've seen some of your Zoom calls talking about it. It's pretty amazing how you kind of get people up to stake some effort into the project. Time, and I like this concept.
Proof of time.
Proof of time. So this is really cool. So I look forward to maybe learning more about this, talking to you if you got a few spare minutes.
Of course.
Over the course of the week.
Yeah.
I like that full system. You just keep taking all these things into consideration.
Yep.
And it makes sense. And people can be invested in it.
Yep.
And produce really positive things as a result. So this is great. So Mike Winner, aNtiVaXxX, tell us about your organization.
Yeah, so we founded aNtiVaXxX with Dr. Bear Paul Lando and his wife Deborah and his son back in 2014, really as a way to get Bear Lando's genius out to the world. He's one of the only vocal practicing old school bioterrain physicians from the old school that understood, like, he was educating me about the false germ theory 15, 20 years ago and telling me these things called viruses don't exist and all this. So
when you first heard that 15, 20 years ago, you didn't have all this conversation that we have now available. What was your initial impression?
My initial gut impression was, okay, I know Bear from like a practical stance has helped me and my family health-wise every time. So obviously, and he's had a successful underground practice where like elites would come to him from all over the world. So he's got to be coming from a place of truth. But obviously your gut reaction at first is just like, because we've been so programmed, it's just like, there's just no way. That just is crazy. We're talking about an entire institutional system are based around this, right? And everything I've been taught about vaccines and about what health and disease is. So yeah, obviously it was a total just mind twist. And back then you had very few people talking about it, if at all. And so it was really sort of on the dark corners of the internet. You had like the Whale 2 website, and you had a few people out there that you really had to dig to find talking about it. But like, we joke around, like when we did start talking about it in like 2014, 15 out in the open, it was more sort of in the corner woo-woo than like Bigfoot and aliens and stuff, like talking about the viral thing. And that was like a big no-no, like, wow, you guys are way out there. So it's really cool to see something like the end of COVID, where we broke it all down in a very sort of like college course way, very granular, detailed way that takes you step by step through the logical process and the understanding of the history and the science, and then how these institutions are set up around like scientism and this false illusion of authority. And we get into law, and we get into the spiritual side and all that, and then we get into solutions. So it's really cool for seeing people that came from the mindset of like, germs make me sick and that you guys are nuts. We did have people come into that, fortunately, and get brought through the entire thing and come out the other side like I did. It took me 10 years. You can do this in a couple months.
Yeah, with end of COVID.
Yeah,
that's a mega project, and you guys pulled that off. Very well organized. I saw how your production schedule went. You fucking hit all your, pardon my French, you hit all of your marks before the release, and that on its own, the fact that you executed that size of a project. How many speakers did you have? How many sessions?
I mean, we had over 90 sessions, probably 75, 80 speakers. It's like 140 hours of content. And we did it in a way that was really unique in how we delivered the content. So we really tried to module it out and make it like you're going to a university course. We gave it away for free, so you could come and access it for a certain amount of time. And then if you weren't able to watch everything, when I don't really know anybody that was able to engage with all the content in the month it was open. I mean, it was just so much content but yeah, it was phenomenal. It's talks, discussions, podcast type formats, presentations. We call them pod classes. So it was sort of a different sort of format. And then it had a lot of supporting documentation and stuff that you could follow up on. And we really tried to give people a lot of the thick science they want. And then also a lot of the sort of deeper understanding coming from historical, spiritual, greater context outside of the main paradigm of even how people think. We like go into how you think and how logic works. We go into touch into, of course, all of the transhumanism and the World Economic Forum side, because that's all important, political side. We touch on, of course, we have an entire thing related to law that goes through the whole course that allows you to basically, on a side note, not really, but it ties into it all, how the law actually works and how you're empowered to basically be your own law force, which is so crucial this day and age, because people are victimized by the legal system, which is just a corporate system. So yeah, it's pretty deep, man. It goes on all areas, because in order to understand sort of the false germ theory, you need to see it from this holistic, grand kind of vision of how it all connects and how it all works.
Have you dipped into this? This is a forbidden area. It's very controversial.
I've bookmarked the end of COVID, but like you said, I haven't had time to get around to watching it. So I've been meaning to eventually.
It's an absolute bomb of a online conference. So, and it exists in perpetuity. So you got it up there as a resource, hopefully forever.
That's the plan.
Get it on the Library of Congress. Get it over to the Library of Congress.
We're gonna actually, not the Library of Congress, because they'll probably shelf it, but we're actually gonna have it on Cordal eventually. The beautiful thing about Portal is it's completely immutable and completely censorship proof. So once it's up, you cannot take it down. Even like the internet what's it called? You know, when you go and look up the cache of the old internet websites, that is actually all on servers. People think that's like a decentralized internet cache, web archive. That actually is a for-profit enterprise. I mean, they're a non-profit, but they profit off it, and actually they rely upon centralized servers. So if those servers were ever to go down, we would lose that quote-unquote archive. So there actually isn't in existence a true internet archive out there, except for there's a few. Some would say maybe the Bitcoin blockchain, but you can't really store as much data on there. But Portal was developed to give us that, I call it a digital Akashic record of immutable truth that will never be erased off the internet.
Book of Thoth. Yeah, I know it. A long time ago, I was reading that. So, Havore, what are your next moves in the media world entail? What do you?
You mean the podcast?
The podcast. What are you planning? Building out new areas? What are your sort of?
I'm interested in starting something in Spanish because I'm also a Mexican national now, my third passport, and people have asked me to do stuff in Spanish. I just don't have the time. You know, I got my podcast, I got my kids, we're homeschooling. It's a TNT show. 10 hours a week. It's just nuts. But eventually, I'd like to start interviewing people from the Spanish-speaking world. I was recently on El Mercurio with Antonio Valdez, who worked with Daniel Estelin, and so one of my first Spanish interviews. And so seeing avenues where I can grow in that sense. But I'm a skeleton crew. Like it's you need to onboard people, and it's sometimes hard to find.
You're in an exciting space though, like Central Latin America, BRICS. You got Bukele and El Salvador. You got Brazil. You got Bolivia. A lot of stuff happening.
And that's the thing. There's a lot of people in the Latin American space. In the podcast world, where we hear from a lot of people in the English-speaking world, Australia, Europe, US, and it's just like there's so many fascinating people in Latin America. And you need to get these alternative perspectives.
And Venezuela. Didn't mention Venezuela, but yeah, there's a lot going on. Africa's the same. It's kind of an emerging phenomenon of independence now.
TNT could really use we need a host from Africa. Give us the African perspective.
100%. Yeah, from South Africa, maybe. Yeah, doesn't need to be, but yeah, I think we need that definitely. The world needs that. The English-speaking world needs that. Yeah. So hopefully we can onboard somebody. So Havore Morich, thank you for joining us. Give a shout out to where people can find your stuff before we go.
Yeah, geopoliticsempire.com, and then every day TNT Radio live.
Monday to Friday. What time is your show?
6 to 8 p.m. Central. I'll be doing this week. I don't know where I'll be doing it from. My hotel room or at the venue. We'll see. But yeah.
Touch and go. We'll see how the internets are working. Mike Winter, give us everyone a shout out where they can find your stuff as well before we go to break in a moment.
Yeah, we go live every Thursday with AlphaCast at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and we simulcast on all the platforms. Dr. Berlando and I, and then that goes out as a podcast. And then we also have our new private membership platform. It's an amazing place to come in the private and join the AlphaVedic community, and that's at alphavedic.com/join-us, or just go to alphavedic.com, ALPHAVEDIC.com, and please go check out the Portal project. Download the software, become a node. I'll sponsor you. That just means that I'm verified you're a real human being, and then over time you start earning coin if you decide to mint. And then you can do everything now on Portal. You can pretty much do on a standard internet. Host websites for free. QTube is launched, so that's like a decentralized YouTube. Everything's for free. No advertising, no bots, no AI nonsense. All human verified. All done decentralized. You do have to host your own node, but tell you what, Patrick, you feel so good on there. And the Q chat mechanism, which has been going strong for a few years now, it's kind of like Telegram, but it's fully decentralized, so you don't have this weird World Economic Forum hands in there, and that's wonderful. So go check out Portal, QORTAL.org.
Mike Winter, thank you very much for dropping in here. Anarchapulco Preview 2024. Havore Morich, thanks for dropping in. We're going to take a quick break with the Sunday Wire. When we come back, we'll get a few other people to help wrap this up, and we'll be closing out the show in a few minutes. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, to the Sunday Wire. I'm your host, Patrick Henningsen. We're streaming out live on the Alternate Current Radio Network. We're also streaming out on X, YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook on our fan page at Facebook. Throttled to no avail. I want to welcome to the program. I've got a couple people going to join us. I think we're going to get Alec Zeck in here. He's around floating, but also want to welcome onto the program Ian Smith. Again, thanks for joining us, Ian. And how far did you have to travel to get to Anarchapulco 2024?
Came from Northeast Florida, so it wasn't too bad. A couple layovers, but it's nice to be outside of the States for the first time since COVID, actually. So I haven't traveled internationally, so it's nice to be on the beach in Mexico with some cool people.
You're a refugee from the tri-state area, is that correct?
I am, yeah. After everything wrapped up, after the COVID battle with the gym, I said, okay, I had enough, and I recently had my first son, so I wanted to be in a nicer place around some parents too. So
there's people who aren't familiar with your story. Some of the people will be familiar with your story. We've seen you on Fox News and some of the other network during the whole lockdown farrago. Just give us the sort of quick synopsis of your story, how you came into this public view, and then what's happened since.
Yeah, let's make it short, because I can definitely not do that. I was a small business owner. I've been a small business owner for years, and I was living in the People's Republic of New Jersey at the time of 2020. Had just recently bought a gym and was just kind of in my own world, sort of enjoying the experience of entrepreneurship. And they came along and they said, shut down your business. And me and my partner weren't too excited about the idea, but we didn't really. I don't think we knew enough at that time to say no confidently. The last thing that you ever want to do is inflict harm upon other people. So we shut down, but we paid attention to the science and the politics, the two things that were shutting us down. Right, the thing that we were supposed to be afraid of, as well as the the people that were telling us to be afraid. And we are. I don't consider myself above average intelligence, but it was very clear very quickly that we weren't at least being told the truth. Whether or not that was a mistake or intentional, I didn't really know at the time. And we said, all right, we're going to open our gym back up. And we did. And it became a national news story overnight. It was picked up by Tucker Carlson before we opened. I had made an announcement on my social media, which was just a regular fitness webpage at the time, and I think it was the right message at the right time, and we were able to garner a ton of support. And the state of New Jersey fought us tooth and nail. They tried pretty much everything they possibly could, from absurd amounts of fines in the tunes of millions of dollars to the revocation of our business license to arresting us to facing possible jail time, all for keeping our business open. And the situation escalated and escalated and escalated, and eventually they had enough egg on their face because enough people were paying attention to what we were doing, and we were able, thankfully, with the support of people around the country and even around the world, that we were able to withstand everything that they threw at us. And not everybody was that fortunate, so we were very, very fortunate. And eventually they kind of tired themselves out from swinging and swinging and swinging, and we were able to stay open the whole time. We didn't lose our business. We were able to inspire people around the country and around the world. To
other gyms too that followed your
gyms, businesses, parents who were dealing with mask mandates, a lot of people who were dealing with vaccine mandates. We were able to just show that, hey, like you don't have to put this off on somebody else to come and save you. You don't have to wait for Trump to get reelected, or you don't have to wait for whatever lawsuit to go through. You can really honestly just tell these people to get lost, and stand your ground, and do that knowing that you'll probably be punished, but in the end that you'll be right, and all will be made right through your own strength. And we did. So that took about 2 years, and then after that I decided that I was going to run for Congress, which was probably about the most foolish thing I've ever done. But I learned a lot. I learned a lot about the uniparty, that the system does not really benefit the individual, and ever since I've been a part of, I guess, this I don't even know what you call it, this community of people who want to be more free, want to be more independent, want to be more healthy and happy, and more self-reliant. And it's been nothing but good things, even through the scariest and most stressful times.
What are you going to be presenting on Anarcho-Polka this year? What's for the theme of your presentation?
A little bit of a synopsis or a long format of what I just said. I want to, I always share my experiences because it was such a sensationalized story. And obviously we pay attention to what's happening to others, but we have our own lives as well. So I always like to talk to the audience about what it was like to do all these things, not just the results of what happened, but what it's like to defy power structures and what to expect, but also why you should do it, and why you should get comfortable with that, because it is one of the cornerstones of freedom, being able to stand on your own 2 feet and to say no, in the face of what is wrong and what is not right for you and your family. And it takes a lot, but it's something that we all have within us, but it's something that we don't know is there until we experience it ourselves, and a lot of people throughout the years, I got labeled as this sort of hero. And the fact of the matter is that we were just 2 people who made a decision to stand our ground, and there's no attribute in there that other people don't have. So I like to share that experience because I think a lot of people misunderstand it as something harder than it actually is and more complicated than it actually is. And it's really just a choice to be in control of your own life. So I talk about that, and I talk about why it's important to be healthy, because you can't be strong and you can't navigate freedom if you don't have the cornerstone of your own health, which starts in the physical, but is obviously connected to the mental, to the emotional, spiritual, your financial health, and all that.
Yeah, so that's the building block. That's the keystone.
Yeah, it is. It just starts with your own body, and once you sort of understand that and can build on that, you can be strong in all the other ways, and you can be healthy in all the other ways. But if you don't have your physical health, you don't have the ability to exert force. And in the world, if you want to be free, there will always be an opposite force to that freedom. There will always be something that's going to test it, whether it's government or something else. So you have to develop that strength within yourself to be free. It's a responsibility you have.
How long have you been in athletics your whole life, or is it something you took on later?
No, actually, I was not athletic at all growing up. I was a tall, scrawny kid. My shoulders sloped so much I could barely wear a book bag. And I developed athletic ability and sort of got connected to my body after a very, very bad car accident where I probably should not have survived. And I was kind of sort of given a second chance.
How old were you?
19 years old. 20 years old. And I never really appreciated the gift of the body before that. And I was radically transformed by that. And I got into sort of health and fitness just to start to feel better. And I realized that that's kind of important to all the other things that are in our life.
That's a good message as well, because I know there's a lot of ideas here, and there's a lot of solutions in terms of alternative health approaches, remedies, and stuff like that. But that sort of baseline physical fitness, health, well-being, the feeling you get from being in good shape, looking after yourself, and excelling, meeting these sort of objectives and goals to motivate yourself. That's really important, and I think it's part of the mix, isn't it? It's you have mentally, a lot of spiritual stuff that's going to be covered here, but the physical is also very important.
Yeah, and it's just the baseline thing. It's not. There's so many misconceptions about the idea of health today. It's not this like what we see in bodybuilding or something like that. It's the basics of healthy functioning and understanding and being connected to your body on that physical level, so that you are kind of in the driver's seat of this vehicle of yours.
Important baseline there, and we're joined as well, Alec, Zeck, dropping in. Alec, good to see you again.
Good to be back.
Good to be back. So what brings you to Anarcho-Polka Reborn 2024? What are you going to be sort of presenting about?
What brings me,
by the way, on the end of COVID.
Thank you.
This is a amazing project.
Yeah, thank you both for participating.
Yeah, and we had Mike Winter,
nice,
who also
nice.
helped. Is on your production team. You guys have done an amazing thing there this year.
Thank you, man.
This past year.
Yeah.
Still going, by the way.
Still going. Yeah, it's for free right now on BrightU, Mike Adams' platform. So if you go to brightu.com, you can tune into the end of COVID for free until February 26th. It's sort of running on a loop, so you'll have missed a little bit of it by now, but there's still incredible education on it, and it takes you from point A to point Z on all things related to the scam that was COVID and all things related to virology and the germ hypothesis, sort of refuting that. It's an incredible education. So what brings me here really is the people. It's the friends. Like I am excited to talk, but the main thing when I come to these events is hanging out with a lot of my favorite people. Like, that's the part that I look forward to the most. But I'll be talking on terrain-based health, falsifying the germ hypothesis, and it's great this year, as I understand it. Adam Bigelson is following me, and then Dr. Verlando, and then Ian's following me, and Andy Kaufman. So I think my talk kind of lays the framework for falsifying the germ hypothesis, and then everyone that speaks after me sort of builds upon that in their own unique way, unintentionally. We didn't like meet before and plan like, hey, I'm gonna talk on this, you talk on that. But in talking with Adam and talking with Andy and talking with Ian a little bit, I think their talks will complement well with what I lay the ground for at the beginning of the day. I think 2 p.m. on Friday. I was originally going to talk on things other than nutrition and fitness that are just as important, if not more important, with respect to health. But because so many people in the freedom space, I'd imagine a lot of the crowd at Anarchapulco are not necessarily fearful of supposed disease X and what they're doing, but they are. There's a lot of people in the freedom space that are oftentimes fearful of what's going on in these labs with respect to gain of function, et cetera, which is why, again, it's so important to dispel the germ hypothesis and sort of show how fraudulent it is so that we can dispel that fear. Because really, it's fear that is allowing us to make unconscious decisions that lead to poor health itself. So
also, we were talking to Steve Falconer about that. People are looking for a silver bullet skeleton key that unlocks all conspiracies.
Right.
So gain of function, lab leak. Right. This is a big issue out in the conversation, and it is very alluring, isn't it?
It is.
It's very seductive. But you guys have, I think, broken that down to show people that this is just another shiny object.
Right. Yes. I think the work of Drs. Mark and Sam Bailey have been incredible in that respect, sort of breaking down the gain of function experiments themselves and showing that it's all based in animal models with countless unproven assumptions, deriving a toxic soup from cell cultures, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure your audience is pretty familiar with this by now. But important note, a lot of people, even when you bring that up, will say, well, what about David Martin's work and the patents, et cetera, because a lot of people do refer back to David Martin with respect to his work on patents. And if you listen to David Martin speak, he never says virus. He says virus model. He always refers to it as a virus model. And he's using language that to the overwhelming majority of people would still sound like he's saying there's a virus that escaped from the lab. But for those who are acutely aware of the problems with virology, you pick up on what he's saying. And all that to say, I interviewed Dr. David Martin for my podcast, and I got him to clearly state that there is not, and there never has been, a transmissible particle or virus passing from person to person. And gain of function, if anything, is all about deriving synthetic sequences for the vaccines. And he said that very, very clearly on my show. And I think, again, it's very important that we keep on putting information out like this, because the reality is the gain of function narrative suits their agenda now, because that is a really, really big way to drum up fear, and really drum up fear amongst the alternative side now, because the alternative side is the one, the most prominent alternative figures are championing this idea of gain of function and really spreading lots of fear around what's going on with that.
So, bottom line is gain of function in emails mentioned, and research is not proof that there was actually any gain of function in virology.
That's like saying Bernie Madoff. There's proof that Bernie Madoff was doing right by his clients because there's a paper trail.
Right.
Like it's no different.
Scientific Ponzi scheme.
Right. Exactly.
It's been very lucrative for a lot of people.
It's been very lucrative. And I don't discount that there's doing things in a lab setting, but that does not mean that reflects what happens in reality. Again, we have documented, and we go over this in the end of COVID, we have countless experimental attempts to demonstrate that disease is spread via the fluids of a sick person, and all of them have failed. You could really make a claim that this is not only an unproven hypothesis, it's a disproven hypothesis at this point, which then brings up a lot of questions regarding how disease manifests and how does disease manifest amongst multiple people in the same space. And those become interesting questions, which we also explored during the end of COVID, and which I also explored during my talk quite a bit too.
So the end of COVID, I think we could sort of rebrand it as COVID just got smashed to pieces. Fucking won the information. So guys, can we agree that war has been fought and has been handily defeated?
Right. To a certain level, I would say yes, to a certain level. And I think the next step in that is to then take smashing the vaccine narrative. The Pandora's box has been opened. The floodgates are open on vaccines, and it's a matter of time before the rest of the world understands the fraudulent nature, the poisonous nature of the entire vaccine program. The next step now is getting people to understand what does not cause illness that has been claimed to cause illness, so that we can begin to open a new paradigm of health, because we're coming from a flawed foundation at the very beginning.
It's about like Ian saying, taking responsibility for what you're putting in your body, what you're doing in life, and that's going to
health and science have been handed off to the experts. And the next step in what I would call an awakening is people understanding that is a flawed perspective to hand your health off to anybody other than yourself and people that you have vetted and taken the time and the responsibility to listen to educate yourself with. It's an individual thing. And I think that's the most important goal of the health freedom movement moving forward. Without that, you can fight, but you're floundering. You're playing the game by their rules. You're not truly in control of who you are, even if you are like people resisted the vaccine, even though they didn't really understand the whole concept of it. So you can still fight, but if you want to fight and you want to win, which I would argue that we did not win the war in COVID, that the war in COVID ended, and some people won, but the majority of people I think lost because the majority of people took that vaccine. But it's gone, and there were some wins in that, and it's that Pandora's box has opened up, and even people who lost the battle of COVID have an ability to regain their sovereignty and their own health, and ultimately their own control over their freedom.
It's mass non-compliance.
That's
the solution.
Yeah, and rugged and accepting the responsibility. That's that's something that has just been, we wanted the easy route when it came to health. And when it comes to health, there is no easy route. It's something that you have to practice every single day of your life. It requires a lot of sacrifice. It requires a lot of time and energy to educate yourself. But
Discipline.
Yeah, discipline. And it's a responsibility that we have. And that's the big lesson to be learned, because once you accept that responsibility, you understand that you are free, and you can be free beyond your wildest imaginings as you stand today. But it requires that responsibility to say, I am in control. And if you are in control, nobody's coming to save you. Nobody's coming to fix your problems. Nobody's coming to make you feel better. It's you. It's all you. But that's a terrifying thing, but it's also the greatest thing that will ever happen to you.
Amen. Well said. Very well said.
So, Alec, if you could sum up the last 24 months, and what you think the big takeaways are,
Man.
If you had that minute to make your appeal to.
Yeah, I'd say that the big thing right now, because your audience is largely already on the same page, the biggest thing right now is to catch yourself when you find yourself outsourcing to even the quote alternative experts, or even people like me and Ian or you or anyone. Like, take what we say and then see if it makes sense for your own unique situation in your life. Like, I'm not going to say that we aren't providing useful information and helping people along their journey. Absolutely, we act as incredible guides for people, and we're walking the walk and talking the talk, right? We're two examples of that. But the most important thing is to be a true free thinker, not to blindly accept what anyone says, especially as we have what David Icke is calling the rising mainstream alternative media, right? That is coming up, that people who have not resolved their consciousness of blindly outsourcing to experts that, happen to wake up regarding what happened over the last 3.5, 4 years are now blindly outsourcing to alternative people who are also leading them through fear. So it's important, again, to become a true free thinker, a true critical thinker, and not blindly outsource to anyone. Be skeptical of everyone. And one thing that I took from the Army, there was some good things about it, is we had this saying called trust but verify. You trust that these people who seem well-intentioned are doing right by you, including both of us, including you sitting here, all of us, but you verify and you apply it to your own life. You don't blindly follow. You do not blindly follow what other people say. So I'd say that's the biggest message at this point in time. And also be acutely aware of those who are trying to manipulate you through fear, or in trying to get you enraged at what's going on, perpetually enraged. Because the reality is, if all of us just became grounded in our own lives and made decisions for ourselves and dissolved the illusion that other men and women have the right to tell us what to do regardless of title, and just lived that way, we would all be free right now. Like, I think back to the beginning of COVID, had all the people who did not want to comply just authentically said, no, I'm not doing this. Enough of us, like massive amount of people who did not want to comply, just said no. There's nothing they could have done. It requires that you take 100% ownership and responsibility of your own life and make your own decisions, be authentic and be truthful and move about life that way. And so I echo what Ian was saying earlier. That's like the biggest message right now.
I can take that to the bank, the karma bank.
It's simple, but it's not easy.
Right.
And I think there needs to be sort of recognition of that truth, is that the solution that, to your own freedom, to unlocking your own life in whatever way it is very simple. It's just not easy.
Can I ask you a question real quick, actually? Can I ask you?
Sure.
Sorry to jump on your show. This is what I do for a living too. So, but had other I'm sure you had other gym owners reach out to you at that point in time, like, damn, man, what you're doing is so brave. I really love what you're doing, that did not do it themselves. What do you think would have happened if they had done it as well?
I would have gotten a lot less fines.
Right. That's my point. That's my whole point.
We had, and this is not to knock anybody. I don't hold any animosity towards anybody, but we had a Facebook group before we opened of, I believe it was like 500 plus small businesses in the state of New Jersey that were going to open along with us. And it was like this mass thing. And for one reason or another, there were forces in there that people were trying to take the lead and all this, just normal human disturbances. But had they all opened, 3 did.
Three of the 500?
Our gym being one of them, yeah. Lakewood Diner, who fought a fantastic fight with almost no media coverage. And then another couple gyms or small businesses. But had they all opened, it would have ended right then and there. And that's truly what we thought. I mean, we had no idea we were in for a 2.5-year fight. We really thought that, we were going to open, and then we were going to turn around. There's going to be like this army of small business owners beating their chests behind us. And there was an army behind us, but it was people who supported us. A lot of people who didn't have small businesses or anything like that. So we certainly had an army, but we didn't have the army that would have ended the battle very, very quickly. And that was something that I said time and time again. And it's, I guess it's easier said than done. But the reality is that people punished themselves by complying when you're going to get punished either way, right? So if the government tells you to do something and you say no, they're going to punish you right then and there, right? They're going to fine you, all the things they did to us, whatever. But if you comply, you're punished in the long term, and you're punished inch by inch, and eventually you get so punished that you don't have, it's sort of, I use the analogy all the time of like backing towards the edge of a cliff. You give these people an inch because in the moment it's easier to give up that inch, to give up that little bit of space and just say, I don't want to deal with this right now. My job, whatever the reasoning is, and not to say that those fears aren't valid and those concerns aren't valid, but our job was on the line too. But we took the punishment then and there, and whatever it is, it eventually ends, and then it's over. There's no more punishment. Whereas if you continue to give the inches, you get punished and punished and punished and punished and punished, and then one day there's nowhere to put your feet to fight back. There's nowhere for you to gain any ground. It's like the army being pushed off a cliff in some medieval battle. They're surrounded and they give up space and all of a sudden they can't put their feet in the ground to fight back because they've given everything up. And that's what happens. And it's just a matter of recognizing like, hey, I've got to face this in whatever capacity it is. I've got to face the fear, I've got to face the punishment, the whatever it's going to be. But it's over after that. You draw that line in the sand, you fight that battle, win or lose. if you lose, you're going to end back up there anyway. But you
Back,
win.
back there, and you're not only back there, everyone else is going to
Yeah.
be back there as well.
And that's, but the short answer to Alec's question is, yeah. And that's, but people discount, and I write about this in my book. We were just two dumb gym owners in a quiet corner of New Jersey who were like, man, F you, bro. No, there wasn't inherently anything special. We didn't have, all these resources. We didn't have a big platform. You hear that a lot of people say like, well, I don't have the platform, or I don't have the, and again, that's not to make fun of anybody or to call them a bad person for it, but they're not recognizing their own power. If you would have asked me 4 years ago if I would have done anything that I've done, inspired, people all around and been a part of all these different movements and done all these things and led what was a 2.5-year battle to the tune of millions of dollars of fines and all of this stuff. Could you have done that? I would have said no. And we all tell ourselves the same lie. I'm just one person. And that's the most damaging thing that we tell ourselves, is that our choices don't matter. We didn't know in that moment that opening the gym was going to be the most important choice of our life. And we're all faced with little decisions like that every single day. And it's because we've tuned into this lie that somehow it doesn't matter what we do, but everything does. But that ties back to the idea of being responsible for your own life. I didn't know it. You don't know it. You don't realize how powerful you are until you experience your own power. I had no idea I could withstand the type of punishment we took, but I did. And now I know. And now I'm more powerful as an individual. I'm stronger than I've ever been. I'm more free than I've ever been. But it's right there in each one of us. If we all said no, we would have all been, in the same boat. We would have been like, wow. And the best part of that about that is we all say no, it will shake them to their core. These people operate on a fear-based model. Right. They are much scarier in thought than they are in practice. And I'm a living, breathing example of that. Millions of dollars of fines, all that stuff, blah, 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 blah. I was facing 5 years in prison. They threatened me with everything in the world, death threats, you name it. Guess what? I'm still here. So now I'm like, oh, you're just scaring people. You're not really as big and bad as you say.
It is literally like the Wizard of Oz analogy.
Oh, it is.
It's like the little fat man behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz. That's all it is. And like when we really, really, truly grasp that they are just men and women like we are men and women, it's over. Like when we really acutely understand that and then live our lives accordingly, there's not crap that they can do. There's nothing that they can do to us, especially when we do it in mass.
Yes, in mass is the most important part. Because I'm not saying like what I went through was like easy, but the more people who buy into it, the more that punishment is spread out amongst us, and it becomes even less
unenforceable. How do they enforce it?
Yeah, and it's just less scary. I mean, it was. I will not say I was not scared. There were nights where I was like, I'm going to quit. I'm going to run away. Whatever. I'll just surrender. When we started getting fined $14,496.76 per day for every day we were in operation, there comes a point where you're like, am I out of my mind? 15,000. You're like, ha ha ha. Yeah, whatever. And then it hits 6 figures, and I'm like, I don't have 6 figures. And then it hits 7 figures, and you're like, I've never even come close to that. This is going to ruin me. So there's going to be the fear. But if you're joined, if I'm going through that situation and they're finding me $15,000 per day and all by myself, it's really hard. But if me and Alec are going through it together, it's not quite as hard. If the three of us are going through it together, it's not nearly as scary anymore, because you're going to go, man, I'm not paying that. And I'm going to go, me too, bro. And he's going to go, me too, bro. And then they've got to enforce it on 3 people. And then, they might have 10 enforcers. But if 5 more people join in, and if 5 more people join in, then there's more people who are saying, no, I'm not going to pay that. Then there are people who are going to enforce the rule. And that's the we the people that we talk about in the United States Constitution, that I believe our founding fathers talked about, is the power in us together to do something like that. Yeah. But it requires you to take part in it. You can't cheerlead from the sides. Right. You can't. You have to be a part of it. You have to. And it's more important now to understand that than ever, because COVID might have gone away, but the people that are responsible for the mechanisms that operated COVID and the people that benefited from COVID are still very much here, and they are going full speed ahead with whatever nonsense they have. And that's not fear mongering. That's just the reality of the situation. So be prepared for that, because when that choice comes again, you have a responsibility as somebody who wants to be free to make that choice and say, no.
Ian Smith, and give a shout out to where people can find your stuff online as well.
You can find me Ian Smith Fitness, Instagram, Twitter, Telegram, all that stuff. It's all the same handle. And drop in, say hello. I try to answer as many questions and sort of talk to as many people as possible. I don't have a podcast or anything. But
not yet.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing it these days.
I've been saying it for a while. Pop in, say hello, and I'd love to chat with you guys.
Alec, Zeck, before we go, give people a shout out where they can find your work.
Yeah, you can find me at thewayforward.com. That's the safest place to find me, and that's spelled the way FWRD. I've been thrown off various social media platforms multiple times. So safest way, thewayFWRD.com. Have a podcast, one of the top 0.5% of all podcasts in the world. Put out some pretty amazing interviews. You've been on a couple times. Ian, I got to get you on at some point. So yeah, find me there.
A couple of professional troublemakers to round out the lineup this week. Thank you guys for joining us on the Sunday Wire this week. Anarchapulco preview. Looking forward to your presentation. Ian, Alec, of course, is going to be fantastic. So there's a lot to look forward to. Thanks Steve Falconer, Avoya Morich, Dr. Andy Kaufman. There's so many more people we could be talking to. We'll talk to some of them during the week. Hopefully have time to catch up via the TNT broadcast during the week. So listen, you guys, everybody on the ACR streams, 21 Wire, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys in the 21 Wire chat room. Appreciate you guys, our community in there. Amazing. Thank you for your support during the winter fundraising drive. Without you, we wouldn't be able to have this platform and get it to the level that we're at. So we really appreciate all your support there. Listen, you guys, we'll catch you later, maybe next week, same time, same place. Tune in to 21 Wire, TNT Radio. We'll have more coverage during the week here at Anarchapulco Reborn 2024. Take care, you guys. All the best.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana.
Hey folks, Curtis Stone here. I hope you're off to a strong 2024. My snow's melting pretty quick. It looks gross right now, but I'm pretty stoked because I think it means we're in for an early spring. If you're new here, this channel is all about off-grid living and finding freedom, liberty, and prosperity in doing so. And today, I want to talk to you about a PSYOP that you probably didn't know you were part of. Beyond a PSYOP, a complete control grid that you had no idea you've been a part of. So before I get into this, I want to create an analogy for you and start by talking about one that you know of, especially if you're a truther, you're an info warrior, you've been paying attention. You know about one mechanism of control that's possibly the greatest mechanism of control, though I won't fully make that claim, but hear me out. You're familiar with the central banks. You're familiar with the banking cartels, fiat money, printing, fractional reserve lending. How does the financial system control you? I'll wait for that answer. Put it in the comments. How does the financial system control you? There's two ways typically, though there are others, and the devil's in the details. But the two that we mostly understand is one, through money printing. Governments and central banks come together and they print money, and that creates what we know as inflation. And inflation controls the economy in many different ways, because if the prices go up, you'll respond in certain ways by not purchasing things or potentially purchasing things, like we've seen with the real estate craze here in Canada for the last number of years and the absolute overvaluation of real estate. Number two is through interest rates, because interest rates will also control how you spend money, because it'll dictate how much money you can borrow and how well your money will appreciate or depreciate in a bank or wherever you're holding it. So inflation and interest rates are two ways that the central bank cartels control our lives. And the privatization of central banks is perhaps the greatest scam that it's not the greatest, but it's one of the greatest. I think the formation of corporations into governments as per the 1871 Organic Act in the United States, and the fact that Canada has never been really a nation, except expressed as one in the British North America Act, but also dissolved under the Statute of Westminster. Perhaps those two things, the fact that governments are corporations and that central banks and a very small group of people pretty much control everything we do, is a massive control grid, and it's a total scam. But I want to tell you about another thing that might be controlling you that you weren't even aware of, and that's the algorithm. So if you pay attention to any form of media, especially if you're on social media, because as we all know now, the mainstream media is done. It's a joke. They're finished. But social media is completely controlling so many people through an algorithmic control mechanism, which gets you to create content and share and like things based on what the algorithm wants. If you pay attention to anybody in the alternative media, and I'm not proposing that people in the alternative media or anybody in particular is controlled opposition. I'm not here to call people out and name names and any of that, but I want to just give you this food for thought, is how come the issues that are really important just can't get traction? Okay.
I've been saying for a long time the fact that because governments are corporations, people, and it's not even a controversial thing to say. It really isn't. Why it is controversial is that if government's a corporation, why does a government asking you to do something have any more authority over Walmart asking you to do something? It doesn't. And of course, the devil's in the details. But why is it that something so profound as that can't get traction, not even close to Trump 2024? It's because the algorithm is guiding you and incentivizing you to comment, create, post, like, share according to what it favors. So whatever's in that trending list today is where the news cycle goes. And because so many people create content now, myself included, I mean, I've been a content creator for 10 years on YouTube. Because so many people create content, the algorithm is actually more powerful than if it was just the mainstream media trying to control the narrative, because everybody wants a piece of the action. So if you're posting on X or Twitter, and I took years off social media, and I went back on X in June, and I have to say it's okay, though I must admit, seeing Elon Musk go to Israel and do that whole dog and pony show, kind of similarly to Tucker Carlson's interview, that weird interview with Kevin Spacey, I got the sense that there's some big things moving to steer the narrative. But if you're paying attention to these things, you can see that if you aren't posting on the latest trend thing, you're just not going to get traction. And that's by design. That's the algorithm. That is the thing that's censoring you and controlling your behavior, but you didn't even know it, because it's all about engagements. It's all about engagements that are directed by the algorithm. And it's so subversive, because what it's actually doing is it's very slowly destroying alternative media, in my opinion. And that's, of course, got to be by design. I can't prove this. I'm just bringing this to you as food for thought, because I've witnessed it. And again, I'm not going to name names, but I've been into the truth community for 20 years. I learned about the Federal Reserve over 20 years ago, and I've gone down the rabbit hole and beyond with every type of conspiracy you can imagine. I've looked at some of it, so much of it, most of it, all the esoteric stuff. The whistleblowing, I was right there when WikiLeaks started publishing. I was right. All the esoteric stuff, the whistleblowing, I was right there when WikiLeaks started publishing. I was right there with all that stuff. The point is that the things that really need the most attention are getting none, because the election cycle is right now. That's the thing. That's the thing. And so you can see all these so-called alternative media people, the big personalities now. If you're not posting what they're posting, you won't get any traction. And so this is a shame. This is a tragedy, because it means that there's a lot of good people out there trying to share things. They're trying to get good information out there. There's no question about it. But the engagements are entirely directed by the algorithm wanting you to post what's trending. And so this is controlling everything that the alternative media is doing, just like the interest rates do, just like inflation does. It's controlling you, and you don't even know it, because so many people, and again, I'm not going to name names, but you probably know some of who I may be talking about. So many people who you thought were truthers that were exposing all kinds of great things are just hammering the algorithm just to advance their career, just to get a trending video out there to make more money. And that's, again, the matrix of money comes back to haunt us, because so many people create content now, and there's so many people that make a living as a content creator, myself included, though my content has never really been about jumping on news cycles, though I'm sure there's been times where I've posted videos on subjects that were trending, but it's not really what I do. So, you know, I'm somewhat guilty and involved and part of this myself, but it is a tragedy, because there's so many issues that are so much more important than the election of the day. And it's so funny with elections, especially at this point of the cycle, because when it comes to US elections, you'll notice a few patterns, or maybe one or two patterns, many patterns, I'm sure. But the patterns that I notice the most is that on the run up to the primaries, when the opposing party is trying to pick their leader, as they are with the Republicans right now in the United States, the rhetoric is anything you want. Mark my words, truthers, all you folks that are all in on Trump, you're going to be just as let down as you were in 2016. And I hope at that point you join us in the realization that there is no real remedy in politics. We have to take this back ourselves. And that primarily comes with taking back our power, so that the state and the system has less power over us. That's why I'm off grid. That's why I'm prepping. That's why I grow my own food. That's why I have multiple water sources, is so that they have less leverage on me. And we can all do this in our own different ways. It's not that you have to come up on the mountain like I am and do what I'm doing. Everybody's got their own context. But mark my words, my friends, the rhetoric right now in the primaries is Trump will say anything. And all these politicians will say anything. And then the rhetoric will get toned down a little bit as you go into the main election cycle prior to the big event. Because people's memories are like a fish in a fishbowl. People will forget everything that was said in the primaries. And so Trump is going to promise you the world over a rainbow on a pony. He's going to promise you everything you want to hear, because it's so easy right now to jump on the bandwagon and call out all the obvious things: the massive migration crisis, the fentanyl deaths, the woke nonsense, the chemtrailing, all these things, though Trump's not calling that out. But it's so easy to call all these things out because they're painfully obvious. But it's a little too late. It's a little too late to think that we can go in and unindoctrinate 2 generations of kids who've been brainwashed with social justice, woke, feminist propaganda. That ship has sailed. We have to now deal with the consequences of that. You're not going to just go in and turn the public schools around and expect.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not
anything to come of it. It's the same with the borders. The borders have been pretty much wide open since Biden got elected. It's mayhem. It's absolute mayhem. Do you think one guy coming in is going to come in and change that? Hell no. If he does, it's going to make things even worse, because it's going to spur the Civil War, which is actually what the New World Order wants. That's exactly what they want. But I wanted to make a comment on this because it somewhat drives me crazy. I actually, to be honest, haven't put a lot of videos out lately. I've been a little, I don't know, maybe it's the dead of winter. Maybe I kind of go through moments where I just don't really feel like there's much to say, but I did feel the need to comment on this because I'm witnessing it like crazy right now. So many people in the alternative media who are just jumping on bullshit bandwagons because the algorithm is getting them to do that. And let's be careful here. This X platform is okay in some ways, but when I saw Elon go to Israel, I kind of felt like I felt the same way as when I saw Tucker do that weird Kevin Spacey video. It feels like there's a real concerted effort right now to co-opt the opposition. And I think there's a lot of things out there that are showing us that are giving us these little hopium pills that, oh yeah, we can turn this around with an election. That's what they want you to think. They want you to go all in on Trump, because the New World Order ultimately wants you participating and putting your God-given life force energy into things that yield no results in your life. So they want you worrying about your pronouns and what your pronouns are going to be today. They want you celebrating pride, which is a celebration of nothing. To celebrate your sexual orientation or your gender identity is a celebration of nothing. They want you celebrating an election in a meaningless, pointless election to a corporate state that controls you through financial means. They want you celebrating an election to appoint a CEO of a corporation, which is a president. It's all a fraud. It's all a joke. The New World Order want you wasting time on things that do nothing for you in your life. That's why I say, get out of the cities, get out of the clustered areas of the population, start looking after yourself, start preparing for the outcome that these cronies are telling us they're going to do. They're going to throttle oil and gas. They're already doing it. They're going to continue to throttle the food system by cutting off nitrogen fertilizers, by sabotaging farmers. And I'm no friend of nitrogen fertilizers. I'm an organic farmer. I don't believe in that. At the same time, I recognize that if you cut that off, it's going to cause mass starvation. They're doing all of these things as a direct attack against us. Do you think that an election is going to end all of this? Come on, folks. Come on, folks. Let's get back to reality. Focus on your life. Focus on making things happen for yourself. Take care of your situation. Make sure you've got food, water, energy, shelter, basic communications if and when the internet goes down. You don't have to go as hardcore as I am. I've been at this for 15 years. People think I just showed up and had some money and made all this happen. I've been doing this for 15 years. This has been my motivation to get off grid and live the way I do. Most people haven't put that much time in. That's okay. All of our solutions aren't the same. We're as complex as can be. We're as diverse as can be. And so everybody's context is different. So focus on yours. Focus on things you can do today. Address the weak links. Do you have 30 days of food in your home? Do you have at least a few hundred gallons of water stored? Do you have a backup generator? Some of these things that I'm mentioning aren't things to come. They're not hard things to do. They're not overly expensive either. You can have backups. You can have simple solutions that can help you if and when the time comes that you get throttled. So don't buy into the bullshit. Don't buy into the hype. And with that, I hope to see you standing strong in 2024. And I'd like to extend a quick offer for you. If you want to join the Freedom Farmers platform, which is the company that I run, which is where all the courses are, our Homestead Accelerator directory, all kinds of stuff. We've got an offer right now called Kickstart 2024. Gives you 50% off the first year. You can cancel anytime. Gives you 50% off the first year of freedomfarmers.com. All of our 20+ courses, our Homestead Accelerator directory, where we publish amazing homestead real estate listings that are active now all across North America every single week. We've got our whole community platform with our mapping software, so you can find members in your area and connect with people offline. We've got a whole suite of discounts for seeds and supplies for your farm or your homestead. We've got our live coaching calls and our live Q&As that we do every single month. And lastly, we have our video vault.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
Annual payment, we're giving you at 50% off right now. That's $300, normally $600. This deal ends January 31st at midnight. Take action now if you want to jumpstart a strong 2024. Get the right information and get started strong. Take action now. And if you guys like this video, smash the like, share it with your friends. Subscribe to me on whatever platform you're seeing this video. And follow me on X at OffGridStone. All right, see you in the next one.
I'm kind of retarded.
Try Old Spice Total Ball.
I'm kind of retarded. In that. No.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
No. I might have to use Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint. I'll take a puff of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular
I have some
regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some? Yes. Okay, there you go. Here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that